Chapter 151. Asking the enshrined deity to act. Lonnie was surprised for a moment. As the first elder's assistant, she naturally knew some things about the clan. She clearly understood the situation with the Buddha clan and hadn't thought that this time the Buddha clan would suddenly break off the engagement. Lonnie knew that this matter was important, therefore she didn't say anything more about it to Stern and instead said, "All right, I'll immediately inform the first elder." Then she turned around and entered the doors opposite the sofa. Soon, Lonnie came back out. She smiled while saying, "Stern elder, the first elder asks for you to go in." Stern stood up, adjusted his clothes, and expressed gratitude to Lonnie. He then pushed past the doors and entered the room. The room was magnificent. Inside stood two bronze incense burners with lit incense sticks. The carpet on the floor was thick and a map hung on the wall. Under the map was a fragrant red wooden table, upon which a thick stack of documents were placed. Behind the desk was a seated old man that looked to be around 70 years of age with neatly combed hair. Right now, he held up a brush, poised to write on a document. This person was precisely the first elder of the Purcell clan, Kaiser Purcell II. Stern didn't dare to disturb the elder. He carefully walked to the front of the table and positioned himself on the left side. A moment later, Kaiser placed the brush in his hands down and looked up at Stern, saying, "Well, sit down, Stern. I heard that a Buddha clan member wanted to break off the engagement?" Stern bowed and answered, "Stern has seen the first elder." "Yes, Green came earlier. He had came to break off the engagement." Kaiser nodded and said, "How do you see it?" "The people we sent over to the Black Waste are dead, killed by Green," stated Stern. "With Green and Mrin's skill, they possibly hid Adam, escaping unharmed into the mountains when a magic beast tide occurred. There shouldn't be much remaining of the slaves and commodities they brought. When Green came earlier, he was on foot, not on a horse or carriage. Later on, he went to a cheap hotel. It seems like he doesn't have much money in his hands. Also, this time, Mrin didn't appear, probably to protect Adam III in the Black Waste. Green probably knew that this time, if they didn't break off the engagement, then we wouldn't be polite. Thus they came to break off the engagement and looked for me in order to ask to withdraw it." Kaiser sat in the chair with his eyes closed, quietly listening to Stern. After Stern finished, Kaiser looked uneasy, not knowing how to react. Stern clearly knew the first elder's temperament. He was greedy, lustful, prideful, sinister, and cold. When all these words were used to describe him, it was obvious that he wasn't a good person. But this person had dominated the Purcell clan for 50 years. His henchmen could be found in every corner of the clan. Because of this, the Elders' Assembly now had more power than the clan lord. In the face of such a person, Stern dared not overstep even a little. Kaiser kept quiet for a moment before asking, "How was Green's attitude?" Stern truthfully replied, "His attitude is very bad." He taunted this subordinate again and again. It didn't look like he came to break off the engagement, but to demonstrate this attitude. Kaiser nodded his head and said, "I will keep you posted on our decision. But we have to teach him a lesson. He must know that the Purcell clan can kill whomever they want to kill. When mocking a Purcell clan person, there will be a price to pay." Stern listened to the words of Kaiser and with a low voice, he said, "Yes, but first elder, I found out that Green's rank seems to have increased. Now, he seems to have reached the peak of rank 8. I fear that it wouldn't be good to offend him." As soon as Kaiser heard Stern's words, his eyes shoved open and gleamed as he said, "Really? Green has really reached the peak of rank 8? Stern was shocked from Kaiser's look, but he still respectfully replied, "Yes." This subordinate didn't feel wrong. "He is indeed at the peak of rank 8. Kaiser's eyes looked more cold. He spoke with a soft voice, "It seems that this time, not dealing with them won't be good. Stern, go back to the Grand Duke's mansion and stall him. I will go to the clan's consecration hall and request the enshrined deity to act." Stern held his breath. He was very clear that the clan's worship was divided into many types, but that the enshrined deity he referred to was the guardian deity 5. This person's rank was truly representative of a godly character, as they were the rank 9 experts of the Purcell clan, an actual pseudo-god existence. Stern hadn't expected for Kaiser to even ask for the presence of a rank 9 deity. Thus he stammered and said, this, First Elder, do we really need to request Sir Guardian Deity just to deal with the puny Buddha clan? Kaiser stared at Stern and said, fool, Green is now a peak rank 8 and most likely would be a rank 9 deity expert soon. Right now, we shouldn't have to give face to the Buddha clan. You said he will leave us alone after this. What is easier, dealing with a peak rank 8 expert or pleasing a rank 9 deity? This time, we must ask the guardian deity to move, attack and kill Green, who is in our sights, then deal with Marin and Adam within the Black Waste to completely remove the threat. Stern felt cold as he understood what Kaiser meant. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and bowed his head. First Elder's vision is really great. Your subordinate is really unknowledgeable. This subordinate will immediately look for Green. After bowing, he withdrew from the First Elder's room. The First Elder stood up, fixing his clothes as he murmured, a really big trouble. So many problems happening at the same time. Then he walked out. Lonnie stood outside, looking at Stern as he left, then turned back to the First Elder and quickly greeted him with a bow. First Elder, what are your orders? Grand Elder looked at Lonnie and said, immediately convene a meeting with all the elders. Arrange the carriage now. I'll be going to the consecration yard. Lonnie stared, then immediately complied. She went on the desk and pulled on a rope. After pulling the rope, a burst of bell sounds came immediately. Soon, the entirety of the building heard the sound of the bells. Lonnie then followed the First Elder, who walked out. What Lonnie pulled was the Purcell clan emergency convening bell. Upon hearing the sound, even the clan lord should arrive in the conference room of the elders' court along with the other 100 elders. This bell was what the Purcell clan elders' court used and was handed down from generation to generation. Unless there was a very big problem, one couldn't use this spell. Lonnie dared to use this spell because of the First Elder's words. Afterwards, she prepared the carriage that would leave for the consecration yard. He had only spoken a simple sentence, but Lonnie had been the assistant of the First Elder for a long time. She understood what the First Elder had meant. The Purcell clan gave a lot of dedications. They did so for anyone with at least a strength of rank 8 without exception. Their status wasn't low, but rather high. The greater elders and the elders were the ones who can give them a task if something happened. If the order was good, they could follow it. Otherwise, they don't even have to dedicate themselves to the elders' court. There was only one who could make the First Elder personally come out and leave to pay homage directly from the elders' court. This was the guardian deity of the Purcell clan, a rank 9 deity. To make the First Elder ask and please a rank 9 deity to resolve a matter wouldn't be a small thing, right? Using the bell at this time wouldn't be wrong at all. The two went to a conference room on the 4th floor, which was the biggest conference room of the Purcell clan. This conference room was divided into several steps, wherein the highest seat was reserved for the clan lord. The next level of seats were for the 3 greater elders, while all the other elders sat around the conference room. The entire conference room had only one place for passing in and out of, which was a 5-meter square space placed in the middle. There was a table placed that allowed an elder to preside over the people in the area. The First Elder arrived at the conference room early, as the other elders had not arrived yet. He walked silently towards his seat and closed his eyes. Soon, bursts of footsteps could be heard, a sign that the other elders of the Purcell clan had arrived. These elders looked at the Grand Elder's seat and saw him waiting for them there. They were afraid to speak out of turn and immediately went to find their seats quietly. Kaiser didn't seem to hear these sounds as he still sat with his eyes closed. Then a heavy pair of footsteps could be heard. All the elders in the room stood up and saluted the man in the door, saying, "Clan Lord Wanan." Kaiser then opened his eyes and looked towards the door of the conference room. Standing there was a tall man, about 2 meters. He had a body like a mountain, a face with a full beard, and a look similar to an ordinary male lion that radiated fierce power. He wore a navy blue noble suit and held a scepter about a meter long. Walking slowly, this man was the Grand Duke of the Purcell clan, Evan Purcell VI. The First Elder's big eyes flashed. Standing up and facing Evan, he bowed slightly and greeted, "Clan Lord Wanan." Evan returned the courtesy and said, The first elders is too polite. I don't know why the great bell was used by the elder to convene everyone. What has happened? The first elder said with a low voice. Please sit, clan lord. Evan nodded. He went to his seat and sat down, the other elders following after. The greater elders were seated on the left and the right side of the first elder. They were the clan's second and third elders. Both of them looked to be 60 years old. One was fat and the other was thin. One wore black while the other was in white. Both wore elders' attire as they sat there looking at the first elder. The first elder looked into their eyes, sneering in his heart as he knew that these two were looking for trouble. If he made a single mistake, they would surely catch it. But the first elder wasn't worried. He believed that he had made the right decision and wouldn't be at fault. Chapter 152, Puzzled. Seeing that everyone was in attendance, Kaiser stood up. He slowly walked towards the middle of the room and onto the stage. He stood at the stage, looked at everyone, and with a sinking voice, said, Clan Lord, fellow elders, our Purcell clan has been struck by a string of troubles recently. Those shameless merchants, looking for a chance to pressure our clan due to the Ike Plain incidents, have taken this opportunity to increase the price of food. Fortunately, under everyone's efforts, our clan hadn't taken significant losses. But now, someone dares to challenge the dignity of the Purcell clan. This absolutely cannot be permitted. He paused for a while, looked at some of the people in the room. He felt like he were the master of the world. This feeling fascinated him. As some said, power was the best elixir of life. These words were truly accurate. Kaiser felt as if his body was full of vitality as he stood upon the stage. He felt that he could live for 100 years. Since he felt so young, then he could still do better. The people in the room soon began to whisper to each other. They didn't know what had happened that would make Kaiser be this serious. Kaiser looked at the crowd and continued, just a moment ago, the Buddha clan member Green came to the Grand Duke's mansion to break off the engagement. Some time ago, the Black Wastes had experienced a magic beast attack. For fear that a disaster would befall the Buddha clan, our Purcell clan sent members to go observe and search for them. But they are now already dead. They were killed by Green. This time, they came with a desire to break off the engagement. It simply seems like they are looking at my Purcell clan as if it was nothing. Such a thing as this. He cannot be left alive. Everyone in the conference room was surprised for a moment and looked puzzledly towards Kaiser. Kaiser saying this had confused them, but the elders understood how and what had happened. They wanted to look for the Buddha clan, so they had sent people to observe and even lend a hand. But the Buddha clan member had killed them, which wasn't good. Now that person had even came to the Grand Duke's mansion. Only the second elder and the third elder, these old men, had understood why Kaiser had sent the men to the Buddha clan. What they didn't understand was why Kaiser was speaking so highly of the Buddha clan. Thus, the two didn't say anything and just watched Kaiser, puzzled. Kaiser knew that what he said wasn't enough to impress these people. Although he was powerful within the Purcell clan, it was impossible to cover the skies with his hand one. Furthermore, the second and third elders also kept him in check. Kaiser continued. Green is now a peak rank 8 expert. Everyone knows that we initiated the engagement with the Buddha clan, but now with the Buddha clan's status, they are simply not a match for our Purcell clan. Although this time they offered to break off the engagement, haven't you all thought about the effects this would have towards us? Seemingly, this Green bears a grudge against us. Once he reaches rank 9, what will happen then? After saying this long speech, everyone understood the point within the sentences Kaiser had spoken, and they were of the same mind with Kaiser. They all knew that the Buddha clan was suffering and had even added insult to the injury, thus making the Buddha clan have a great hatred towards them. If Green really does become a rank 9 one day, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing for the Purcell clan. No wonder the first elder wants to deal with the Buddha clan. After Kaiser said his reasons for wanting to deal with the Buddha clan, everyone agreed to the idea. Evan could only sit at his station. He said no words as he knew they would be useless. Second elder said, the first elder's words are justifiable. However, now that the Buddha clan has a peak rank 8 master, wanting to deal him won't be easy. Even if we can kill him, our losses wouldn't be small. I wonder what are the first elder's thoughts about this. Kaiser knew that the second elder wouldn't be so easily swayed by his words, but he was well prepared. He nodded and said, "Naturally, I had thought of something beforehand. The carriage is now prepared and ready to go, and ask a rank 9 deity to extend his hands to. First is to kill Green, avoiding any future troubles. Then, to deter those profiteers, letting them know that our Purcell clan is capable of extinguishing them." The quiet conference room suddenly broke out in a huge burst of applause. As Laura had said, these aristocrats had large aristocratic pride. They wouldn't allow anybody to encroach on their dignity. Kaiser's words naturally aroused the sympathy of the people in the room. Even the second elder, the third elder, and Evan didn't say anything about it. The second and third elders had been struggling for power against the first elder. Looking at the now popular first elder, they were naturally not in a good mood. Even now, Evan's heart was complex. He was nominally the lord of the Purcell clan, and the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy, but here in the Elders' Assembly, he didn't have any right to speak. In fact, him sitting there was just him being a decoration. This was something all the elders knew. On the surface, however, they were still respectful towards him. This matter was what Evan was most angry of. Unfortunately, he didn't have any other way to change this situation. In fact, this matter was a Purcell clan secret. He had no way of telling other people. While outside and in front of other people, the elders were still very respectful towards him. This made outsiders think that the Purcell Grand Duke was still respected. Before, there had been no reason for the Purcell clan to deal with the Buddha clan. Furthermore, Evan was a friend of Adam''s 3 father, which naturally made him wish for the Buddha clan to not disappear. Unfortunately, he had helped the Buddha clan in the past, which greatly diminished his power. Now, he had no ability to help the Buddha clan. Even if he wanted the support of the first elder, it would be impossible. Evan was a warrior, and one could say he was not made for political plays. It was precisely because of this that he could be the patriarch of the Purcell clan. Since he didn't understand politics, he was easily controlled. Even though these 3 didn't take their stand, it wouldn't matter much, as the other elders had already approved of the words of the first elder, which had made their blood boil. Kaiser satisfyingly watched the result and said, "Please raise your hand if you share my opinion." More than half of the people in the conference room raised their hands, which ultimately decided the outcome. Those whom hadn't raised their hands were the die-hard supporters of both the second and third elders. Kaiser nodded his head and said, "More than 50% of the votes approve." He then turned his head and bowed to Evan, saying, "Clan Lord, sir, may I ask the exalted deity now?" Evan looked at Kaiser with a calm face and nodded without saying anything. As Kaiser saw Evan nod, he also didn't say anything. He bowed once more to Evan and turned around, proclaiming, "This meeting is adjourned." He headed outside after saying that. The elders in the conference room had also left one after the other. The second and the third elders sighed, then exited the room. Although they had grabbed several elders under Kaiser's these past few days, obtaining a better position to speak up, when compared to Kaiser's power they were just almost there. But this time, this matter had made Kaiser more attractive. His popularity would surely reach a new height. When that happened, they wouldn't be able to put up a fight against Kaiser anymore. To be honest, their moods were quite complex right now. They wanted Kaiser to be victorious in order to make the Purcell clan maintain their dignity, frightening this generation of hoodlums. However, in their hearts, they hoped Kaiser's plan would go wrong. They hoped that the Buddha clan could resist, thus making Kaiser's move void. When that happens, they could attack Kaiser, bringing down his prestige. They could then take the opportunity to deal with Kaiser. Sadly, they knew this was impossible. This time, in order to succeed, Kaiser was willing to go please and request the guardian deity. The guardian deity was a rank 9 expert, synonymous to invincible. It was easy for them to get rid of others, yet hard to be defeated. What they didn't know was that when the Purcell clan rang the bell, Zhao Hai had also received the message. Zhao Hai had previously instructed the Nightshades to observe the Purcell clan. These Nightshades were high-ranked undead. In addition to being undead, They could also restrain their auras. The Purcell clan didn't have any high-ranking light magicians, thus making the nightshades even harder to detect. The average person might not know what the sound of this spell meant, but these nightshades knew. Don't forget, these nightshades were high-ranked undead made by Zhao Hai that also had their memories retained. Their prior organization had a certain understanding of the large clans within the continent. Since the Purcell clan had its own duchy, then of course they were also investigated. This naturally made them understand what the bell represented for the Purcell clan. When the Purcell clan sounded the bell, the nightshades immediately informed Zhao Hai about the situation and what this matter meant. Around this time, Zhao Hai was lying in his bedroom, afraid of going out. He feared Mren would insist on continuing the discussion of the issue of marriage to him. Upon receiving the message, however, Zhao Hai immediately stood up and went out. Green was sitting in the living room and staring at the screen. He had to pay attention to his room in the hotel while in the living room. If he let others enter his room and they found out that he disappeared, then there would be trouble. Zhao Hai also saw Green in the living room and immediately said, "Grandpa Green, there's been changes in the Purcell clan." They had just rung the emergency bell. Green also knew a little about the emergency bell. After hearing Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but change as he said, "Really? Did the Nightshades send a message?" Zhao Hai nodded. Yes, the Nightshades had sent the message. Since the Nightshades weren't detected by the Purcell clan, after the emergency bell rang they immediately notified me. Green stood up, raised his brow, and said, "Why do they have to pull the emergency bell? We only went to break the engagement," which was what they also wanted to do. So, they shouldn't be planning anything against us, right? Chapter 153. How long does it take to drink this pot of tea? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "The Nightshades are observing the Purcell clan right now. However, I think that this time I'm afraid they'll never let us go easily." Grandpa Green, you must be careful with this. Maybe you shouldn't go to the Purcell clan right now and just wait till another time so that we'll know what they want to do. Green shook his head. No, we must withdraw the marriage proposal. If I don't see them, they'll just get suspicious. I really wish to know what they will be doing. Zhao Hai stared at Green and said, "All right. But you should always have the ghost cane with you. I'll also keep the nightshades there to observe them. Once there's movement from the Purcell clan, I will immediately inform you." Green nodded as Zhao Hai received some transmitted information from one of the nightshades that stated the Foreign Affairs Elder, Stern, was currently traveling towards Green's lodgings. Zhao Hai told Green about the situation. Green smiled faintly and said, "Stern will be coming to get me, Master. I'll exit the space and see what the Purcell clan plans to do." Around this time, Mren and Meg entered the villa. Even Rockhead and Woodhead had come. Zhao Hai also wanted to know how the Purcell clan would plan to deal with them. Zhao Hai saw Green move to go out and immediately said, "All right, Grandpa Green, you must bring the ghost cane. This will make it easier to contact you." Green nodded and held on to the ghost cane as he appeared in the hotel room. The ghost cane had an ability. If Zhao Hai wasn't the one holding the ghost cane, he could use it to communicate with the person he entrusted the cane to while staying within the space. Furthermore, their communications wouldn't be heard by a third party. This was what Zhao Hai concluded after conducting several trials. Mren and the others looked at the screen in the living room as they observed Green. Green sat in the room and closed his eyes. With his eyes closed, he began to recuperate his energy. Green was aware of the problems when he went to the Grand Duke's mansion this time. Fearing that the matter wouldn't be good, he knew he needed to keep himself in good condition. Stern didn't let him wait too long. Pretty soon he knocked on the door. Stern then said, "Head servant Green, it's Stern. The Purcell Grand Duke has a matter to discuss with you at the clan's mansion." Green stood up and went to open the door. He stood in front of Stern and waved his hand towards the inside of the room. "Stern Elder, please come in and we can discuss it." Stern shook his head and said, "Mr. Green, the Grand Duke is currently waiting for you. Please hurry and head over to the Grand Duke's mansion as soon as possible." Green narrowed his eyes, which made Stern nervous, thus revealing that he was acting fishy. Although Green would like to know what the Purcell clan intended to do, He wasn't stupid. He let go of the door and walked back into the room while saying, "Come in and sit for a while. I had traveled a long way and feel very tired. I wish to drink a pot of tea first." Stern looked back at Green, gnashing his teeth with hatred. He was, however, a member of a refined class of people and didn't urge Green. He knew that if he urged him further, it would only make him seem more suspicious. Thus, he decided to enter the room. The hotel room wasn't large. The living room and the bedroom were placed together as one room. Green didn't call Stern to sit down on the sofa. Instead, he actually went to get a pot of tea from the tea table. He poured himself a cup of tea and made a cup for Stern. He then carried the cup over and gave it to Stern, then drank with delight. Stern sat down and drank the tea. He couldn't help but wrinkle a brow. He knew that a small hotel like this could not provide good-tasting tea. The tea was poor in these hotels, which was why he never drank it. Green wasn't worried as he drank a mouthful of tea. Stern, following him inside the room, affirmed that the Purcell clan must have arranged something. Otherwise, Stern wouldn't be this cooperative with him. If, indeed, Evan was waiting for him, it wouldn't be possible for Stern to just sit here and drink tea with him. Stern coming inside the room meant that they wanted him to go to the clan's home and didn't want him to leave early. If the Nightshades hadn't made that report about the issue of using the emergency bell, Green wouldn't have been suspicious. But because they now knew the Purcell clan sounded the bell, Green was more sure of his thoughts. How long could two people take to drink a pot of tea? If someone dared to ask this question, Stern would have thought that such a person was a lunatic who could just leisurely think about such issues. However, now Stern was subconsciously thinking about it and had been counting the time away. He was looking forward to finishing this pot of tea. In fact, Green was stalling for as much time as he could as he wanted to wait and see if the Nightshades would be able to get more information. The Nightshades didn't let him down. While drinking the pot of tea, Zhao Hai informed him that the carriage of the Purcell clan had gone to the consecration hall. The consecration hall of the Purcell clan was located in the western yard. This was a large area dedicated to those deities. These deities had their own separate yards as they didn't like living together with other people. This was the reason why the Purcell clansmen lived a bit further away from them. The Nightshades naturally knew of Kaiser Elder of the Purcell clan. In fact, his former organization knew the situation in the Purcell clan very well. It even knew that Evan was just a puppet. Zhao Hai told these things to Green. Green almost instantly thought of the words, "Rank 9 expert" upon hearing the report. Thus, he couldn't help when his complexion changed. Green was an experienced person and was also very clear-minded. The person who could make these elders move could not be an ordinary person, not even if they were a rank 8 expert. To make these elders of the large Purcell clan personally move only meant that it should be a rank 9 deity too. During this time, why would the Purcell clan suddenly act and invite a rank 9 deity? There was only one answer, and that was to deal with him. Green placed the half-empty cup in his hands down on the table slowly. He turned around and looked coldly at Stern. Stern watched Green and was frightened within his heart. He actually felt that Green had seen through him. He unconsciously moved his body and said, "Head servant Green, what is wrong?" Green suddenly smiled and said, "Nothing. Thank you for accompanying me to drink tea." "Stern Elder, let us go." Stern busily stood up. He couldn't seem to understand if what he saw was just an illusion. When he saw Green smile, he felt as though this smile had a profound meaning. Green restrained his anger as they headed out of the hotel. Inside the carriage that the Purcell clan sent for him, he was thinking. He couldn't believe that the Purcell clan, in order to deal with him, would even invite a rank 9 deity. This time, the issue was really big. Green hadn't thought that the Purcell clan would be this ruthless. He thought that if the Purcell clan could invite a rank 9 to deal with him, then they also wouldn't let Zhao Hai and Muran off. That is to say, the Purcell clan really planned to exterminate the whole Buddha clan. This was exactly why Green was so angry. If it were other nobility, then Green wouldn't be as angry with them as he was already disappointed with those aristocrats. But he hadn't really thought that it would be the Purcell clan who would do such a thing. Before, he had a better evaluation of this Purcell clan. He hadn't thought that in the end, it would be this Purcell clan whom would be the most truthless to them. Although Green knew that the opposite party had invited a rank 9 deity to deal with him, he still dared to go. In the bottom of his heart, he knew there was Zhao Hai's space. Even in the face of a rank 9 deity he wouldn't worry much. Green didn't tell Zhao Hai about his suspicions as he was afraid Zhao Hai would be worried. This time, he had gone to the Grand Duke's mansion in order to completely expose the nature of the Purcell clan. He wanted them to think that even after inviting a rank 9 deity, they still couldn't kill him. He was waiting for that expression of shock. The carriage immediately went into the Grand Duke's mansion. The two men stepped down from the carriage and went towards the courtyard's living room. Upon entering the Grand Duke's mansion, Stern's heart finally calmed down. He couldn't help look at Green strangely while smirking. He hated Green. He started hating Green when he had asked to drink the cup of tea. He felt Green definitely asked him to drink a pot of tea that had been poisoned, or that his drink was the more poisonous one. Once they entered the living room, Green deliberately said, "Stern Elder, didn't you say that the Grand Duke was looking for me? Or is it someone else?" Stern coldly replied, "I don't know." Probably because we took so much time, the Grand Duke went back. Then he sat on the sofa, spoke no words, and closed his eyes. He didn't even make himself available to answer Green. Green looked at Stern, whose appearance had a faint whiff of a smile. He understood why Stern was giving such a performance. Stern had performed as such because he believed that there was no more need to keep things hidden since they were already back in the Grand Duke's mansion. Therefore, Stern didn't hide it anymore and tore off his disguise. However, seeing this, Green became even more excited. Green now wanted to see what these people's face would be like when he disappeared in front of them. Green also didn't say anything and just sat quietly. He was waiting for Stern to play his tricks, allowing Stern to feel that they were still in control. And then at the last moment, he would tell these people that he was just teasing them in order to make them play their move. Soon, Green heard the sound of footsteps from a distance. He opened his eyes and looked at Stern, saying, "Stern Elder, are you just going to accompany me in sitting here?" As his voice faded, suddenly, the proud voice of an old man sounded. "Of course not, I'll be the one to give you an explanation." Chapter 154, When Saint Buffy. Green knew who this prestigious voice belonged to. It was the Purcell clan's first elder, Kaiser. Green was aware of who Kaiser was. He had some contact with him, but not too much. Thus, this made his understanding of him very limited. Kaiser gave a bad impression to Green as Green felt he was a very hypocritical old man. However, this hypocritical and arrogant man was currently standing behind another person. This other man looked even more arrogant. He seemed to be of an elderly age with his white hair and beard on his head. His face had wrinkles that looked as though they could clamp mosquitoes dead. He wore a very ordinary magic robe along with a very common wand. But his expression wasn't ordinary. His face showed a trace of impatience while his eyes weren't truly focused on anything. He wasn't a blind man, however. On the contrary, it was just a performance that showed off his arrogance. He simply didn't place any of these people in his eyes. For him, it seemed as if he felt that everyone's presence here were nothing but air. Even for these adults, he had the qualification to think as such because he was one of the two guardian deities of the Purcell clan, Wind Saint Buffy. Wind Saint Buffy was a very interesting person. He was a genius magical talent of the Purcell clan and liked magic very much. He hadn't married in his whole life as he had focused all of his energy into the study of magic laws and in practicing refinement methods. His interpersonal relationships were a complete mess. The Purcell clan only asked him to kill. Thus, we could say that from the very beginning of when he started learning magic, the Purcell clan had made him their sword. Whomever the clan wanted killed, he would kill. Another thing besides this matter was that other than being a murderer, he was also a practitioner. Others had said he was a lunatic. Some say he was a cultivation madman. But no matter what, he was now a rank 9 deity. His existence was a deity, a guardian deity of the Purcell clan. Perhaps it was because of his dedication and madness that he could have his current achievements. Buffy hadn't killed anyone for many years. He'd been a rank 9 deity for a decade already. But since the time he had reached rank 8, He still hadn't killed anyone. That was 30 years ago. This time, Kaiser had gone to request his help in removing someone, so his appearance was him giving great face. Remember, Buffy had a strange temperament which was on par with his famous talent in magic. Upon seeing Buffy, Green's expression couldn't help but shrink. He was very clear how strong a rank 9 expert was. He was also clear about their self-respect for their own status, which wouldn't easily allow them to attack a lower-leveled expert. Even if they got involved, they would still act with honesty. But Buffy was not the same. Buffy was an unreasonable person for him to face. He would murder and kill people and wasn't an upright person as he usually used sneak attacks. Upon seeing Buffy appear, Green immediately put his heart on guard. He was on full alert as he watched Buffy. Towards Buffy, however, he still stood there, seemingly defiant. Inside the space, Mrin had also been paying attention to the situation. Upon Buffy's appearance, her complexion changed as she told Zhao Hai, "Master, please get ready to let Green back into the space at a moment's notice. This old foggy doesn't want to live. He'd even dare to face a rank 9 expert." After seeing this, Mrin had understood it all. Before, she felt that Green hadn't seemed quite right. But in the end, even if she felt something was wrong, she couldn't tell what it was. Now she knew that Green was prepared to face a rank 9 expert. Thus, he had looked a little strange. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then his complexion changed. "Grandma Mrin, you said that the old man standing there is a rank 9 expert?" Zhao Hai referred to the old man, who, of course, was Buffy as he didn't look any older than the others present. Mrin nodded her head and said, "Yes. That old man is named Wind Saint Buffy, a famous figure for nearly 5 decades. He was a cultivation madman, a cold-blooded killer. Once he became a rank 5 magician, the Purcell clan had kept him in order to use him to kill. It can be said that his entire growth process was one of murder, a very terrible person." Zhao Hai's complexion changed. Although he hadn't seen a rank 9 expert before, he had still heard of the prowess of rank 9. Since Green was the person he most cared about, right now that Green was facing a rank 9 expert, Zhao Hai almost immediately pulled him back into the space. Although Zhao Hai didn't immediately do so, his attention was completely focused on the outside. As long as they made a move, he would immediately pull Green back into the space. Green looked at Buffy and said with a sinking voice, "Kaiser Elder, what do you mean?" Kaiser looked back at Green, laughing like a fox. He replied with a deep voice, "Green, today you didn't come here to break off the engagement. Instead, I'm telling you this, we will be the ones to withdraw this marriage. Here's the marriage certificate." He handed over a piece of paper that seemed similar to a razor-sharp blade as it flew towards Green. There was a custom in the Ixa Empire. If two sides were engaged, and suddenly a side wanted to break off the engagement, they should first raise the initiative and must give the opposite party a copy of the documents of the engagement. Green looked at the piece of paper and lifted a hand. The paper landed in his hands and he carefully read the contents. Its content were very ordinary. It stated that the Purcell clan agreed to the proposal of the breaking of the engagement that the Buddha clan required. As simple as that. Green received the piece of paper and placed it carefully in his arms. He looked at Kaiser and said, "Green would like to thank the First Elder." Kaiser looked at the appearance of Green, smiled strangely, and replied, "Do not thank me, Steward Green. I had granted your request, so it ends now. But you should also give something to me, right?" Green looked at Kaiser. He knew what he meant, but he still rhetorically replied, "I do not know what the First Elder wants. Please tell me what it is." Kaiser sneered and said, "What's wrong? Has head servant Green already forgotten that some time ago there was a magic beast triad in the Black Waste? We sent several people to look into your situation, but we hadn't thought that you would actually kill them. Green, you should probably know whom you had killed, right? They were members of the Purcell clan. Do you think that you can just kill any member of the Purcell clan? You should give me a detailed account of it." Green's eyes flashed with coldness as he watched Kaiser. He snorted and said, "Kaiser, do not put an act here. Why did you send people to the Black Waste where the soil and weather was known to all? Now you want an account from me? All right, I'll tell you. They had brought weapons and intruded into my Buddha clan's territory. They were clearly up to no good. So, did that explanation suffice? You. Kaiser looked at Green angrily. He hadn't thought that Green wouldn't budge, even after seeing Buffy. In this case, since he didn't budge, it made the people there a bit puzzled. But he still didn't think of it so much. He just wanted Green dead today. No matter what reason Green said, he could not be left alive. With a cold voice, he said, "Green, this is your Buddha clan's fault for forcing me. Don't blame me for being impolite." Green sneered. "Do not be a hypocrite here. You know who forced who. You even invited a wind deity to come. How much have you paid to him? Even if I am polite to you, would you let me off?" "Stop dreaming, Kaiser. You're gone. Your rule over the Purcell clan will be over." Green spoke of a sore spot of Kaiser's. Even though he ruled over the Purcell clan right now, Evan, second elder, and the third elder were actually unceasingly struggling for power with him. Dealing with them was a struggle that he couldn't cope with. This feeling of powerlessness was something he had never felt before, but it was precisely because of this that he preferred to act and use a brilliant victory so that he could firmly hold his position as the first elder. Kaiser looked at Green and maliciously said, "Good, Green. You are unexpectedly being unappreciative. Then do not blame me." "Wind Saint Sir, please begin." He had just finished saying those words when Buffy's body emitted a bluish-green light. This bluish-green light was difficult to visually observe as it hit Green with a speed that had gone beyond a person's imagination. A green guard shield appeared on Green's body as a mass of white mist simultaneously appeared behind Green. Upon noticing the mist, Green's face couldn't help but relax. He laughed and said, "Kaiser, you want to keep me here? It won't be easy. Even a rank 9 expert cannot keep me here. Purcell clan, wait till you hear from me." Green's body was covered with a white fog which then turned into a misty cage. His whole body completely disappeared as he finished speaking. When Green completely disappeared, Kaiser hadn't been able to react. He hadn't thought that this would happen in any case. Just then, Buffy suddenly calmly said, "That transfer scroll didn't have any magic fluctuations. It appears to be ancient magic." "Ah, that is a good thing." Buffy's words made Kaiser recover. With a pale face, he said, "Your Excellency deity, did he run?" Buffy coldly snorted and said, "No one can escape Buffy's hands." Though the magic he used was very mysterious, my wind bladage still hit him. He was seriously injured. After today, his rank 8 strength will slowly fall. "Where is he from?" Obviously, Buffy had not perceived the words that they had spoken. He regarded their existences, along with Green, as just wood. It's no wonder. After all, the strength of a rank 9, compared with a rank 8, wasn't just as simple as a difference of ranks. People who weren't rank 9 would not appear in his eyes. Even if he sees them, they would just be ignored. As soon as Kaiser heard what Buffy said, he was overjoyed. He was very clear that if Buffy really was excited by Green, then during the second time he made a request, the entire Buddha clan wouldn't be able to run. He quickly said, "Enshrined deity, the Buddha clan had made a mistake before and was sent to Fort Iron Mountain in the Black Waste. I believe you can find them there." Buffy nodded his head and said, "I was just thinking of going out to the Carrion Swamp to explore." His figure flashed, disappearing from the area. Chapter 155, Magic Beach treats the wound. Upon entering the space, Green spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Hai and Mren were shocked for a moment, then they quickly ran over and grabbed Green. Green was pale, though fortunately he was conscious. Zhao Hai held Green and asked, "Grandpa Green, how are you?" The weakened Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Master can rest assured, I won't die. However, that was a rank 9 deity which I can't resist." Green's body didn't show any signs of being wounded. There wasn't even a bone that was broken. But after Mrin checked on Green, she saw that his meridians were injured. If it were only a flesh wound or a bone injury, then it wouldn't be too serious and would just take a little time to recuperate. But if it were the meridians, then it was a very serious injury. It may not hurt much, but fundamentally, there was a chance that one could not be restored to their optimum state. Zhao Hai wanted to say something when Green interjected. "Master, Please go back to Fort Iron Mountain. Immediately transfer all the people there and pack up everything, even the undead, back into the space. This time, the Purcell clan would surely send someone to go there, and it might even be Buffy who would be going. Zhao Hai was shocked for a moment and hadn't reacted. Mren, however, immediately said, Master should hurry. A rank 9 expert is fast, and if Buffy arrives earlier than us moving everything, then we're done for. Zhao Hai immediately nodded to Mren. Grandma Mren, I'll leave Grandpa Green to you. Meg, Woodhead, follow me. The three complied one and followed Zhao Hai to Fort Iron Mountain. The three people appeared in a flash at Fort Iron Mountain. Woodhead immediately organized the slaves so that they could enter the space in the shortest possible time. Zhao Hai had actually placed various things around Fort Iron Mountain. Now, there were too many things in Fort Iron Mountain, so he could only take as much as he could. He went first to take the millstones and rollers, then took the rabbits, and finally the people in the valley. Zhao Hai hadn't taken and removed the corn seedlings, allowing them to grow well. Buffy wouldn't be able to see the corn seedlings anyway. Even if he could see them, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Zhao Hai spent a day or so to collect everything. Then he let loose the undead in order to destroy the castle. Afterwards, he took them back inside the space. The slaves also had a lot of things to pack up. Although some of these things were worthless, for the slaves they were very important. They weren't willing to throw this and that away. Zhao Hai really had no other means to take them away. Finally, after a busy night, Zhao Hai finished packing up by early morning. The castle was also restored to its originally ruined appearance. Looking at the situation here, Zhao Hai couldn't help but hate the fact that he hadn't expected they would go back into the space. This wasn't even because of the magic beasts rioting, but rather because of humans. However, Zhao Hai felt thankful as after they entered the space, a figure appeared within Fort Iron Mountain. This man was Buffy. Zhao Hai took note of him while he was in Fort Iron Mountain. Zhao Hai felt shocked. For the first time, he understood how powerful the rank 9 was. From Casa City to Fort Iron Mountain, if they hurried along the normal path, it would still take a month's time. Even if Zhao Hai used his oddly shaped undead, it would still take half a month of rushed traveling too. What shocked Zhao Hai more was the fact that Buffy didn't walk or run, but rather he flew through the air without anything to aid him. Zhao Hai was shocked after seeing this scene. The greatest ability of a rank 9 was to fly through spaces. Therefore, they were called pseudo-gods or deities. Buffy entered rank 9 more than 9 years ago. As a rank 9, he is considered to be a powerful existence. Also, look at his appearance. It seems like he didn't just come here to look for us. Master, please tell Drunk to be careful. Buffy might be entering the Carrion Swamp. Mrin said all this sullenly as she sat beside him. Mrin was in a bad mood. Green was badly hurt this time, with a lot of his meridians injured. It was difficult to think about his recovery. Even if he did recover in the future, they feared that he wouldn't be able to return to his original state. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. All right, we'll just cut off the supply of food to the Purcell clan. Let's see how they can cope with that. Mrin shook her head and said, Master, it is not good to cut off their food supply. If we do, it will lead to retaliation from the Purcell clan. Even if we're not the ones they will retaliate against. What about Miss Laura? We have no choice but to think about her too. Zhao Hai looked on calmly as he firmly shook a fist and said, such a thing like this is considered finished? I am not that willing to reconcile. Mrin took a breath and patted Zhao Hai's back. Master, we need to endure for now. Later, once we are powerful enough, we can fight back against them. Zhao Hai also took a few breaths to calm himself down. This time, he really was furious. Green was an elder whom he respected. Since he had come here to the Ark continent, Green had been continuously loving towards him. It was like he were his own grandfather since he cared so much for him. Now that Green had been injured by the Purcell clan, how could Zhao Hai not be angry? Zhao Hai calmed down, turned to look at Mren, and asked, Grandma Mren, how's the situation with Grandpa Green? Mren frowned. It's not good. His meridians were injured, and if they aren't properly handled, then his strength will regress. It may be impossible for him to become a rank 8 expert again. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth and punched the table with his fist. He hated himself. Why couldn't he enhance his level faster? If he did, then there would be better herbs that could be planted which could help Green recover. After thinking about the herbs, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered that in his space, there were 4 magic peaches that were left untouched. When he'd received the magic peach, the space had prompted that the magic peach's flesh could cure injuries. With a thought, Zhao Hai turned his hand and a large peach appeared. He handed the peach to Mren and said, "Grandma Mren, please give this peach to Grandpa Green." The flesh of the peach could cure his injuries. However, I don't know much about the effects. Also, please leave the seeds. Mren certainly knew what the magic peach was. However, she hadn't known that the flesh of the fruit could cure injuries. Now that Zhao Hai had taken it out, she thought that it might be possible. Mren immediately took the magic peach. "Okay, I'll show it to Green." She stood up and walked out of the room. Zhao Hai stood up and said, "I'll go with you." They went to Green's room where Green lay on his bed. His body looked so weak. He had a pale face and the usually serious and strong old man looked so weak right now. Meg was the one taking care of Green. Mren entered and immediately placed the peach in Green's hand, saying, "Eat this immediately." Master had just taken this out and said that the flesh of this peach can treat wounds. Green was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that there was such a thing. He slowly sat up and impolitely raised the magic peach and took a bite. He had just eaten through the skin and felt the peach juices flow out. Green hastened to suck it all in. The whole magic peach turned into peach juice and then something different as it flowed into his mouth. After he extracted all of the juice from the peach, the skin of the peach also turned into liquid and was sucked by Green's mouth. Now, only the seed remained in his hands. Yes, the magic peach's seed core was different. The seeds of a normal peach had a natural-looking pit, while the magic peach's seed was smooth. It was about 5 centimeters in diameter, dark brown in color, and had a white dot at the center. This small dot bulged. It looked nothing like a peach seed. It looked more like metal, a bit like a scaled-down version of a grenade. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but be curious as they saw the peach pit. Although this peach pit had been inside the magic peach, the surface wasn't sticky and it was actually very dry. Green felt heat flowing through and surging within his body. He quickly placed the peach pit down and started cultivating. Slowly, the heat flow grew bigger and bigger. Along with his battle chi, it flowed throughout his body. His damaged meridians, as long as this heat flowed through, would immediately feel comfortable. This feeling, let's say it were like your whole body had soaked in a hot spring. Green also studied the Wild Dragon Battle Chi 3. In this world, Battle Chi was divided into 2 versions. One version was the attributed Battle Chi while the other was the non-attribute Battle Chi. The attributed Battle Chi only applied when the attribute of the body and Battle Chi were consistent with each other. Only then could one practice this. For example, if one had a wind element physique, then they could study wind element Battle Chi. If one wanted to study water element Battle Chi, that would be impossible. They might even get injuries on their meridians, or have an accidental magic discharge. Although this type Battle Chi had such a limit, it was undeniable that such Battle Chi was powerful. Moreover, practitioners with their own attributes that coincided would have a much faster speed while practicing. This attributed Battle Chi, however, was generally controlled by major clans, with little of it divulged to outsiders. The other Battle Chi was the non-attribute Battle Chi. This non-attribute Battle Chi meant that anyone could learn it, no matter what constitution their body had. This was the non-attribute Battle Chi. Non-attribute Battle Chi was also further divided into 2 parts. One was low-level and the other was high-level. Low-level non-attribute was very common on the continent. Every magic military academy could learn it. Even the army taught some practitioners such non-attribute Battle Chi practice methods. Wanting to get a positive results from cultivating low-level non-attribute Battle Chi, however, was very difficult. Another type was the high-level non-attribute Battle Chi. This type of Battle Chi's power wasn't any worse than the attributed Battle Chi, and the number of people that practiced this was very rare in the continent. The Buddha clan's wild dragon battle chi was a type that belonged to this group of high-level non-attribute battle chi. Chapter 156. To wait. After absorbing the battle chi, Green's injuries were miraculously improving. He opened his eyes and saw Mren. She stood before him with a worried expression and he couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Good stuff. The injuries are completely cured. Mren and the others couldn't help but be relieved. At the same time, Mren asked, "Are you really fine?" "But your meridians had been injured." Green nodded his head and said, "I'm fine. Really, this magic peach is really amazing. It seems we will have to save a few for our own use." Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Green stood up from the bed, looked at the crowd, and questioned, "Master, how are the arrangements for the slaves?" "Now that they are back in the space, I fear some of them won't be that used to it." Zhao Hai nodded. The slaves had been used to life outside of the space where they had their own rooms along with their own meager possessions that they cherished a lot. Since they have returned to the space, they were somewhat sad. Green said with a cold voice, "Purcell clan, you all just wait. Sooner or later, what you had given us, we will certainly return it." Zhao Hai also had an expression of hatred. This time, the Purcell clan really went too far. They even requested a rank 9 expert to deal with them and they wanted to exterminate them all. What the group didn't know was that presently, the Purcell clan was more worried than them, especially Kaiser. Kaiser absolutely did not expect that even after he asked a rank 9 expert, Green could still escape. If Buffy killed Green this time, then he could say it was fortunate. If they couldn't kill Green, it would be very troublesome for the Purcell clan. Although Buffy said he had injured Green, and that it was possible that Green wouldn't make it back to rank 8, there was still Mren who was also a rank 8 water magician. If Mren came to confront the Purcell clan from the front, then they were not afraid. But they were afraid that Mren would attack them from behind. The Purcell clan had a lot of business within the continent. Each year, they would send caravans along with some of the juniors of the clan to allow them to try and gain some experience. If Mren wanted revenge, then she could retaliate and get rid of those people. Their losses would be big as they couldn't just let a rank 8 expert follow and protect all these people. After all, they didn't have that many rank 8 experts. Kaiser felt sick as this was the plan he had put forward. Now, his plan could be regarded as a half-failure. If Buffy could also kill Mren, then that was better. Otherwise, his plan would fail completely. Buffy also felt that things were complicated. After he arrived at Fort Iron Mountain, he found out that there was no one there. He moved to search the surroundings of Iron Mountain, but still wasn't able to find anyone, which made Buffy feel strange. Rank 9 experts also had a weakness. That is, whenever they went somewhere, they liked to use their own divine sense to survey the place. Divine sense was a unique ability used by rank 9 experts, whether they were a warrior or a magician. Once practitioners reached the rank 9, they would gain divine sense. Before reaching rank 9, most practitioners could only achieve spiritual sense 2 that could be used to observe and detect something inside their own bodies. A rank 9 expert warrior could use their divine sense to cover a radius of 1 kilometer. Rank 9 magicians, however, usually had a stronger spirit than warriors. Their divine sense could cover a radius of up to 3 kilometers. Upon Buffy's arrival at Fort Iron Mountain, he had used his divine sense to investigate Iron Mountain and it had resulted in him not finding anyone. He even went inside Fort Iron Mountain and searched, but he really didn't find anyone there. If one were a mercenary, then you could have observed details such as the thickness of dust within Fort Iron Mountain to check if someone had just recently left. Buffy, however, couldn't use such knowledge for this situation. If you wondered about his lifelong experience of murdering people, everything he knew about the person he was tasked to murder and their detailed information would already be provided. All he had to do was go to their door, kill the person, and then clean it up. This time, however, he really didn't know anything. He just took a glance through Fort Iron Mountain and found there was nobody there, so he flew towards Iron Mountain to search there. He certainly wasn't like others. As he flew, he searched Iron Mountain bit by bit while using his divine sense. In the end he still found no one as he flew by. Still, he hadn't flown past the canyon where the corn was planted. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Since Zhao Hai hadn't been found, Buffy decided to turn and fly back instead of going to the carrion swamp to explore. Although Buffy didn't care about the world, he was still loyal to the Purcell clan. Since he didn't found Zhao Hai, he planned to return and tell the clan about it. Even though Zhao Hai knew that Buffy had already left, he didn't dare go out of the space. They didn't know if Buffy was still around Fort Iron Mountain. If Buffy was still there and they went out, then they would be exposed. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to stay longer within the space. Also, Zhao Hai's food transaction with the Purcell clan hadn't been stopped and he hadn't raised the prices. He was very clear that it was not the right time to increase the price. If they increased the price, then Purcell clan would try and retaliate. Though he wasn't afraid of them, this was not the case for Laura. In order to not get Laura into trouble, they decided to continue their normal trading with the Purcell clan. Kaiser's mood wasn't good as he sat within his office. Papers just lay on the table since he wasn't in the mood to manage them. Yesterday, he had planned everything properly. As long as Buffy killed Green with one strike, he could then send rank 8 experts to the Black Waste and kill Mrin, which would then settle this entire matter. He would then gain the support of most of the centrist elders, greatly stabilizing his position as the first elder. However, he hadn't ever thought that Green would actually have an ancient magic tool which he could use to unexpectedly escape. Although he hadn't heard of anyone using such ancient magic tools, since Buffy said it was so, then it should be the truth. He could only hope that Buffy would be able to successfully find Mrin and kill them all. This would likely help him recover from the setback. Kaiser sat spellbound, looking forward for Buffy to come back quickly to give him the news. This was because he felt that the second and third elders had changed their looks towards him after Green escaped. Kaiser understood what their gazes meant. The second and third elders were waiting for him to make a mistake. If Buffy wasn't able to destroy the Buddha clan this time, then his good old days would be coming to an end. With these thoughts, Kaiser couldn't help but become irritable. He loudly called, "Lonnie, come here." Lonnie, who was outside, froze for a moment, but still immediately went to Kaiser and bowed. "Great Elder, what are your orders?" Kaiser looked at Lonnie's graceful figure that was hidden within her magic robes. He spoke with eyes full of desire. "Come here." Lonnie hadn't been following Kaiser for a day or two, so she understood Kaiser's meaning. Looking at Kaiser's expression, she knew what he wanted to do. She wasn't afraid, but instead gave a charming smile back. In the eyes of outsiders, on this day, the Purcell clan seemed just normal. However, the people within the clan actually understood that this was just the calm before the storm. Everyone was waiting for Buffy. If Buffy was successful, then there wouldn't be any big happenings inside the Purcell clan. If Buffy failed, then it would be a huge storm blowing towards the Purcell clan. People there feared that there would be unnecessary reshuffling of ranks. Everyone in the Purcell clan waited for the news, while the other major forces in Kosa City also sent messages to the Purcell clan members to inquire about any changes. They were all waiting for Buffy's news. Don't underestimate the power of the other respected and large clans. They had placed spies in the Purcell clan, so as soon as an important matter happened in the Purcell clan, they would know of it and word will spread all over the continent. Even the high officials wouldn't be spared from this. This only meant that even if you were in a high position, you wouldn't have any privacy. Of course, these words were only relative to other high-ranking people, and it would be impossible for the commoners to know about these matters that involved the senior officials. Laura was among such forces. Laura now sat in her study, frowning. Near 4 was standing behind her as usual, while Quinn John sat opposite of her, also frowning. The three of them didn't say anything. After some time, Laura loudly called, "Messenger." A servant who stood outside the room immediately came, bowing to Laura, and asked, "What are your orders, young lady?" Laura said, "Are there any new reports about the Purcell clan?" The servant bowed and said, There has been no news yet as Buffy still hadn't returned. Laura nodded and the servant bowed while retreating. Turning her head, Laura asked Quinjon, Grandpa Quinjon, what do you presume the Purcell clan members are thinking? Why did they come up with such a thing this time around? This will affect our plans. Quinjon smiled bitterly and said, what else but the pride of those great nobles as well as the extravagant actions of these aristocrats? The matter between the Purcell clan and the Buddha clan is well known throughout the continent. This time, I heard that the head servant of the Buddha clan is already a peak rank 8. If someday he breaks through, it will be very troublesome with regards to the Purcell clan. Therefore, they went and looked for an excuse to kill the opposite party. But they hadn't thought that their opponents would possess an ancient magic tool, this allowing them to escape. If Buffy is successful this time, then all the better. However, if he failed, then the Purcell clan would have to live with it. As such, our plans will be affected. Laura stood up agitated. These fellows are really... The Buddha clan had already met with misfortune, and now they added insult to injury. They broke the engagement and made it so that they can extinguish them, which created so much trouble. If because of this matter, a civil war starts with the Purcell clan, then along with the issue of grain production, the large firms will certainly mobilize. I fear that food prices won't be stable for long. Quinjon smiled bitterly. For now, we can only wait. If Buffy's operation is successful, then everything is fine. If it is not successful, we have to think of a way. Oh, right. Young lady, I think we should go and greet Mr. Zhao Hai ahead of time. Laura shook her head and said, we should first wait for the exact news from the Purcell clan. Anyway, no matter what, this issue won't affect Mr. Zhao Hai. Quinjon sighed and said, I feel sorry for the Buddha clan. This time, I fear they won't be able to escape this difficult situation. After all, Buffy is a rank 9 expert. Chapter 157, News. Laura sighed and said, I must say that the Buddha clan really has had enough injustice. They knew they were only a small aristocrat, and then the king did that thing to them. Sadly, they hadn't thought that it would actually push themselves to become the enemies of all the nobles. Quinjon replied, it wasn't that the Buddha clan didn't understand, it's just that if they didn't do it, they would die. However, it was the old king of the Ixa Empire that had underestimated the strength of the old nobility. The young master of the Buddha clan really has bad luck, said Laura. I heard that the young master was called Adam. Although he was a dandy, he wasn't wicked. Unfortunately, he was actually compelled to drink the water of nothingness. Although they has 2 rank 8 experts, I fear that they cannot even guarantee their own lives. At that time, they were sent to the Black Waste while he still hadn't regained consciousness. I really fear that they won't escape unharmed from this disaster. Quinjon nodded and said, a rank 9 expert's strength is not that simple. I heard that Green was injured with only 1 strike. To injure a peak rank 8 really shows the difference between ranks 8 and 9. Laura replied, yes, from what Buffy said, Green was badly injured. Even if the injury was to be healed, his rank would definitely drop. Even though the Purcell clan hadn't successfully killed off Green, it could be said that it caused the Buddha clan the loss of an arm. Quinjon sighed. This is strength. If the Buddha clan had a rank 9 expert, they could officially become a powerful aristocratic clan and no one would dare to do such a thing to them. The large aristocratic clans on the continent were typically ranked on 2 main aspects. One was that they should have a long history of inheritance. This would show that they were qualified to become a great aristocrat. The second was to look at their strength. As long as they had strength, even if they didn't have a long history, they could still become a great aristocrat. Strength wasn't measured by their wealth, but whether or not their clan had a rank 9 expert. It could be said that a rank 9 expert didn't only represent their strength, but also their influence. If it were to be compared to Earth, then they would be the nuclear weapons. They were the deterrent force, and the times they were used was very rarely. Laura looked at Quinjon, saying, Grandpa Quinjon, just how many rank 9 experts does the Marquis del 1 clan have? We had allied with Mr. Zhao Hai, but he's only a rank 8 expert. Would he really be able to help us? Quinjon was smiling when he replied, of course. Although the Marquis del clan seems very powerful, in fact, The clan only has 2 rank 9 experts. They should be in closed-door cultivation throughout the years, thus they wouldn't be moved so easily. The clan has an abundant amount of rank 8 experts, but Mr. Zhao Hai himself is a rank 8 black magician which no one would want to mess with. Along with his 2 formidable followers, there would be 3 rank 8 experts with us. If you add up this old man, then the clan won't easily move against us. Laura nodded after hearing what Quinjon said. She understood that their strength was not weak. 4 rank 8 experts would be enough to maintain a small clan within the continent. With this thought, Laura couldn't help but be happy. Then she said, "Grandpa Quinjon, our business recently has been very good. I will wait till this storm passes and then immediately contact Mr. with regards to the meat processing plant matter. I see that it looks as though Mr. is in need of money." Quinjon immediately nodded and said, "We should do this thing. Mr. has been really helpful to us too. This time, if not for the words of Mr., we would have a difficult time surviving here in the Persal Duchy." Laura also nodded her head. It may seem like the food crisis wouldn't have much effect, but for Laura, relatively speaking, it was very important. If, during this time, they weren't able to get food from Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't have any commodities to sell, which would cause a rise in the prices of food. The commoners rarely ate meat, which in turn will reduce the demand for such commodities, further affecting the Higanbana shops. They didn't want to lobby to not increase the price, as this somewhat offended those merchants. If they really let those businessmen succeed, then they would start to suppress Laura. Even if they didn't directly handle Laura, they could suppress them through trade. This would make Laura think of whether or not to stay within the Persal Duchy. Laura wanted to add and borrow the strength of Zhao Hai, as she was grateful to Zhao Hai, but she also feared that Zhao Hai's camp might be stronger than hers. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had a large territory that supported him, so Laura needed to be careful. Quinjon looked at Laura. "If I remember correctly, Mr. Zhao Hai said he wanted some magic plant seeds. Then we should begin to prepare them. By the way, we should also give Mr. Zhao Hai some common magic beasts. Although Mr. needs the money now, if we send these things, I'm sure Mr. would accept them." "All right," Laura said, nodding. "We will begin the preparations now. If only we didn't have such an issue, we would have already begun." Then Laura called for someone, explaining the matters that needed to be handled. Laura's influence in the Persal Duchy wasn't small. Now that she was in cooperation with the Persal clan, it could be said that her position inside the Persal Duchy was very high. It was to the point where even the Persal clan would give her face. It was tranquil now within Kosa City, but underneath it all there were dark waves surging as everyone waited for Buffy's news. The large clans were also secretly getting ready. If Buffy delivered good news, then they would give up. If Buffy delivered a bad news, then they wouldn't be polite. As long as the Persal clan didn't send their rank 9 experts, these large firms weren't afraid of the Persal clan. Also, behind them was, after all, support from the other large clans. If the Persal clan really dared to use their rank 9 experts to deal with them, then the large clans that backed them up would definitely send their own rank 9 experts. By the time, the Persal clan would suffer further losses. Kaiser ruled the Persal clan for too long. Since the Persal Duchy was their jurisdiction, he could do whatever he wanted. He began to grow proud and arrogant in his thoughts. He felt that as long as they could move their rank 9 experts, then they could intimidate those large firms. What he had forgotten was that those large firms also had their own rank 9 experts. If they really had to be dealt with by a rank 9 expert, then those firms wouldn't be polite. The day passed calmly, which was the same for the next day. Since Buffy hadn't returned, everyone continued to wait quietly. Then, Buffy finally came back on noon of the third day. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the situation with the Persal clan while inside the space, especially when he saw Buffy. Buffy landed on the yard of the Persal clan, in the area near where Green had previously disappeared from when he went back into the space. This allowed Zhao Hai to see him. Buffy's arrival alarmed everyone. One could say that the entire Kosa City's big influences had their nerves tightened at once. After Kaiser had gotten the news, He arrived in the earliest possible time at the yard. He saw that Buffy stood quietly in the yard and was not moving. Kaiser entered the courtyard to meet Buffy. He quickly gave his greetings and bowed. This one has seen the enshrined deity. This old man would just want to ask Sir if they had found the Buddha clan people. Kaiser knew Buffy's temper. Being polite to him wouldn't be of use, but directly asking him what you wanted to know would allow Buffy to naturally tell you the answer. Buffy shook his head and said, "I didn't find him. I searched the entire Black Waste, but there was not even a shadow of the Buddha clan, not even at Fort Iron Mountain. I came back to tell you of this matter. You have to be ready as I'm going to explore the Carrion Swamp. If there's a matter, don't bother coming to look for me." Having said that, his body disappeared from the area. Buffy was gone and Kaiser's face was now difficult to describe. He didn't expected that Buffy wouldn't be able to find the Buddha clan. With regards to him, this was very bad news. Almost at the same time, the other large clans also received the news. With regards to them, this news was good, but they hadn't immediately increased the food prices. Rather, they sent their representatives to the second and third elders. At the Purcell clan, the second and the third elder were in a power struggle with the first elder. Although the large clans knew about this, the matter wasn't anything new to them. Most of the large clans had this kind of situation. They contacted the second or the third elder in hopes that this time around, they could give their support to either the second or third elders. With this, they could then propose to increase the food prices. Although this idea was contradictory. If they raised the prices, that in itself would put the Purcell clan in a bad position. So, how could they get the support of the second and the third elders? Laura also heard the news, but she only felt sad. She knew that the Purcell clan would usher forth a storm, and she would also be affected by this turmoil. Large clans used any means that could be used in order to obtain their high position. This time around, the first elder had made a huge mishap. The attack to his prestige due to this wasn't small. Wanting to shake the foundation of the first elder, however, wouldn't be so easy. After all, the first elder had ruled over the Purcell clan for so many years. Naturally, he would have his own methods to deal with this matter. However, it was undeniable that this was the first elder's weakest moment. If the first elder wasn't able to solve this personal matter, then he could be considered to really be in trouble. This time, the issue that would be a problem would be the food crisis. For those in a high position, the first elder's enemies could sacrifice some interests of the Purcell clan. They could cooperate with those merchants to increase the food prices. After the prices had risen, naturally, the first elder wouldn't be able to solve it. Then they would take this opportunity to make the first elder step down. In their eyes, the increase in prices would just affect the life and death of the commoners. To them, the lives of these commoners wasn't as important compared to power. Chapter 158, Forgetting a Person. Laura restlessly walked back and forth around the study. For her, Buffy had brought back really bad news. She was sympathetic towards the Buddha clan, but now that Buffy hadn't completed his task, it would mean that the Purcell clan would have internal disorder. For her, this was definitely bad news. If it hadn't happened now, then it would have just been like other times where only the Purcell clan would become chaotic. Right now, however, this was related to the lives of other humans. This meant that it wouldn't only affect the members of the Purcell clan, but also the millions of commoners within the Purcell Duchy. Quinjon frowned as he sat in the study. He really didn't know what to do in this situation. They wanted to intervene with this issue, but if they failed to fix it, then they would fall deeper into the whirlpool. The problem was that if they didn't get involved, then no matter what the outcome was, the first ones to be in a bad situation would be them. So, they could only get involved. However, involvement and participation were different. Getting involved was most essential as long as the opportunity and the method used was correct. Not only could they preserve themselves, but they could also receive the maximum benefit. Suddenly, a servant ran from outside and bowed to Laura. "Young lady, we just received a message. The Sina clan won and several other clans have made their move. They didn't raise the prices, however. They only sent their representatives to the second and third elders." Laura wrinkled her brow and waved her hand. "Go down and look for any new circumstances, then tell me right away." The servant complied while bowing and retreated. Laura looked at Quinjon and said, "Grandpa Quinjon, what do you think the Sina clan wants to do? Do they wish to help the second or the third elders in order to gain a higher position?" "I'm afraid this is the case," Quinjon said, nodding. "If the second or third elders really do form an alliance with them, then they would even give up on the food price action. So long as they could help either elder gain a superior post, they could then receive help in return. When that time comes, they will surely dominate the market throughout the whole Persal Duchy. Their calculations this time is very fine." Laura frowned and said, "Then what should we do? Are we just going to wait until we are in a disadvantaged position?" Quinjon's eyes flashed. "Wait? Of course we cannot wait. If we become more passive, in the end we will be pushed aside by them. Don't even think of looking at the matter of us helping the Persal clan with regards to this food crisis, and that they would be grateful to us. That is useless for them. So long as there's enough benefits, they would sacrifice anything. What we have to do now is to send a representative to someone in the Persal clan and give him our support. Even if he cannot win, at least he will have some right to speak in the Persal clan. That is the way we can preserve our business." Laura was surprised for a moment and asked, "Who is it then?" "My fear is that the Sina clan already made contacts with the second and third elders. Even if we go now, we're too late." Quinjon slightly chuckled. "Do not forget that there is a person within the Persal clan who also had authority. However, he helped the Buddha clan and was forced to have his authority suppressed. Isn't this a good chance?" Laura was surprised for a moment. She immediately thought of whom Quinjon was referring to. It was the titular clan lord, the Grand Duke of the Persal Duchy, Evan. Before, Evan's power wasn't much worse than the elders. Because he was young, he didn't have much experience in political struggles. Adding to the fact that he had helped the Buddha clan, his authority became suppressed by the greater elders. Along with him laying low, seemingly uncaring, this made him into a wooden, ornamental figure. This was also why Laura never really thought of him. Quinjon looked at Laura, chuckling. "Recently, Evan has completely laid low and people have already forgotten his presence. But isn't this just his wise plan? Does he really have nothing in his hands?" "False. Although his authority has been suppressed, he isn't just a mere figurehead. He still has some power, but his recent forbearance kept it hidden, so people had forgotten he existed." Laura thought about it and said, "That does seem to be the case. Since the Buddha clan issue, Evan has been very low-profiled. Too low-profile that people have even forgotten about him. If he really does have some power in his hands, and we help him, perhaps he can grasp this opportunity." Quinjon continued to chuckle. "That's what I mean. Right now, we need to break things down into two groups. First, meet Evan. Young lady, you shouldn't be the one to come forward and meet him this time. This matter is widely known and the target is too big. So, I'll handle that affair. You should immediately go to Mr. Zhao Hai and tell him about the situation here. Clearly talk to him about this so that Mr. could also be prepared." Laura nodded her head and said, "All right, I'll go immediately while Grandpa Quinjon can meet with Evan." She walked out with Nier after saying that. In Kosa City, the large clans were all focused at the Persal clan when people suddenly discovered that Laura sat in a carriage that was heading out of the city, straight towards the direction of Stony Mountain. With Laura out of the city, it made those large clans relax. To be honest, they now had a knot of enmity with Laura, but they actually didn't dare to move against Laura. Laura wasn't just a member of the Marquis Del clan, but was also backed by a black magician with unfathomable strength. These large clans also knew that the Persal clan cooperated with Zhao Hai. At this level, doing this hiddenly and secretly wasn't possible. Precisely because of this, those people felt the fearsomeness of Zhao Hai. For a long time, Garantu had been a famous and powerful rank 8 light magician on the continent and was known as a difficult adversary for black magicians. Previously, he led an army along with a countless number of experts. Unexpectedly, they were silently exterminated, thus showing how terrifying Zhao Hai's strength was. These people all knew about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Laura. Zhao Hai had saved Laura's life and also produced commodities, which he then allowed Laura to sell. This had settled to become an alliance between them. In this case, Offending Laura was equivalent to offending Zhao Hai. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was a black magician, an entity they didn't want to mess with. These people thought that Laura was going to Zhao Hai to tell him about the current situation of Casa City. They were not worried so long as this move wouldn't interfere with their plans. Laura leaving the city wasn't only to inform Zhao Hai about the current situation of Casa City, it was also to attract the attention of these large clans, which made it easier for Quinjan to approach Evan. This time, Laura traveled faster than her previous journeys as it took less than half a day to reach Stony Mountain. Zhao Hai also received the message that Laura had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Green immediately received Laura at the mountain. After Zhao Hai greeted Laura in the living room, he let her sit down and directly asked, "Miss Laura, are you here this time to talk about the Purcell clan's incidents? I heard that the Purcell clan is now in a little bit of trouble." Laura knew of Zhao Hai's intelligence-gathering capability as she had experienced it before, so she was not surprised this time. She just smiled and said, "I'm afraid that this time, the trouble is not small. Rather, they are in big trouble." This made Zhao Hai stare. They didn't fully understood what the situation of the Purcell clan was. Even Rin and Green didn't know about it either. Zhao Hai was puzzled and asked, "Isn't it just about the engagement being broken off? They wanted to kill people because of it, so what trouble are you talking about?" Laura smiled. "It is how you said, Mr. Mr. probably doesn't know that this time around, the Purcell clan might have some civil strife." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Really? You should be careful of what you're saying." Laura nodded her head. "In the Purcell clan, the clan lord supposedly holds the highest authority. Then the elders' assembly, wherein the first elder is the existence that supervises the clan lord. Further on, the elders have the ability to impeach the clan lord in cases where he had significantly offended the clan. However, right now in the Purcell clan, the Grand Duke, Clan Lord Evan, doesn't have much authority and power." Evan became the clan lord at a very young age. Since their clan's first elder, Kaiser, had been managing the clan's affairs for so many years, it became the main reason why his influence is so strong. Seeing Evan being inexperienced, Kaiser took opportunities to suppress his authority. Later, he had heard of Evan's friendship with the Buddha clan. When the Buddha clan's disaster happened, Evan tried to help the Buddha clan secretly. Due to this matter, his authority was suppressed even further. Now the power in the Purcell clan is concentrated in the hands of the three greater elders, with a large part of it in Kaiser's hands while the other two elders had only a little difference between each other. Zhao Hai's face was hidden under the magic robe while Green's armor blocked off his face. Of course, this meant Laura couldn't see their faces, so naturally, she didn't discover their looks of shock, especially for Green. Green hated Evan even more because of Evan's previous friendship with Adam's father. He thought that when they had gotten into trouble, the Purcell clan had added insult to their injuries and he thought Evan was the one pulling the strings. Now he knew that Evan helped them secretly, even paying such a large price because of it. 3. Laura saw that the two men didn't say anything, so she continued, "This time, the Buddha clan's head servant suddenly appeared in Casa City to break off the marriage engagement they had with the Purcell clan." Kaiser saw that the Buddha clan's head servant Green was already a peak rank 8 expert. For fear of retaliation once Green breaks through to the 9th rank, they asked their guardian deity, Buffy, to kill him. However, they didn't think that Green would have an ancient magic tool that unexpectedly allowed him to escape. Buffy then went to the Black Waste to chase down the Buddha clan, but he didn't find them. This became Kaiser's utter failure. He had been the one to initiate the plan to please and request for the rank 9 guardian deity's assistance, which was a big move. This time, Kaiser had forcefully advocated for this plan and finally, it didn't succeed, which is a great blow for Kaiser. Now, the large clans in Cosa City have taken the opportunity to initiate contact and cause competition among the elders. It seems like civil strife for the Purcell clan will be inevitable. Chapter 159, Zhao Hai ponders. Zhao Hai quietly listened to Laura. He hadn't thought that this matter would have such dire consequences. He clearly understood that if a civil strife happened within the Purcell clan right now, then it would affect the entire Purcell duchy. While Zhao Hai hated the Purcell clan, That didn't mean he hated everyone that lived inside the Persal Duchy. If he really hated the whole of the Persal Duchy, then he wouldn't have sold the Persal clan food during this food crisis. However, if civil strife really happened in the Persal clan, then all that they had done before would have been in vain. The most important part was the impact of this to Laura. Zhao Hai wouldn't let Laura have an accident right now. Laura was the only channel he had to sell his products from the space. If anything were to happen to Laura, he wouldn't be able to find and trust others to sell for him. With regards to Zhao Hai, this would be a large blow. Right now, the development of the Black Waste still needed a lot of funds. Looking at Laura, Zhao Hai asked, "What about Buffy?" "I heard that Wind Saint Buffy is going to explore the Carrion Swamp," Laura replied. "However, I think this is an ominous decision. Going to the Carrion Swamp isn't good." Zhao Hai froze for a moment and couldn't help but smile. He really hadn't thought that Buffy would unexpectedly still want to go to the Carrion Swamp. Fortunately, he hadn't brought the slaves out of the space. Otherwise, as Buffy went on his way to the Carrion Swamp, he would possibly have seen them. "Miss Laura, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Hai asked, looking at Laura. "I came here to inform Mr. about the situation in Kosa City," she replied. "Also, Mr. should be prepared. Mr. should pay attention to any large firms who may be cornered and act against Mr. out of desperation. Furthermore, we are currently ready to make a deal with Evan and help him seize the authority a Grand Duke rightfully has. In the entire Persal clan, only Grand Duke Evan can work with us. Since Grand Duke Evan has some conscience, he will still care about the lives of those commoners currently living in the Persal Duchy." Zhao Hai nodded. "I have no problem with that. Rest assured, if you require any help, then we will come to your aid. Also, I still have more than 500,000 kilograms of bamboo rice. If you wish, you may pick them up." Laura was surprised for a moment. She really hadn't thought that there could still be so much bamboo rice in Zhao Hai's hands. This was too unexpected. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to lack such stock. Zhao Hai had started stocking up even before Laura ran out of her own stored food. To be exact, the amount of bamboo rice that he had stocked up for emergencies wasn't only this 500,000 kilograms. Instead, it was nearly 1.5 million kilograms. Zhao Hai hadn't put them all out at once, but only an amount that was enough to last them each trip. Laura was overjoyed as she said, "This Laura thanks Mr. If this time around, we lose the battle against the big firms, then those big firms are likely to start releasing their own stores of food. By then, Mr. wouldn't have any need to prepare such large amounts of food." Zhao Hai was somewhat taken aback, but he understood what would happen. If these big firms really did help the second or third elder seize power right away, then they could reduce the price of the food they release. Then the market in the Persal Duchy would be stabilized for just a short time. They would help the person whom they supported in order to secure the position, which would initially make them lose some money. Although this was the case, if the person they helped could seize the position, then they could lord over the market within the Persal Duchy. When that time comes, if they wanted to make money, it would be a piece of cake. "All right, Miss Laura," Zhao Hai said, nodding. "I will say it again, if ever you encounter any trouble, you may come here to Stony Mountain. I can protect you even against a rank 9. If it were before, then Laura would have been suspicious about the use of ancient magic tools. But now, she had no doubts about it. Don't forget, Green had used something like that. Although she hadn't seen it, Green had indeed escaped from a rank 9 expert and kept his life. This was fact. Similarly, Laura now understood the value of an ancient magic tool. Laura bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Laura thanks Mr." Zhao Hai chuckled. "Miss Laura, when you left this time, you wanted to attract the attention of those people, right? If so, then don't hurry and return. Stay for dinner. I have prepared the firefish dishes Miss Laura likes to eat." Laura complied, smiling, and agreed to stay for a while. It wasn't the time to eat yet, so Zhao Hai arranged a room for Laura to stay and rest in. After Laura left the parlor room, Zhao Hai looked at Green. "Grandpa Green, what do you think of this matter?" Green smiled lightly and said, "We cannot control them, so just let them fight each other. Anyways, There is no benefit for us there. If those big firms really dare to move against us, then we won't be polite. On the other hand, inform Drunk and tell them to pay attention. If they see Buffy, they should immediately return. So what if Buffy is going to the Carrion Swamp? For so many years now, a lot of rank 9s have entered the Carrion Swamp. In the end, only a few have come back alive. If Buffy were to return alive, we can first observe. If he is injured, then we must keep him here forever. That way, we can break off one of the large arms that supports the Purcell clan. Zhao Hai slightly chuckled. I didn't think that things would actually become like this. And remember, Laura had said that Evan secretly helped us. Do you think this matter is true or false? Green, with a deep voice, said, this matter is likely to be true. I felt that the ways the Purcell clan did things had been a little different, and this doesn't seem to be Evan's doing. I had seen Evan before and he didn't seem to be an ungrateful person. I always felt that it was very strange. Why had Evan changed so much after becoming the clan lord? Also, our clan had been assigned to the Black Wastes and actually hadn't been exterminated by the great aristocrats. I had always felt that someone had assisted us with this matter. If my guess is correct, I am afraid that it could only be Evan. Zhao Hai nodded and asked, then, should we help Evan? Green smiled. This isn't something we should intervene in, so as to avoid exposure. If, however, we do put our feet in, it will likely usher in a counterattack from the collaboration of the Purcell clan and the large firms. You must remember, our current status right now is that of a black magician. That kind of person isn't popular on the continent. Zhao Hai thought about it and then replied, anyhow, right now we can just be onlookers. We cannot let our identities be exposed. Therefore, in this matter, we won't participate. In any case, Laura will surely help Evan. If Laura fails, it could be considered as us failing too, so I fear we wouldn't be much help. Green smiled. It is true that right now, we just can't let our identities be exposed. Once exposed, we won't have a place on the entire continent to go to. Fortunately, with our present status, people won't dare to act trashly against us. As long as we don't initiate any trouble, we shouldn't have a problem. Zhao Hai nodded. However, if necessary, we should also give Laura some help. If Laura does fail, then we won't have a place to ship our products. The space produces so many things. If we aren't able to sell them, then that wouldn't be good. That's fine, Green replied. If Laura really encounters danger, then we will surely help. After all, our relationship with them swings both ways, so nobody can say anything about it if we help. Zhao Hai nodded. Grandpa Green, please go and greet Laura. I will go and ask Grandma Mrin to prepare lunch. I will also tell Drunk about the news about Buffy along the way. Green nodded and turned around. Zhao Hai went into the space where Mrin was currently teaching the slaves. He moved her out of the space in order to prepare lunch. Afterwards, he told Drunk of the news about Buffy, warning them to be careful. Although the slaves were sad when they entered the space, they looked far better now. It was thanks to Zhao Hai's decision to hand out the blue-eyed rabbits. After they entered the space this time, Zhao Hai gave them meals with lots of meat and vegetables. Such treatment was far better than compared to when they were outside of the space. This made their mood slowly become better. Moreover, Zhao Hai had promised them that the things they left behind before entering the space would be given back after they go out, so they shouldn't be worried. He continued to let Mrin teach them how to read, which made the slaves feel even better. After hearing that Zhao Hai wanted her to prepare lunch for Laura, Mrin felt very happy. In her view, Zhao Hai had just decided that Laura would be his wife, although he hadn't declared such yet. At least, Laura coming here often would be good. It would be even better if she came every day. Zhao Hai looked helplessly at Mrin's expression. After moving Mrin out, Zhao Hai didn't bother leaving the space. He simply stayed inside, waiting till it was time for dinner before exiting. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Meg couldn't help but feel relieved. She really did fear that Zhao Hai would also like being with Laura, that when the time comes he wouldn't want her. Zhao Hai didn't go and teach the slaves. Instead, he let them take a rest. Then him, Meg, and Wood had sat in the space's spatial hall. He reiterated the news that Laura had told them earlier to Meg. Meg really hadn't thought that matters would end up like this. Zhao Hai wasn't even finished talking when Woodhead interrupted. Good, go ahead and let them fight each other. The more they fight, the more it is going to be favorable for us. If they fight each other, they won't have time to give us trouble and we can stay secured. However, Meg's concern was actually for another matter. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Master, if the Grand Duke Evan really did secretly help us, then won't your engagement with the Purcell clan still be valid? Zhao Hai smiled and said, that would be impossible. After all, the marriage proposal had already been drawn back. Thus, it is not effective anymore. Even if Evan had really secretly helped us, we will only look for an opportunity to help him back, or I'll allow myself to make a deal with him at a later time. Also, I heard that Evan's daughter doesn't have that good a reputation within the Purcell Duchy. Our Buddha clan cannot take in such goods. Our little Meg is better than Evan's daughter by 1,000 times. Chapter 160. Good fertility. This was the first time Zhao Hai teased Meg, so she couldn't help but be surprised. Then Meg blushed, pouting with embarrassment. Master is making fun of me. Zhao Hai chuckled as he felt secretly relieved. Although Zhao Hai was an otaku and had never fallen in love, he wasn't a fool. He had the impression that Meg favored him a little. After getting along with each other for some time, Zhao Hai also had a very good impression of Meg. The reason why he teased Meg was to see her reaction. If she didn't get angry, then it meant that Meg liked him, which made him relieved. Woodhead was also surprised when Zhao Hai teased Meg, since this was also his first time hearing him do so. However, he didn't say anything about it. Meg's face was red, but her heart was secretly delighted. She had long been together with Zhao Hai, yet the way he treated her wasn't salty, nor was it pale. She didn't dare to reveal her loving emotions towards Zhao Hai and only showed it silently. Although Zhao Hai said these things today, it was nothing much. It also wasn't the reason why Meg's heart felt delighted. Rather, it was because Zhao Hai had praised her in a way that looked like he was praising a beloved. Even if it was done in a joking tone, this didn't stop the quickening beat of a young girl's heart, one who was in love for the first time. Zhao Hai didn't tease Meg excessively. He knew that Meg was thin-skinned, so if he were to say anything more, it might embarrass Meg and she might run away. He didn't want to be known as a smooth talker, it just wasn't his character. After the three talked for a while, Zhao Hai felt that time was running out, so he proceeded to move Meg out of the space. Laura had already met Meg before, so if she wasn't present today, Laura might get suspicious. Thus, Zhao Hai brought Meg along with him out of the space. He left Woodhead to look after the slaves. Afterwards, Meg made a good meal and it was sent to them. Laura and Near arrived at the dining area. Zhao Hai had already been seated and was waiting for them. Laura greeted Zhao Hai. I have made Mr. wait for a long time. Please excuse us. We had been tired from traveling on the carriage for so long and, unknowingly, we had fallen asleep. Zhao Hai chuckled slightly and said, It's all right. I had also just arrived. Miss Laura, please sit down. Make yourself at home and you don't have to be too polite. Mran and Meg placed the food on the table as Green sat down next to Zhao Hai. The dish today was primarily bread, along with a lot of vegetables, though most of them had previously been tasted by Laura in the past. Laura ate these fragrant dishes which could only be eaten here at Zhao Hai's place. She couldn't usually eat these dishes at her home. This wasn't because of a lack of ingredients, but rather because she couldn't cook them. Suddenly, Laura didn't know if she was just imagining it, but she felt that Zhao Hai's maid had a trace of hostility in her eyes. She also felt that the eyes of Zhao Hai's cook was also filled with something unknown. This made her body uncomfortable. Because of these feelings, Laura immediately said goodbye after eating and left. She didn't understand the people around Zhao Hai. Why were they acting like this? What was the matter? Laura frowned as she sat on a trunk, puzzledly thinking. Near looked at Laura, and with a laugh she said, Young lady, have you seen Mr.'s maid? She is very hostile towards you. Laura was surprised. She turned and looked at Near. You saw it too? I thought I was just imagining things. Have I offended the maid or done something that offended Mr.? Near smiled tenderly at this princess and said, Young lady is really silly. It doesn't matter if you made a mistake. You didn't notice the maid's look towards Mr. To me, it looked like a look of love. For her, she obviously sees you as her rival. And remember that female cook who was sizing you up as she looked at your behind. I heard people saying that women with bigger butts have good fertility. I fear that the female cook was looking at yours to see if you had good fertility. Laura was stunned for a moment, then angrily retorted, "Smelly girl. Stop talking about this crazy thing every day. Since you know about feelings and love, how about I find someone to marry you off to?" Near only gave another tender smile. "Young lady, don't be angry. What I said are just facts." Looking at young lady, "It seems like you're good enough to give birth." Laura's heart was somewhat strange. She was confused, especially when she hadn't found out why Mren and Meg had been looking at her. She hadn't known what to do, and instead she had thought that she somehow offended Zhao Hai. Now that Near had spoken, she once again recalled how Mren and Meg looked at her. It really did seem like what Near stated. Near's soul was pure, which was why she could communicate with animals. Similarly, she was very sensitive to the changes in a person's behavior. Therefore, she had clearly observed that Mren and Meg had often looked at Laura. Laura was lost in thought as she really never thought that Meg would consider her as a rival. As far as she could understand, the reason why they looked at her was because she did something wrong and offended Zhao Hai. If it were only a misunderstanding, then that would be fortunate. However, if the reason really was because of Zhao Hai, then the matter was a very big deal. That could probably explain why Meg still showed a good impression to her while in front of Zhao Hai. With these thoughts, Laura couldn't help but blush. Normally, she should be worried if Zhao Hai was the reason. Instead, she found that she wasn't actually worried, only a little embarrassed as she faintly chuckled. Laura was a very calm person. Quinjan had taught her early on about being sensible. When she encountered difficulties, she should be calm. This was the most basic requirement for being a businessman. She soon found that she wasn't feeling quite right, then immediately began to reflect on what she was doing. The result was that she got dizzier until she felt as if she were about to faint, but she still hadn't gotten any clues. She finally gave up thinking about this matter. But this matter, along with her feelings, had planted a seed in her heart. When she returned home, Quinjan had already come back and was drinking tea in the study. Laura entered the study, waved away the servants, and then whispered to Quinjan, "Grandpa Quinjan, how was it?" Quinjan chuckled slightly. "It is done. Evan really does have power, and his power is not weak. Every centrist elders in the Purcell clan is his subordinate." He had secretly asked those elders to endure since early on and was just waiting for the opportunity. Right now, it is their chance to do so. Most importantly, you wouldn't believe who is backing him up. It is one of the guardian deities of the Purcell clan, the Universal Origin Sword Saint. He is Evan's grandfather as well. Laura paused for a moment, then said with happiness, "Great. With such a backing, things will be easier to handle now." However, since the Universal Origin Sword Saint is Evan's grandfather, when Evan was treated as just a mere figurehead, why hadn't he done anything? Also, if Evan is aware of all this, then towards Kaiser and those of the Elders' Assembly, why didn't he know of it? Quinjan smiled. What kind of an existence is the Universal Origin Sword Saint? Of course he knew, he just didn't make a move. This is so that Evan could gain experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to be the clan lord. Moreover, there's a tradition in the Purcell clan that only the clan lord could see the guardian deities. Any other person wasn't qualified to do so. This is probably why Kaiser didn't know of the Universal Origin Sword Saint. Furthermore, the Universal Origin Sword Saint was already a rank 9 dozens of years before a Wind Saint Buffy. In the Purcell clan, the only one who knew of his identity would only be Evan. Laura stood up happily and walked around. She excitedly repeated, "Great. With such strength, this matter of associating with him is certainly marvelous." Grandpa Quinjan, what has Grand Duke Evan done to prepare? Quinjan lightly chuckled. "What we should do is allow them to play their tricks. These large clans want the first elder to step down, so they will increase the price of food. Such a matter can't be solved by the first elder and this will naturally make him step down. Increasing the prices of food, however, will make us a big hurdle. We should expect that they will look for us soon and might even threaten us, so we will use this opportunity to invite Mr. Zhao Hai. We will allow the food prices to rise up, thus making the first elder step down. Evan would then seize this opportunity to stand out with our cooperation by forcing the price of food down. Then the Universal Origin Sword Saint will come forward and act, fortifying Evan's position as the clan lord. But we will also need more food, as we know that once the food prices falls, many will begin to buy food. Therefore, we should prepare and stock up food supplies. Even if it is expensive to buy them, we should still sell them cheaply. Laura chuckled. What a coincidence. When I went to Mr. Zhao Hai, he told me that he had more than 500,000 kilograms of grain. As long as we are ready to pick it up, we can immediately get them. Haha. Did Mr. already think of this? Quinjon stared for a moment. He looked puzzledly at Laura and asked, Young lady, do you mean to say that aside from the normal food supply, you can also get 500,000 kilograms of grain? Laura shook her head and said, I'm afraid that may not be the case. Mr. said that he currently has over 500,000 kilograms. I actually don't know how much more, but I presume it won't be less than 750,000 kilograms. Quinjon said, he can take out 500,000 kilograms of grain and still supply 175,000 kilograms every day. In the end, how large is his territory? Laura smiled dryly, as she was also curious about this matter, but hadn't thought of asking. Zhao Hai's body hid too many secrets which she didn't know about. Up to now, it hadn't been long since she first met Zhao Hai. Therefore, she didn't mention or ask about these things. Quinjon was out of breath for a moment. Anyway, I will manage the supply that we currently have. In the meantime, as we wait for these large firms to come looking for us, you should again visit Mr. Explain everything to Mr. and clearly speak to him about this matter, as well as ask him for help. Laura nodded her head. All right, I will. I have seen that Mr. doesn't know much about the matters of the Purcell clan. While this matter is irrelevant to Mr., we can assume that he would help. Quinjon punctually nodded. He turned around and looked out the window. As long as this matter gets resolved, the Purcell Duchy will be our world. Laura's eyes also shone as she looked out the window excitedly. Chapter 161. Storm. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to think about these matters, as his attention was focused on the carrion swamp. Laura had told him that Buffy was heading towards the carrion swamp, and Zhao Hai had previously tasked Drunk to explore there. Unfortunately, they weren't that deep in the swamp. So long as Buffy entered the area, they would definitely be found. This time, as Green had said, their goal was to catch Buffy off guard. People on the continent knew that the carrion swamp wasn't an easy place to explore, and even a rank 9 expert would face dangers. Even if they survived and came out, they would be severely wounded. If Buffy came out from the carrion swamp injured, then Zhao Hai definitely wouldn't let him return to the Purcell clan. Although Zhao Hai already knew that Evan wasn't the one who moved against them, the truth remained that the Purcell clan did attack them. They could let Evan go, but the enmity between them and the Purcell clan wouldn't be easily forgotten. Moreover, Buffy had injured Green and even went to the Black Wastes to search for them. His aim was to eventually kill them, which then led to them retreating back into the space. Such a big enmity. How could Zhao Hai not repay it? Zhao Hai wasn't worried about what would happen to Drunk and his team. Although Drunk was a zombie that looked like a human, he could still easily be found out by a rank 9 expert's divine sense. Even so, if Buffy found them, he wouldn't be able to lift his hands so easily. After all, they were in the carrion swamp, an extraordinary place. If he did move, then it wouldn't be any different than courting death. Don't forget, probably more than 2 rank 9 experts had died in the carrion swamp. Since Zhao Hai wasn't sure when Buffy would be arriving in the carrion swamp, he didn't let the slaves leave the space. Right now, all they can do was wait. Zhao Hai wasn't worried, especially now that the land inside had increased greatly. Even if he obtained more than 100 people, there wouldn't be a problem. Now, all he had to do was wait. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was a patient person. They weren't aware that Buffy had already left Casa City and immediately came and searched Fort Iron Mountain to once again look for them. He's stayed for some time at Fort Iron Mountain. After careful observations, he still found no one. Thus, he decided to enter the Carrion Swamp. While Zhao Hai waited patiently, the situation in Kosa City was different as it became very lively recently. The second and third elders moved in all directions. They vied for the support of the large clans, and naturally, they even went to look for Laura. However, this time, it wasn't just a single clan that was looking for Laura. Instead, all of the clans joined together to look for her. They wanted to force her to admit defeat. It was very clear to these large clans that if they wanted to make their plans successful, Laura would have to be a part of it. She was the biggest hindrance to making the first elder step down. If they couldn't convince her, then Laura would continuously provide food, thus making their plan impossible to execute. So regardless of how they wanted to deal with the first elder, they should first clear the hurdle that was Laura. That was why these clans joined up to look for her. They thought that Laura would be difficult to persuade, but they hadn't thought that Laura would so easily agree. Of course, it was relatively easy. Laura, however, had her own conditions, and that was to have a share in their success. Laura wanted to get a share of the sales in the Persal Duchy. Now, no matter who would sit at the top, she wouldn't be suppressed. Furthermore, she would also like to increase her share of the sales of daily necessities in the Persal Duchy. Such conditions were already expected by these big firms, but they were still surprised. They then thought they were the same people crossing the same river, and thought that Laura's decision to help them against the Persal clan was so that she could reap the benefits too. Otherwise, it would be in vain if she stayed with the Persal clan. Now, with this failure of the first elder, impending changes were at hand. Naturally, one needed to prepare a way out for oneself. Since she had helped the Persal clan in the competition against the firms before, this was the condition she placed on them now. These merchants didn't know that their actions were already known by Kaiser. Kaiser had managed the business of the Persal clan for many years, which wasn't a joking matter. He had a very large influence within the Persal clan. This time around, however, he suffered a major loss. Still, it wouldn't be easy to move him, even if the second and the third elders make their move. The actions of these large clans were reported to Kaiser at the earliest possible time. Kaiser saw the reports and immediately knew he was in big trouble. If he couldn't handle the large clans, then his position would really be taken away. Kaiser immediately went to seek out these large clans and promised a lot of conditions in order to get their support. The problem was that during these past years, Kaiser had been too dominant inside the Persal Duchy. He hadn't had much interactions with these large firms and he even suppressed them occasionally. Thus, these big firms were already offended. On the surface, they complied to his conditions, but deep inside they were snorting and laughing loudly. This made Kaiser somewhat depressed. He really wanted to immediately extinguish these people. However, he only had rank 8 experts and no rank 9s. Moreover, these past few years, he had been too busy handling the affairs of the clan. This resulted in a stagnation for his own cultivation and he had only reached early rank 8. These large firms also had their own rank 8 experts. So even if he wanted to begin exterminating them, he feared that in the end he would just end up failing. Since he was a greater elder of the clan, he could ask those other enshrined deities to move. These enshrined deities would at least be rank 8 experts. There were a total of over 30 rank 8 enshrined experts in the clan. A force of over 30 rank 8 experts was an extremely powerful force. In the end, he couldn't do it this time as he had just suffered a huge blow to his reputation. Not to mention the second and the third elders were ready to attack him. If he wanted to ask those enshrined deities, he would first have to convene the elders' court and let them decide if they would allow it or not. However, if he really did decide to convene the elders' court, he would only be able to gain the time needed to eat a turtle. If he couldn't succeed in convincing the elders of the elders' court, then that would pave the way for the second and the third elder to oust him by using the clan rules 3. Having said that, even if he could ask those enshrined deities, he still wouldn't dare to do so. Behind those large firms was the support of large clans. These large clans didn't have poor relationships with the Purcell clan. If these large clans united to move against the Purcell clan, then he wouldn't just be stepping down as the first elder. Instead, most of the lives within the Purcell clan wouldn't be saved. He didn't dare do such thing. The first elder paid attention to the movements of the second and third elder and had actually ignored Evan instinctively. In fact, he really didn't mind Evan. Since the time Evan became the clan lord, he had been completely pressed and had become a complete figurehead. In his opinion, Evan was stupid, so there wasn't a cause for concern. However, he had forgotten that humans grow. Evan was still young, but already a rank 8 warrior. It was impossible to be stupid after reaching such a height. Though in the past he didn't have any experience in political struggles, after some time of being suppressed by this elder, he had grown. Adding his forbearance of having to painfully watch from the sidelines, he understood a lot. The present Evan, compared to the clan lord Evan of the past years, was completely different. But however different Evan was, nobody had seen it. Everyone inside the Purcell clan had underestimated Evan. They didn't know that during these past few years, Evan had been secretly in contact with those centrist elders. Presently, his power matched equally with those of the second and third elders. These centrist elders couldn't get used to the first elder being so rampant. They also didn't want to help the two other greater elders seize power. Therefore, they became centrist in the struggles. However, being a centrist would naturally push themselves on the opposite side of the three greater elders, which meant they didn't get anything good and were usually on the unfair end of deals. Evan, however, had observed them for a long time. He understood their situation and started to secretly meet with them to slowly increase his power. Several people were preparing for the storm that will soon come to Kosa City. This time, however, Laura had gone out of the city and went towards Stony Mountain. Laura's trip this time to Stony Mountains didn't have much of a reaction from the large forces of Kosa City. They thought that Laura would once again talk to Zhao Hai about the increase in food prices, so naturally, they didn't stop her. The previous time she went to Stony Mountain was 3 days ago. Laura had came to Stony Mountain that time to tell Zhao Hai of her plans. Zhao Hai really hadn't thought much of Laura's plan and also wasn't opposed to it. Although the plan would make the commoners of Kosa City suffer, they would only experience it for a short time. As long as Evan regained his position, the storm would fly over, which would make everything better. Moreover, it could be considered as giving back what they owed Evan. Helping Evan occupy the leading position could be considered as paying him back. Plus, this could only end up as good for them. Zhao Hai knew that this time, Laura helping Evan would be a favor. When Evan regains the leading position, he would then support Laura back. This in turn will allow Laura to sell more, which was good for him. If Laura's sales increased, his income would also increase too. Then Zhao Hai would have more gold available for use. Actually, Zhao Hai wasn't short on money. Zhao Hai had been the only one selling bamboo rice to the Purcell Duchy during this period of time. His income was around 10,000 gold coins. It could be said that he was the entire Purcell Duchy's food supplier. What this meant was that he had the monopoly of the business. This would obviously give him a lot of profit. However, if these 10,000 gold coins were to be dropped into the black waste, he feared that not a sound could be heard from it. The black waste was too big and the foundations were too thin. There were many things that needed to be improved. Zhao Hai found himself with more money. The problem was that the more money you thought you needed to spend, the more ways you needed to come up with to make money. Chapter 162. The deity presides. New Dynasty Calendar Year 1637, 30th day of the 7th month 1. This day, with regards to the commoners of the Purcell Duchy, was not a calm day. The commoners had thought that the food crisis that occurred some time ago would have already passed. They were wrong, perhaps. Instead, the food crisis had just began. On this day, all of the food stores within the Purcell Duchy suddenly began to increase their prices. The Higanbana and the Purcell Duchy public stores were the only ones who didn't immediately raise their prices. Over the past few days, however, their shops had also slowly sold out all of their stocks. which resulted in the current breakout of the food crisis. Those pseudo-aristocrats or full aristocrats were more fortunate as they had food of their own in storage. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case for the poor commoners, since they didn't have enough money to buy food beforehand. They were now at risk of starvation. This was especially true with the rapid rise of food prices. As the price of food increased, aside from the poor commoners, even those who had stored food began to worry. They were afraid that the prices would rise even more. If that were the case, they would also be starving soon. Although the Higanbana and Persal clan stores had put out word that they would soon have more shipments of food, the prices still continued to rise, and the crisis hadn't gone away. Commoners who had money to buy food had started to buy them now. They were stocking up and prepared for the oncoming famine. This crisis that Kosa City was currently experiencing was actually a larger version of the storm that was happening within the Persal clan. Now that the Persal clan was in such a mess, the second and the third elders were ready to move to abdicate the first elder. The first elder didn't want to abdicate, only he didn't have any means to resolve the situation. Now, both sides were in a deadlock. Both of these factions weren't aware that around this time, the centrist elders had begun to move. They reached out to each other and jointly united to increase their authority. Also, their actions were very covert. They evaded the detection of both of the other factions that were currently in a deadlock. Kaiser, in particular, had seen that the results of their battle had finally come into play. Both factions had pulled in a large number of people into their sides. Inside the conference room of the Persal clan, scenes full of deceit and political ploys were being done on the spot. Finally, both factions in the conference room decided to set up votes to decide who would serve as the elders of which posts. They also knew that whatever the result would be, the Persal clan would incur losses overall. Both sides were confident and believed that they had the best chances for victory. The first elder's forces were the largest, with one vote from each elder. He was assured of getting more than half the votes, an absolutely overwhelming superiority. However, the second and the third elders had also pulled a number of elders to their side these past few days. They had the confidence to defeat the first elder, and both factions agreed on solving the problem by convening the elders' court. Evan, the clan lord, was forgotten by them. 4th of the 8th month too, the elders' court was convened. After the elections in the elders' court, Kaiser abdicated his position as the Persal clan's first elder. Now, not only were the greater elders able to do so, but even the ordinary elders were eligible to win his position and became someone to be worshipped within the clan. Originally, after the first round of elections, the second elder should have been the one to take the post of the first elder and temporarily resolve the current food crisis. However, a problem emerged. The third elder refused to accept the decision, resulting in a confrontation between the two factions. They decided to convene the elders' court again on the 6th day of the 8th month in order to elect someone for the first elder's post. This time, however, knowing the significance of the next assembly, they decided to allow the Universal Origin Sword Saint, a guardian deity of the clan and a rank 9 expert, to preside. The Universal Origin Sword Saint was in existence on the level of a god for the Persal clan. This was truly the case. No one dared to disturb him, so no one had been able to ask for him before. His fearfulness was way above Buffy's. The Universal Origin Sword Saint had been a rank 9 expert for nearly 60 years. 50 years ago, the Persal clan encountered a major catastrophe. The juniors of the clan who were outside to gain experience had met a black magician. These juniors of the clan then killed the black magician. It turned out that this black magician was a disciple of the continent's infamously evil and wicked black magician, Bone Saint Ando III. Ando was a rank 9 expert, justifying his title. The next thing that happened was straightforward. Ando began hunting and killing the juniors of the Persal clan, which made these juniors unable to leave Kosa City. Finally, the Persal clan decided to invite one of the two guardian deities of the clan during that time, a rank 9 water magician, Blue Wave's Law Saint 4, came forward to kill Anto. What they hadn't thought was that Anto would kill the Blue Wave Law Saint on the spot, placing the entire Persal clan on the verge of life and death. Around this time, an expert who had just become rank 9 a few years ago. The Universal Origin Sword Saint, moved, alone and with a single sword, he traveled thousands of kilometers to kill Anto. Finally, Anto's head was taken back to be displayed in Casa City. Thus, the Persal clan averted the crisis safely. This battle made the Universal Origin Sword Saint famous, making him one of the rank 9 experts on the continent with a high prestige. Anto became a rank 9 30 years before, and adding to the fact that he was a black magician, he was a strong and renowned rank 9 magician. The Universal Origin Sword Saint had just became a rank 9 a few years ago, yet had taken his head off on the spot. This showed that his strength was a lot higher than Anto's. Then for 20 years, the Universal Origin Sword Saint hadn't been seen since. After 30 years since the Universal Origin Sword Saint became a rank 9, another large clan's guardian deity issued forth a challenge to him. They met at Jade Belt River 5, and the battle was earth-shaking. For 3 days, there was no flow of water in Jade Belt River due to their battle. That place later became known as Sword Saint Lake 6 due to the damage the two of them made, and especially because of the winner, the Universal Origin Sword Saint. Since then, there had been no challenges made against a rank 9 on the continent. Afterwards, the Universal Origin Sword Saint wasn't seen again. One could say that although no one could dare offend and be unreasonable towards Wind Saint Buffy in the Persal clan, in reality, the Universal Origin Sword Saint held more respect from the elders. Precisely because of his rare appearances, no one knew of the real name of the Universal Origin Sword Saint. Now, his title of Universal Origin Sword Saint was regarded as his name. This time around, the issue of the Universal Origin Sword Saint presiding over the Elders' Court hadn't been met with any resistance. Everyone clearly understood that these were troubled times. But no matter where you went though, even if you withdrew, there would still be the fear of being killed by Sir Sword Saint. The Elders' Court was scheduled to elect a first elder within the conference room. When these elders arrived, they found that the second and third elders, along with Evan, were already in the conference room. On the seat that was originally for the clan lord sat an upright old man. This old man was tall, the same height as clan lord Evan. His hair was white, as if it were dyed with snow without a trace of variation. Surprisingly though, his beard was yellow. The old man sat with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Everyone saw this and couldn't help but slow their pace as they carefully walked to their seats and sat down. Evan hadn't sat down, but instead stood beside the old man. Below the clan lord's seat were the 3 seats for the greater elders, wherein only 2 people sat down, the second and the third elders. However, they both looked restless. As soon as all of the elders arrived, Evan whispered something into the old man's ears. The old man then responded with a slight nod. Evan stood up and held the scepter in his right hand that symbolized the power of the head of the clan. He went towards the middle of the stage, looked around, and said, "The assembly of the Elders' Court this time is witnessed by Sir Guardian Deity, and has now formally started. The election will now proceed. In this election, we will decide to relieve the second elder through an election." After Evan said this, the elders of the Elders' Court were surprised for a moment before giving an outcry. They had forgotten the existence of the Universal Origin Sword Saint. Right at this moment, they only had one thing in their mind: Evan was crazy. However, before Evan could speak, a cold snort was loudly heard. Everyone on the scene felt as though their heads were hit by a hammer and suddenly saw stars. Then they remembered that the Universal Origin Sword Saint was still sitting there. Being loud was like asking for death. Everyone calmed down while Evan stood on the stage with his unchanged expression and said, "The voting now begins." The people in the conference room looked at each other. They didn't know what to do when suddenly, someone actually raised a hand. The people in the conference room were surprised for a moment. They looked at the person that had raised a hand, and it was a centrist elder, Juan 7. Along with Juan, the other centrist elders also raised their hands. Then the loyal members of the first elders faction as well as the third elders faction. Only the few loyal members of the second elders faction didn't raise their hands. Evan swept his eyes across the conference room, showing his gratefulness to the elders. With a cold voice, He said over 70% have voted. The second elder will now be relieved from his duties starting tomorrow. The next poll will decide if the third elder should be relieved from his duties. Those who agree, please raise your hand. The people in the conference room weren't silly. Even a fool would know what Evan was doing. In one fell swoop, Evan had moved to relieve the second and the third elders of their duties. This was equivalent to pulling out the entire root of the forces of the greater elders. As long as he controlled the elders' court, his position as the clan lord would be held firmly. If it were during normal times, the loyal elders of the second and the third elders might have started trouble with him. Instead, as this assembly was presided over by the Universal Origin Sword Saint, should the elders' court really dare to make trouble, then death was the only thing that awaited them in the end. The original members of the First Elders faction were happy to see this development. In any case, the First Elder had now fallen. Whether it was the second or the third elder, they wouldn't gain any benefits. If they supported Evan, however, then they might be able to rely on him to gain some benefits. This time, undoubtedly, the results of the poll was a high number of votes. Starting today, the second and third elders who were worshipped in the clan lost their authority, be it within the elders' court or in the entire clan. Evan continued the elections. This time, for the position of the first elder, Evan proposed one and the proposal was agreed upon immediately. One became the Purcell clan's first elder. Evan proposed Winsu 8, a representative of the centrist elders, to be the second elder. The election for the third elder was very dramatic. Evan had unexpectedly proposed someone who had been a member of the First Elders faction. He was the clan's elder of foreign affairs, Stern. No one had ever thought of this, but the proposal was passed. Chapter 163, The Storm Comes. At this point, the Purcell clan's civil strife had come to an end and the storm passed. However, no one had thought that the winner in the end would unexpectedly be Evan, who had been low-key and someone they had looked down upon. Furthermore, no one dared to challenge the result of this election as the assembly was witnessed by the Universal Origin Sword Saint. If somebody really dared to challenge the results, then it meant that they dared to challenge the Universal Origin Sword Saint. Within the Purcell clan, no one had the guts to do so. Moreover, the loyal elders from the Greater Elders faction that were present had found that they'd never thought Evan would already have the same strength as them. Their defeat this time was justified because of that. Lastly, the three new Greater Elders that were elected were also very interesting. There were the two centrists, who were the backbone of Evan's faction, while the last one turned out to be from the former First Elders faction, Stern. Everyone from the Purcell clan knew that although Stern was the foreign affairs head, he was also a close follower of the former First Elder, Kaiser. It was to the point that he'd always followed him in every situation. It was beyond everyone's expectation that he would now be selected as the new third elder. However, they soon understood why Evan did this. Evan chose Stern as the third elder in order to quickly lead the former First Elders faction to his side. Now, the loyal members of his faction had grown to 60% of the total number of elders in the Elders' Court. This number was definitely scary. Even the former First Elder didn't have this much authority and power. This time, Kaiser and the other former Greater Elders understood Evan's powerful position. Just a simple elder position, which was under the influence of a former Greater Elder, had cut off a political veteran. The result of this election of the Purcell clan's Elders' Court had made those large firms stunned. They hadn't thought that the two people they supported would eventually collapse, and that unexpectedly, the forgotten Evan would suddenly resurge. This caught the large firms off guard, leaving them startled about what had happened. After the elections in the Elders' Court was finished, Evan suddenly announced that the Purcell clan had transported in a large amount of food and that the prices would be the same as before. When this news came out, the food prices fell. Evan didn't lie because after he finished, they immediately saw a carriage transporting food commodities into Casa City. Although it was only bamboo rice, commoners had no problem eating them. There were also some aristocratic clans that would eat bamboo rice, so the commoners would also do so. Those large firms calculated that the amount of bamboo rice transported by those carriages had brought nearly 500,000 kilograms into Kasa City. There was a total of around 1.5 to 2 million kilograms transported all over the Persildachi. Even if they wanted to increase the prices, they wouldn't be able to. Everyone from the large firms understood that this time around, they had been played by Laura. This was an obvious matter. If they couldn't see it, they shouldn't be in the mercantile business. However, they couldn't say that they were bitter. These firms initially accepted Laura's conditions, but their intentions weren't very good from the start. They were ready to support the people who held the superior position, and had collaborated with Laura just to rope her into their faction. What they hadn't thought was that Laura would move ahead of them, tidying them all up. These large firms also knew that if they continued to oppose the current situation, they might offend the Persil clan, which they feared would make their days a lot more harder. So the moment the carriage went into the city, the price of food within the whole Persildachi went down. The crisis was started in the past by the pest infestation and led to a series of chain reactions. However, during this time, there were only two big winners. One was Laura, and the other was Evan. Furthermore, no one knew that there was also another winner that had been hiding behind these winners and was actually the one who gained the most. It was none other than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai earned a total of 20,000 gold coins during this crisis. Moreover, he earned several hundreds of gold coins a day, which went directly into his pockets. The most important thing was that this time's crisis was something he could have been left out of. When Zhao Hai received the news Laura had sent, saying that the storm had passed, he couldn't help but want to laugh. This was because this crisis had initially been started because of him. Now, with his help, they stopped it. Most importantly, he'd made money while helping Evan, whom had helped the Buddha clan back when they were in a bind. A true good person with power, for Zhao Hai, was a very important thing. With Evan regaining his authority, he would not move to attack the Buddha clan, which also lifted them out of one of their crises. They almost didn't have to worry about the Persil clan dealing with them. Zhao Hai didn't think that the result would turn out to be this great. It was really a big surprise for him. And now, the matters in Kosa City wouldn't need him to personally manage over. Even if he wouldn't be providing the food, the large firms in the Persildachi would do so, thus lowering the food prices within the Persildachi. With this, the food crisis was officially lifted. This news was not necessarily a good thing for Zhao Hai. To be precise, when Zhao Hai sold food commodities, he gained several hundred gold coins each day. Now if the large firms sold theirs, then his income would definitely decrease. However, Zhao Hai still received nearly 200 gold coins per day just for selling food. The consequences of what those large firms had done earlier had resulted in a negative status. Commoners also held their grudges. When they were in a difficult time, they would remember those who helped them and those who had harmed them. Due to this, there were very few people who would buy from the stores of the large firms. On the other hand, the Higanbana firm had gotten a large number of customers who bought from their stores. It was then that those great businessmen became convinced that this time, Laura was a lot more clever than them. Even if it was invisible, the Higanbana firm had become the flagship firm inside the Persildachi. These large firms understood that the creation of such a flagship firm was not easy. So long as there were Higanbana signboards, it would surely represent a source of wealth. Thinking about it now would be of no use, so what they did was try to find a way to pull people into buying from their stores. Therefore, to do so, they made some superior conditions. For example, discounts on certain commodities, or if one buys a certain commodity, then they would receive an extra gift. These large firms were in the business for a long time. Naturally, they were clear on how to deal with this. They had discovered these methods and were ready to exploit them. However, even after doing so, there were only a few people who went into their stores to purchase anything. The commoners were still offended by them. Fortunately, they were large firms who were still rich. They could afford to lose for now. Given some time, they should be able to recover slowly. But if they wanted to get back their former prestige quickly, it would be impossible. Laura wouldn't miss this opportunity. There was a saying that when machines dominated the market, even when they came back to life, They could only have a part of the soup won. The biggest issue to be considered this time was that these large firms had offended the Purcell clan. If they were supported by the person who had won, then it would be better. They wouldn't be in such a difficult situation, and it might have also given them some benefits. However, they'd chosen to have little contact with Evan prior to this. Don't even speak about benefits. They were already lucky enough that Evan had given them face and hadn't pushed them out of the Purcell duchy. Zhao Hai didn't care about what happened in Kosa City. He was now more concerned about the situation in the Black Waste 2 and Carrion Swamp 3. During the time when the Purcell clan's elders' court was in assembly, Zhao Hai had received a message from Drunk. The news stated that they had been seen by Wind Saint Buffy, but there were no movements from him. Although Buffy was curious about these zombies, they were within the Carrion Swamp and he didn't dare deal with them. Upon hearing that Buffy was really in the Carrion Swamp, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He let the slaves out of the space and back into the castle, allowing them to work with the oil press as well as the millstones to process the rice. This rice was generally comparable to bamboo rice, and Zhao Hai had a lot of them on his hands. He intended to keep them as their own food. The bamboo rice that Zhao Hai sold to Laura was bamboo rice that Green had originally bought. Remember, Zhao Hai's space produced better quality bamboo rice. Zhao Hai couldn't bear to sell those good things, which was why he kept some of them for their own consumption. Zhao Hai had also started to improve the soil in the Black Waste along with the surrounding areas. It was now the 8th month, and planting something on the continent right now would be late, so Zhao Hai didn't plant anything. He had also brought other seeds that were commonly planted on the continent and let the slaves try and experiment with growing them. For the coming winter, they also started stocking up on firewood, as well as produced cotton clothing for the slaves. Zhao Hai stood around and thought that a person must feed their family. Currently, he had 100 people counting on him and discovered that their needs were extensive. Preparing for them would really be tedious. First was acquiring the firewood, which was an important supply to have during the winter. With it, less people would freeze to death. Also, there was still the cotton clothing, food, and other various things, which added up to a lot. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had made a temporary transfer point inside Kosa City. This transfer point wasn't placed by Zhao Hai, but rather, it was set up by Green. It was located in a remote area in Kosa City where they had bought a house. The house was to be used as the entry point into the space, so it had become the transfer point. Zhao Hai had bought many things through this transfer point. However, he couldn't buy glass windows for the slaves as they were too expensive. He only bought paper windows along with a bed, cupboards, a table, 4 chairs, a brazier, a copper kettle, and a number of things to eat for each of the slaves. Buying things like this and that, Zhao Hai had bought them unconsciously and hadn't realized that he actually spent a total of almost 5,000 gold coins. Spending money really was faster than making money. Chapter 164, A Trivial Matter. When the 9th month came, Kosa City was already completely peaceful. Not only had the food prices become stable, but even the prices of other daily necessities were now a little cheaper compared to before. The big firms had no other way but to do this. If they didn't reduce the prices, then nobody would be going to their stores to shop. As a result of them lowering the prices, there was a chain-like response that cheapened the prices of most commodities. Of course, the Higanbana stores also reduced their prices. Most people bought food from them too. This wasn't only because the Higanbana firm had helped them during the crisis, but also because the food commodities they sold were of really high quality. In the beginning, the Higanbana firm mostly sold normal commodities, and when other stores reduced their prices, the people would then go and buy from those stores. The civilians now ranked food commodities among the stores. If the Higanbana store's food was regarded as first, then the other stores can only be regarded as ninth one. The main reason for this was because the food commodities being sold by the Higanbana firm were not only of high quality, but also because they had a very high quantity of magic elements too within. An example would be the radish that they sold, which a lot of people bought. Zhao Hai knew of this matter after Laura had informed him. He immediately made a decision. This decision was to create a trademark for his food products. From now on, They would then be called Taoan 3 products. On the Arc continent, nobody knew of Taoan. However, in China, Taoan was actually a place everybody knew of. When spoken from a foreign language, it could be called Utopia. For Zhao Hai's biggest desire was to build a new world within the heart of the Black Waste, a place that meant this was what everyone yearned for, a utopia. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai had used Taoan. Zhao Hai didn't only think of this name, but also personally designed a trademark. This trademark was really simple, as it was a drawing of a small bridge over flowing water with a family on top. Even though it was simple, on this world it was a very refreshing idea. Trademarks in this world just included a name and didn't have any formally printed seal on the commodity. It was usually just spread by word of mouth. Zhao Hai, however, actually made a trademark design this time. This was a big step forward for this world. Laura was not stupid, and after immediately seeing Zhao Hai's trademark, she quickly made her own decision. Later on, all commodities from Zhao Hai would be called Taoan commodities. Rice would be placed in a big box, wherein the outside of those boxes would have the engravings of the trademark. The other commodities, such as radishes and oil, would be done the same as well. Furthermore, they'd separated their other commodities from Taoan commodities in the shortest possible time. In order to open up the market, the Taoan commodities hadn't experienced a rise in their prices. Instead, they were sold at the normal price. This had made the commoners really happy, as the commodities that Taoan produced were really of the highest quality. This was especially true for those families that had a child that went to the Magic Academy's 5. This allowed those juniors eat bamboo rice every day and, sometimes, radishes. The reason why the parents knew of the high magic content of these commodities was because of Julie 6. Julie was the first person who bought the radishes from the Higanbana store, and her son, Ross 7, after eating it only once, had been able to become deeply learned in magic. He later became an official apprentice, and even acquired subsidies from the trade union for his studies. As a result, their family's living condition became better. Although Ross was only a magic apprentice and couldn't receive much in terms of subsidies from the trade union, he still received a gold coin each month. For commoners, this was very good. A gold coin could be saved for spendings, and was almost enough to last for the month. Julie was a very thrifty person. When the food crisis happened, she wasn't afraid because they had stocked up on food supplies. Julie had a habit of scooping out a small amount of rice before she cooks, every time, in order to save that rice in the family's rice jar. She had been doing this for a long time and, unknowingly, she had saved a cubic meter of rice. This was enough for their family to eat for several months, which was why Julie wasn't worried. However, afterwards, the food prices didn't rise. Julie then decided not to use the rice in the jar and continued buying rice from the Higanbana store. Still, in order to cope with the next famine, if ever there'll be one in the future, Julie started to be more thrifty. She made lunch boxes for Ross every day to avoid letting him eat in the cafeteria. One day, Ross' magic instructor 8 had noticed the food he brought. The instructor couldn't help it and curiously took a look, then felt that the food that Ross ate had a sufficient amount of magic elements in it. The instructor immediately asked Ross where it came from. Ross naturally wouldn't deceive his instructor and said that the food was bought by his mother. He didn't know where she'd bought it. Ross' magic instructor asked him to bring him to his house. He then asked Julie about this matter, and Julie told her everything honestly. She also asked why this rice was so different from the other rice. Ross' instructor didn't deceive them either and told them that the magic element in the rice was very adequate and that eating it often would give advantages while cultivating magic. This matter had slowly spread since then. However, during that time, the Persol Duchy was under a strict food control. If they wanted to buy, then they couldn't buy too much. But now that the food crisis had passed, Taoan's bamboo rice ushered in a new wave of high sales in the city. Nowadays, Taoan bamboo rice was very popular in Kasa City. However, Julie didn't buy a lot as she heard that magic products would lose much of their magic elements when not consumed after some time. They feared that buying too much bamboo rice would just end up being stocked up and just turn into regular rice as time passed by. Afterwards, Taoan oil products were also reported to contain high magic elements. The news spread fast and Taoan oil also became a hot commodity. Now, every commoner recognized the Taoan brand. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything about this matter. If he planted bamboo rice every day, he couldn't sell them easily. After all, in the entire Persal Duchy, the food prices had already dropped. It was impossible that everyone in the duchy would eat his personally produced bamboo rice. However, Zhao Hai hadn't thought that the Magic Academy and aristocrats of Kasa City would buy several 100,000 kilograms of Taoan bamboo rice. Moreover, the orders were for 1 year, which made Zhao Hai's income very stable. Laura, however, was thinking of another matter. Zhao Hai had previously asked Laura to look for a buyer of blue-eyed rabbits. Laura actually wanted to cooperate with Zhao Hai, which he approved. Laura then started selling blue-eyed rabbit meat with an affordable price. Moreover, the magic elements it contained was higher than that of the radish and bamboo rice. Furthermore, since the commoners could also afford to eat it, this time around the commodity sold with a blazing speed. Needless to say, Laura received huge orders from the aristocrats. Yet, they didn't order much of the blue-eyed rabbit meat. Adding them all up, it would only amount to 3,000 blue-eyed rabbits per month. This, in turn, made them rely heavily on the retail sales instead. Nowadays, within the Persal Duchy, if you hadn't heard about the Taoan brand, then it meant that you were an outsider. Everyone in the Persal Duchy knew of the Taoan brand. Right now, the Higanbana stores currently had 4 types of products from this brand, which made their business hot. Nobody even thought of faking Taoan products because the quality of those products compared to other products was too different. It would be easy to spot the difference. Even trying it once would let one know if it was a legitimate or fake product. This could easily ruin a store's reputation. Laura was also prepared for such cases. She'd immediately taken measures to prevent it from happening, such as letting the buyers be presented with Taoan cards by store personnel in order to prove their legitimacy. Furthermore, these cards were exclusive only for Higanbana stores, so buying from other stores would mean that what you bought were counterfeit goods. Taking advantage of the popularity of Taoan products made the Higanbana business prosper. Laura opened up a lot of store branches throughout the Persal Duchy. Now, one could see a Higanbana store everywhere within the duchy. This resulted in increased demand for Taoan products. Zhao Hai was happy to see this situation. Considering that he still couldn't plant high-level plants in the space, Zhao Hai had still been yielding an astonishing amount of products, enough to deal with the demands of the Higanbana stores. Given the situation, he was getting a lot more gold coins, and this made him happy. He also sent a lot of blue-eyed rabbits to Laura to be processed. This procedure separated the rabbit furs and meat. Laura would then sell the rabbit meat and send back the processed rabbit fur to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had also told Laura to use the money from selling the rabbit meat towards the processing of the rabbit fur. He also gave Laura some rabbit fur as he believed that human relationships would have better sentiment if you gave them something. Laura decided to accept it in the end. However, she thought it was somewhat unfair for her to get something while Zhao Hai didn't get anything in return. Lately, she had been too busy managing the Higanbana stores, especially the newly opened branches. Thus, she didn't have much time to collect the different magic plants and beasts that Zhao Hai needed. Zhao Hai didn't care much about it because, at present, the Higanbana firm had increased their demand for food and oil commodities. He was now planting a lot of radishes and had no time to plant other types of crops. Additionally, Zhao Hai was also too busy managing the matters on Fort Iron Mountain recently. Thus, he didn't have much free time, and he was not worried, but rather quite relieved as he waited. Fort Iron Mountain was presently in very good condition. There was a lot of firewood, corn stalks, oil trees, and bamboo rice. As long as you dried them up, one could use these plants to make a fire, especially the oil fruit trees. Not only did it have many applications, it could also be used to make a fire last for a longer duration. A 50-centimeter long piece of the oil tree can last for a whole day. Zhao Hai had way too many oil trees, so this was something that would be useful for the winter. As long as you placed an oil tree in the brazier, The room would be warm for the whole night. Zhao Hai had also improved the land in the Black Waste every day. He then tasked the slaves to grow some vegetables. These vegetables would then be used as food during winter period. Zhao Hai had also wanted to observe if these vegetables would be able to grow properly. In the end, he wanted to see the results of his land improvement. Chapter 165, Travel Plans. Right now, Zhao Hai had insufficient land inside the space. He now had oil trees, bamboo rice, corn, and radishes planted all over the space, which made it so that he couldn't plant any other types of crops anymore. Zhao Hai had also observed that the improvement of the soil within the Black Waste was very good. He could plant oil trees in the Black Waste, which could help loosen up the land usage inside the space. Zhao Hai observed the improvement of the soil within the Black Waste when using the spatial soil. He saw that the soil in the Black Waste wouldn't be improved much by just mixing it with the spatial soil. Thus, he concluded that using the spatial water to improve the quality of the soil was the best way to do so. He also feared that using the spatial soil would eventually lead to a thinning of the soil within the space, which would lead to his demise. He had observed that the spatial water was taken from the springs. There was a large number of these springs, with so much water pouring out that it seemingly wasn't going to dry. Actually, Zhao Hai had guessed that the spatial soil could also be rejuvenated, and that the spatial land wouldn't have any issue of thinning out. However, in his heart, Zhao Hai decided that using the spatial water would be the best. Zhao Hai was very busy these days as he improved the lawns of the Black Waste while also doing things inside the space. This gave him a substantial amount of work each day. The main thing was that Zhao Hai had been waiting for Buffy to come out of the carrion swamp. If he sees that Buffy was injured, then he wouldn't be polite. Actually, Zhao Hai's reason for dealing with Buffy wasn't only due to revenge. He also wanted to learn more information about the carrion swamp, as Drunk's team was too slow in exploring it. They would need a lot more time to do so properly. Furthermore, there were a lot of magic beasts 1 and undead 2 that had their own territories. Drunk could freely explore some areas as they were undead, but they would need to carefully pass by the territories of the magic beasts and other undead. Otherwise, they would be attacked by them. With such a situation, they could only advance slowly. Buffy was different as he was a rank 9 expert. He could fly and avoid the attacks of the majority of the magic beasts and undead, which allowed him to go deeper into the carrion swamp. If he was injured while coming out of the carrion swamp, then Zhao Hai would immediately destroy him and turn him into an undead. Then he could directly ask Buffy about the situation within the carrion swamp. This information would enable him to better cope with the recurring magic beast riots. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about the Purcell clan, especially now that Evan was the one in charge. Evan didn't have any malice towards them and wouldn't send anyone to deal with them. Zhao Hai's only worry was for the threat from the carrion swamp, and, in fact, this was currently Zhao Hai's biggest worry. He didn't want to live in the Black Waste his entire life. However, if the threat from the carrion swamp wasn't resolved, then he wouldn't feel at ease. Once this matter was resolved, only then could he be contented and travel with pleasure all over the continent. He wanted to see this unique world. Although Zhao Hai was an otaku 3 in his former life, his dream was to actually, one day, be able to travel all over the world. However, he really didn't have the money to do so back then. Traveling around the world would cost too much. Zhao Hai couldn't really afford to do it, so he could only stay at home. It was different within the Ark continent, for as he had the space and a large territory. As long as he managed them properly, then he could afford to travel with pleasure around the world. Moreover, since he had the space, he could travel back to his territory every day, so he wasn't worried at all. Unfortunately, now wasn't the time to do so. He should first resolve the threat of the carrion swamp. Green also didn't oppose his idea of traveling for pleasure, since on the continent, no matter which of the respected clans, they would always allow their juniors go outside at a certain age in order to be informed and gain experience about the world. Zhao Hai should actually go too, but the time wasn't right. The juniors of the aristocrats would have more knowledge for their travels upon leaving. It wouldn't only increase their comprehension and experiences, but they could also find several good friends. Along with these friends, they could explore the continent and understand the dangers within it. It was common knowledge that if the clans didn't let their juniors go out, then these juniors wouldn't ever grow up. Green also wanted to quickly resolve the threat of the carrion swamp. However, he also knew that this problem wasn't easy to resolve. If it were easy to do so, then the carrion swamp wouldn't be given the title of one of the 5 restricted areas. On the continent, no one went to the Black Waste to observe anymore, even those from the great clans. This matter wasn't known by Zhao Hai. The reason why was because the Purcell clan had sent a rank 9 expert to the Black Waste in order to chase them down and hadn't succeeded. What had made them astonished was the fact that Buffy said that Zhao Hai absolutely wasn't in the Black Waste, nor even at Fort Iron Mountain. People believed the words a rank 9 experts said, and they'd thought that the Buddha clan had secretly moved out of Fort Iron Mountain. Although the new king had ordered the Buddha clan not to leave the Black Waste, everyone knew that if the Buddha clan stayed there, they would only meet death. Therefore, secretly moving out of that place was understandable. Adding to this fact, the Black Waste had always encountered magic beast attacks in the past. Yet Green had been seen as safe and unscathed. It could only be explained that they haven't been living in the Black Waste. Moreover, everyone thought that Zhao Hai hadn't left the Purcell Duchy since the Purcell clan had sent a rank 9 to search Black Waste and hadn't found anyone. Furthermore, there was Black Mountain Fortress 5 where a mix of good and evil people stayed. Generally, people thought that Zhao Hai would hide in the nearby areas of the Black Waste, which made them lose interest in searching the Black Waste in order to look for the Buddha clan. Also, they feared that they might accidentally meet with a magic beast triad while they were searching, which would make them cry tears in vain. Those great aristocrats actually felt quite relieved. Buffy, this time around, was a rank 9 expert that had been used to get rid of a rank 8 expert. That rank 8's cultivation would be slowly weakening, so he wouldn't be a difficult matter. Buffy had personally recognized this point. In other words, presently the Buddha clan would only have one rank 8 magician left to assume personal command. This meant they wouldn't be able to produce anything which could become a threat to them. 6. The great nobles wouldn't even think about what 3 ants could do to them. Thus, no one would look, and the Buddha clan could be considered as forgotten. The only one who couldn't forget the Buddha clan was Evan. Evan had sent someone to search for clues of the Buddha clan within Black Mountain Fortress. Sadly, he failed and wasn't able to find anything. Finally, he gave up. They hadn't thought of sending people to the Black Waste to search there. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, had placed the undead around the perimeter to block any intruders. Even a rank 8 expert wouldn't be able to hold its own against a large number of rank 7 warrior undead. Furthermore, since the great aristocrats decided not to check on the Black Waste, there also wouldn't be any rank 9 experts going there to check. This situation had actually benefited Zhao Hai. He was busy preparing to deal with Buffy, who was still exploring the carrion swamp. If ever he arrived at Fort Iron Mountain, it would be catastrophic. On the 15th day of the 10th month, Laura arrived at Stony Mountain. Zhao Hai, who'd been busy at Fort Iron Mountain, quickly rushed to Bluestone Villa 7. By the time the undead had welcomed Laura into the mountain, Zhao Hai was already in the living room waiting for her. Green, Mran, and Meg also came along and were curious as to why Laura had visited, since there seemed to be no problem with their current cooperation. Nowadays, Laura had brought in around 10,000 gold coins of revenue to Zhao Hai, which was a very large help to him. Green welcomed Laura into the living room. Zhao Hai then said with a smile, "Miss Laura, I'm really sorry for the lukewarm welcome, as I had been handling some matters lately." Laura smiled and replied, "Mr. is too kind and polite." Laura only came out of habit, and I was presumptuous. Zhao Hai smiled. Miss Laura is too polite. Please, sit down. Laura also hadn't been able to visit Stony Mountain lately as she was quite busy with matters from the new branches being opened up. There were a lot of issues that needed to be addressed. After Laura sat down, Meg served tea to them, then stood back beside Zhao Hai and looked at Laura and Near. Laura couldn't help but also look at Meg. and found that Meg was looking back at her too. She really felt that there was a hint of hostility coming from her. Laura cannot help but smile bitterly in secret as she pretended to drink the tea. Zhao Hai hadn't paid any attention to these matters as he drank from his cup of tea and asked, "I wonder what Ms. Laura wants to talk about this time?" Laura put down the cup of tea and replied with a smile, "Mister, remember that you had asked me to look for seeds of different magic plants? I had found several types and today, I came specifically to give them to you." After clapping her hands, Searle entered the room and brought several small bags which he then placed on Zhao Hai's tea table. Zhao Hai hadn't expected that Laura would come for this matter. For him, this was definitely very good news since the space hadn't been able to level up for quite a long time. As long as the level rose to 11, he would be able to further open up the land. But if he couldn't raise the present level to 11, then he would be anxious. Zhao Hai looked at the bags on the table and impatiently opened them. There were 5 bags on the table altogether. Each small cloth sack had about half a kilogram of seeds within it. Zhao Hai opened all 5 cloth sacks and carefully looked at the amount of quality seeds. He saw that these seeds didn't seem anything special, and Zhao Hai didn't find any special seeds inside the 5 bags. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's expression, smiled lightly, and explained, "Mister, these 5 bags contained seeds of potato, sweet pepper, red turnip, olives, and green lettuce." Zhao Hai nodded and placed the 5 bags down. He turned his head towards Laura, smiled, and said, "I have let Miss Laura become a laughingstock. However, I do hope the young lady would still look for more magic vegetables or magic plants, along with magic beasts." Laura smiled. "You're welcome, mister. I'm embarrassed that I can only give this much. Recently I'd been very busy and wasn't able to help mister look for magic plants. I do hope mister would forgive me. But mister, please be assured that later, I will diligently look for the magic plants that mister seeks." 9. Chapter 166, Virtuous Phantasms 1 vs Magic Pets. Zhao Hai lightly laughed. "Miss Laura is too serious. Later on, I will need much help from the young lady." After Zhao Hai said that, Searle, who had walked out of the room earlier, came back with a big box. This box was around a meter long, half a meter wide, and about 13 centimeters thick. Moreover, Searle handled the box with care, as if he were holding a newborn baby. Zhao Hai looked curiously at Searle, then turned his head puzzledly towards Laura and asked, "Miss Laura, what is this?" Laura smiled. "This is the gift I prepared for Mr. Searle placed the box softly on the table and opened the lid slowly. Zhao Hai looked into the box and saw that there was some hay inside it. There were 5 very large eggs placed on the hay, and each egg was around 40 centimeters 3 long and greater than 10 centimeters in diameter. What was more strange was that the color of each egg was different. Their hues were yellow, blue, red, green 4, and purple. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he examined the eggs while Green, startled, said, "Virtuous Phantasm colored eggs." Gawking, Zhao Hai asked, "Virtuous Phantasm colored eggs? What's that?" Green looked at the 5 eggs and explained, "Virtuous phantasms are special magic beasts and are very rare on a continent. This type of magic beast doesn't have any attack skills of their own. However, it has a very unusual ability. They can be used as an auxiliary. So long as a human obtains an egg of a virtuous phantasm, once they hatch, they can form a contract with the virtuous phantasm slowly. This is how you can use a virtuous phantasm. Moreover, they can help their master attract magic elements in order to aid them in battles. An adult virtuous phantasm can even turn into a weapon, helmet, or piece of armor. That's why on the continent, there is something known as biological magic staffs 5 or living armor 6. Zhao Hai was in a daze. He hadn't thought that there would really be something like this, and couldn't help but look at the eggs with a pair of shining eyes. Laura, on the other hand, was surprised to find out that Green knew so much about virtuous phantasms. Anyone who knew so stuff about virtuous phantasms would definitely not be any average person. Low-rank warriors and magicians didn't even know the existence of these beasts. She didn't think that Green would know so much about it, which made her a lot more curious as to what was Green's real identity. Green carefully examined the eggs, sighed, and said, I am sure that these are virtuous phantasm-colored eggs. They are different from the other magic beasts' eggs because the eggs of virtuous phantasms have a natal attribute associated with their color. These eggs should be of the earth element, lightning element, water element, wind element, and fire element, all of which are very rare. Just these eggs alone would have a total value of over 50,000 gold coins. They probably wouldn't even have a real market price. Zhao Hai was shocked. He hadn't thought that these eggs would be so unexpectedly precious. No wonder Searle had been so careful when handling the boxes. If these eggs were to be damaged, it would only mean that they were throwing away 50,000 gold coins. Zhao Hai gently covered the box and slowly closed his eyes. He sat in his chair and didn't speak for some time. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and her heart couldn't help but clench. Within this period of time, she had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai's attitude towards receiving gifts. Since this gift was somewhat expensive, Zhao Hai might not necessarily receive it. Even if he did, she feared that he would also wish to return a gift to her. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it appeared that he was satisfied with this gift and was already thinking about what gift to give in return. If he wanted to give a gift in return, it wouldn't be another virtuous phantasm-colored egg. 7. Laura didn't dare disturb Zhao Hai as she understood the temperament of Zhao Hai. She knew that if Zhao Hai didn't want to receive the gift, then she wouldn't be able to persuade him, so Zhao Hai would probably end up not accept it. After some time, Zhao Hai breathed out. He opened his eyes and looked at Laura. Miss Laura, your gift really is too expensive. I don't want to receive it, but this gift is very important to me, so I will take it. Laura's face was like a blossoming flower as she smiled upon hearing what Zhao Hai said. She was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't receive the gift, but was glad he did and hastily said, this is a gift prepared for Mr., so please don't be too polite. Zhao Hai waved his hand, smiled, and said, I accepted such an expensive gift from Miss Laura, so if I don't give anything back to the young lady, then it won't be justified. I know that Miss Laura is a knight, so I should give you something that a knight needs. He smiled after saying it and Green knew what Zhao Hai wanted to give. Green hastily said, Master. Zhao Hai waved his hand. It's all right, Miss Laura is to be trusted. Moreover, she is a person that knows the severity of things. We are lucky to have Miss Laura helping us, so giving her something in return is normal. Laura was actually shocked after seeing how they were acting. She didn't have any idea what Zhao Hai might be giving her in return, probably something of precious value comparable with the virtuous phantasm-colored eggs that she'd given. Waving his hand, Zhao Hai told Green to hand over the magic peach 8 core and then placed it in front of Laura. He said, this little thing is what I'm giving to Miss Laura. Laura looked puzzledly at the little thing. Even after careful observations, she couldn't find out anything different about it. Finally, she looked at Zhao Hai, confused. Zhao Hai laughed. No wonder young lady doesn't know about this thing. This thing is something I obtained and is possibly an ancient magic product. 9. To tell you the truth, young lady, its function is mainly as a pet jewel. Laura, still puzzled as she looked at the item in her hand, murmured, pet pig? She was still thinking about virtuous phantasms and not about jewels, thus, she thought it was a pig. 10. Zhao Hai smiled upon seeing that Laura's expression wasn't right, then said, it is a pet jewel, not a pet pig. This thing can help Miss Laura receive a magic pet, no matter what rank, no matter how large. So long as Miss Laura wishes for it, you can rein them in by using this little thing. The method is very simple, just place a drop of Miss Laura's blood on the pet jewel, then collect a drop of blood from the magic beast and also place it on the pet jewel. Miss can also use the pet jewel normally. When in battle, the magic pet you subdued will be interlinked with the young lady's mind, and you can easily command them. Also, even if they are seriously injured, so long as they didn't die and as long as the magic pet touches the jewel in time, the magic pet can recover automatically. Laura froze. A magic pet was an existence that was a lot more precious than a virtuous phantasm, although it could be said that virtuous phantasms were very convenient as they could turn into armors and weapons. They also required some form of consumable in return. It wouldn't just be a common thing, but rather the battle chi of warriors or a magician's magic power. Most importantly, virtuous phantasms fluctuated when changing into a weapon, which wasn't very good. The weapon would be of a very low grade. Even if it were finely forged and wielded by a superior warrior, the only advantage was that one could accumulate magic elements, enabling them to turn the weapon into a magic weapon. However, magic beasts were different. Magic beasts had a high rank and a powerful strength. If one could get a big dragon to become a magic pet, that would almost be equal to being unmatched in the world. Moreover, this magic peach core, could cure the injuries of the magic beast and could also interlink the minds of the master and the magic pet. With regards to being a knight, there would be no hesitation upon trading 5 virtuous phantasms, or even 10 for this thing. Laura blankly held the magic peach core. She didn't know that it was just a peach seed. Moreover, it was being regarded as an ancient magic product. The number of such ancient magic products on the continent was far too few and were even desired by deities. This was why Laura easily believed that it was an ancient magic product. Green, who was beside Zhao Hai, wanted to laugh. He hadn't thought that Zhao Hai would say that it was an ancient magic product. Green laughed inside and thought that Zhao Hai was really talented. Nobody would suspect that this thing unexpectedly came from the inside of a plant. 11. After some time, Laura revealed an odd expression, as if she were holding something rare instead of just holding a magic peach core. Her eyes were sad as she gently placed the thing on the table and finally said to Zhao Hai, "This is too unfair to Mr. This gift is too expensive and more precious than the 5 virtuous phantasm-colored eggs. Thus, I cannot receive it." Zhao Hai faintly smiled. "Miss Laura is too polite. Please accept it as this thing would be more useful to you. However, don't think that this is such a good thing. Be careful when using it, otherwise it will bring you a great deal of trouble." Laura was not stupid and immediately understood. Just like what Zhao Hai had said, if she didn't use it carefully, this thing would become a curse. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's appearance, smiled, and said, "For Miss Laura, this thing will be very useful. However, the danger it represents is very large. If Miss Laura doesn't want to receive it, then I will not force you." Laura looked at the magic peach core on the table, then looked at Zhao Hai and clenched her teeth. Finally, she decided to take the magic peach core and carefully embraced it. Then she bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Laura will have to apologize to Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Miss Laura is too polite." This was an equal exchange. Thus, "You don't owe me anything." Laura smiled bitterly. How could she not owe anything to him? Although 5 virtuous phantasm-colored eggs were precious, they could not be compared to the unique ancient magic products of the continent. The difference wasn't as simple as just being a few streets apart. Zhao Hai firmly said to Laura, "Miss Laura, I do hope that you won't tell anyone that I am the one who gave you this pet jewel, okay?" Laura nodded and said, "Mr. Rest assured that I will not say anything. But if one day, some people chase me down in order to kill me because of this pet jewel, I ask Mr. to save me." Zhao Hai smiled at Laura, and couldn't help but laugh as he knew that Laura was cracking a joke. Everyone knew about Laura. Don't even look at just his relationship with her. There was also Quinn John, who wasn't an average person. In addition, she was of the Marquis del Clan. On the continent, the number of people who dared to move against her would only be a few. Chapter 167, Biochemical Beasts. Laura sat in her carriage, carefully examining the magic peach core she held. She wasn't aware of where it came from. This thing just looked like a round ball of iron with a dot at the top. Nier also carefully looked at the small ball. To be honest, even though she knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't deceive them, Nier wasn't able to believe that there'd be something like this on the continent. After some time, Laura put away the magic peach core. She took a breath, smiled, and looked at Nier. "What's wrong? Is it that surprising?" Nier nodded her head and said, "Yes, I really didn't think that there would be such a thing." "Young lady, In the end, what do you think is Mr.'s identity? How can he just hand out ancient magic products? Laura smiled. I really don't know Mr.'s origin, and I've never heard of anyone like Mr. on the continent. A person like Mr. should have been famous throughout the continent, except there's never been any news of such a person. Isn't that too strange? Near frowned and asked, what do you mean, young lady? Laura shook her head and said, I don't know how to say this, but Mr.'s body has too many things we don't know about. I don't want to find out what they are now, because that would be disrespectful to Mr. Anyways, Mr. is our ally now. As long as we handle matters well, the commodities Mr. produces will be sold by our Higanbana firm throughout the Persal Duchy. That should be enough. With that, Near couldn't help but smile. She turned to Laura and said, young lady, now that our store has branches open throughout the whole Persal Duchy, would our clan still look for trouble against us? Near was Laura's maidservant. Consequently, when the young lady marries, she would be part of the dowry. That's why Near was so concerned about Laura's future. Of course, there would be an exception. That is, if Near were to marry before Laura, then Near wouldn't need to be a part of the dowry. However, Near's situation was a little rare. She hadn't been sold by a master and was actually a servant born within the clan. For a young lady from an aristocratic clan, having a maidservant would be an assurance. They could also make this maid her helper. As such, how could they easily give her up? Laura looked at Near and smiled. My silly Near, you think things are that simple? Our present status might be better, but in the eyes of those people in the clan, we're still nothing. What I can say is that we have more bargaining chips to negotiate with them. Adding to the fact that we have a very good relationship with the Persal clan, even if they want to move against us, they would need a reason to shake our station. Near felt relieved and said, that's good. Young lady, why don't you consider Mr. Zhao Hai, since Mr. has such good skills? He's also good-natured with a good heart, so I think in the future, he will certainly be good towards the young lady. Laura looked at Near with a smile. She teased, you little girl, are you fancying Mr.? So you think that I should marry him? Near blushed. It isn't like that. I won't speak irresponsibly. Laura chuckled and told Near, little girl, things really aren't so simple. The strength of Mr. is too big, and he has too many good things in his hands. Yet, we still aren't allowed to see his true colors. This means that Mr. is one with very powerful enemies. If they are against such a powerful strength, then I fear that Mr.'s enemies will also not be that easy. If I really married Mr., I fear that we will face a more dangerous situation than what we're currently experiencing. Near stared for a moment. Then she smiled and looked at Laura. So the young lady wants to marry Mr. Zhao Hai? Hee. The young lady always said that she has never thought of it. Deceiving people? Laura looked blankly at Near, but didn't reply. She didn't really know why, but she really had thought about it. This might probably be because Near had talked about such things too much lately. That's why she had such thoughts. Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about Laura, and he hadn't thought about what she might be thinking. To tell the truth, presently, he was a little anxious. He estimated that by now, Buffy had entered the Carrion Swamp for over a month already, yet, till now, he hadn't come out. In addition, there was the issue of eating and drinking. Thus, Zhao Hai wasn't really clear on how Buffy would live inside the swamp. Remember that all the plants there were poisonous? He was curious as to how Buffy survived this month. Was he able to eat or drink? He hadn't heard anything about a rank 9 that could survive without eating. Although Zhao Hai had now begun to improve the land in the vicinity of Fort Iron Mountain, he didn't dare to go too far. He only managed under 700,000 square meters, which was still a lot. Remember that there weren't many people in the fort, thus, there was a lot of land that they couldn't manage. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had raised a lot of scaled wildebeests which the slaves used to help them when they were busy planting some common vegetables. Thus, they weren't that tired. Zhao Hai hadn't changed the scaled wildebeests into zombies. Although it might appear that zombies were a lot more useful, Zhao Hai wasn't a genuine black magician, so he still preferred living things. When Laura left Stony Mountain, Zhao Hai immediately took the several bags of magic seeds and placed them in the space. Green naturally followed him, as he also wanted to know if This time around, the space would be able to level up. As soon as they entered the space, they heard a beep from the space and a tone that said, "Discovered plant seeds, recording seeds, vegetable seeds, variant type, seed evaluation is, level 15 plant, extracting seeds, digitizing seeds. Seeds can now be bought from the spatial shop." 2. Discovered plant seeds, recording seeds, vegetable seed, variant type, seed evaluation is, level 15 plant, extracting seeds, digitizing seeds. Seeds can now be bought from the spatial shop. After 5 consecutive prompts, a little while later the space beeped and prompted in another tone. Because of the discovery of new plants, space has reached the upgrade requirements and has upgraded to level 11. New land that can now be reclaimed is 10 mu. Requirements: 3,000 gold coins. The level and gold coin requirements have been met. Do you wish to reclaim this land immediately? Zhao Hai had been waiting for this level up, and he also wasn't short on money. This time around, the land that could be reclaimed was around 10 mu. Thus, he didn't hesitate and said, "Immediately reclaim." A white light flashed and 10 mu of land appeared in the space. Green looked at the 10 mu of land and didn't know what to say. These 10 mu of land weren't a small quantity. Zhao Hai hadn't expected that after passing level 10, he could reclaim 10 mu of land. This was a big surprise. 3. Zhao Hai saw the mu of land and turned to Green, saying, "Grandpa Green, I want to plant magic vegetables on these new mu of land. What do you think?" Green recovered after hearing Zhao Hai. He looked at the new mu of land, then at the vegetable seeds in Zhao Hai's grip. Green nodded and said, "All right, for these kinds of magic vegetables, after producing them we can take apart and add them to our food supply. Then we can save some until we have a large enough amount before letting Miss Laura help us sell them off so we can get some income from it. Also, I really didn't expect that this upgrade would give us 10 mu of land. It seems that we must further upgrade the space as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he commanded the space using his mind. Automatically, the lands were farmed and planted with these 5 vegetables. He planted each type over 2 mu. Before long, they were all planted. After planting these 10 mu of land, Zhao Hai took out the virtuous phantasm-colored eggs that were still inside the box and went to the ranch. The ranch now raised blue-eyed rabbits and several wind-seeking horses. For in the space, Zhao Hai had purposely kept these horses in the space. When they were traveling, they used the undead to hurry along. However, if they were going to Kosa City, then they could only sit on the undead until they got to the entrance of the city. Afterward, they would have to walk inside, which wasn't convenient. Also, for the scaled wildebeests, although they'd been improved, they were still too slow. In order to have a convenient means to travel within the city, Zhao Hai had raised these horses. Although the speed of Alien 5 was faster than the wind-seeking horses and could pull a lot more than them, Zhao Hai still decided to use the horses because if Alien pulled, then it would cause too much noise which would likely raise up a storm. Moreover, Zhao Hai honestly envied the design of Laura's carriage. Before, he could only look at it. Now, however, he was wealthy and could make a carriage just like Laura's. Even if it wasn't the same, there mustn't be too much of a difference. After Zhao Hai and Green entered the ranch and brought the box with the virtuous phantasm-colored eggs, the space beeped and intoned, "Discovered new animals. Biochemical battle beast. Can absorb pure energy to survive. Can assist humans in battle and help them exceed their shortcomings. Can only absorb pure energy and cannot be upgraded." To improve these deficiencies, the biochemical beast can properly absorb any form of a skill in order to upgrade. Extracting animals. Digitizing animals. Animals can now be bought from the spatial shop. Immediately after, another beep sounded and a tone prompted. Because of the discovery of new animals, Ranch has upgraded to level 3. It can now domesticate 100 more animals. Then, there were no more voices. Zhao Hai was very happy. He immediately took the 5 eggs to the hatching area of the ranch. Soon, the eggs cracked one after another. Then a fluffy little thing broke out. As Zhao Hai saw these things, He was stunned for a moment. This was because he found out that these 5 little things looked like 5 little chickens. These were 5 different colored chicks. Zhao Hai looked blankly at the 5 chicks. He murmured, "How could it be chickens? Did someone catch a chick in order for it to become a chicken virtuous phantasm?" As Zhao Hai said that, Green couldn't help but laugh. He said to Zhao Hai, "Master, these are not chickens, but eagle-class virtuous phantasms. They are a lot fiercer than chickens. Although they aren't as good as magic beasts, they can still transform into armors and weapons. Furthermore, they can also fly. Since they can interlink with their master, they can be used as an airborne scout. I hadn't really thought that Laura's gift this time around would be eagle virtuous phantasms. These eagle virtuous phantasms are really rare." Chapter 168. Buffy comes out. Zhao Hai hadn't thought that these 5 chicken virtuous phantasms were actually eagle virtuous phantasms. He turned around and looked at Green, asking, "Grandpa Green, are you sure you aren't mistaken?" Green smiled and said, "Master, I can't be wrong. They are really of the eagle virtuous phantasm class. There's no such thing as a chicken virtuous phantasm. Moreover, in terms of ones that could fly in the sky, there's only the eagle virtuous phantasm class." Presently, the 5 chicks were running around and pecking at the grass, scrambling all over the place. They seemed quite healthy. Green frowned and said, "This isn't right. Virtuous phantasms can only eat things that contain strong magic elements. How come these several little things are different?" Zhao Hai chuckled. "It's not important since the space didn't say anything." "Oh, right. They had been improved. I presume that this is what it meant." Green thought about it and nodded. "It seems to be the case. This is just great. With several of our own virtuous phantasms, we can reproduce a lot more of these virtuous phantasms." Zhao Hai chuckled again. "Right. However, we can't reproduce too much. We also have the blue-eyed rabbits to maintain. We should first wait until the ranch in the tunnel can fully produce its own blue-eyed rabbits. Then we can raise other things in the space." Green nodded and both he and Zhao Hai returned to the inside of the spatial Villa 1 and sat down. Zhao Hai turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, I am ready to explore the carrion swamp after Buffy comes out. In any case, we should solve the threat of the carrion swamp anyway." Green frowned and said, "Master, I fear that it won't be that easy to resolve the threat of the carrion swamp. For many years, a lot of strong experts had gone in, but only a few have come out alive. Although Master has the space, it may still be impossible to solve. I don't intend to completely take care of the threat of the carrion swamp," Zhao Hai said, nodding. "I just don't want to yield to the magic beast riots that occur from time to time. Also, when Buffy comes out, so long as we exterminate him, then we will be able to find out some information about what's happening inside. This should enable us to head deeper into the carrion swamp." Green thought for a moment and nodded. "That's good. If we cannot resolve the threat of the carrion swamp, then we won't ever be safe within the Black Waste." Green was now a lot more confident with the space. He believed that there wasn't anything that existed inside the carrion swamp that they should fear. So long as there was the space, Zhao Hai's security wouldn't be a problem. This was the main reason why he'd agreed to what Zhao Hai had proposed earlier. Mrin smiled and said, "I heard that there will be a lot of plants there that aren't available within the continent. If that is the case, then Master will be able to upgrade the space faster." Zhao Hai nodded his head, smiled, and said, "Yes, this time around, Drunk had collected many things. I believe that when they get back into the space, it'll be upgraded. When that happens, the area of land would be even greater." Green nodded and looked outside the villa window. With a low voice, he said, "As long as the land inside the space gets larger, we will gain a lot more capital. When that time comes, don't even think of bullying us." Zhao Hai just nodded. Then he froze for a moment and turned to Green. "Grandpa Green, Drunk had just sent a message stating that Buffy was coming out of the swamp. He also looks badly injured." Green was surprised for a moment, then immediately turned to Zhao Hai. "Immediately ask Drunk how injured Buffy is. He might take several days before he arrives here from the Black Waste." Zhao Hai nodded and immediately asked Drunk. Turning back to Green, he said, "Drunk reported that the injuries don't seem to be light and, Evidently, he was flying as fast as he could. He should be coming out of the swamp within 2 days. 2. Green nodded his head and said, "The time is just enough. We will stop him in the mountains." "Master, please take a look at the virtuous phantasms and see if they can be matured within a few days. These virtuous phantasms will definitely be able to help us. Even if Buffy can fly, we won't need to be afraid." Zhao Hai nodded his head. He shifted a little and was now in the ranch. He examined the virtuous phantasms. These virtuous phantasms were level 10 animals, with a maturity time of 15 hours. They can produce an egg every 8 hours, and can lay eggs up to a maximum of 5 times. This means that within 2 days' time, they could reproduce enough. Almost 100 virtuous phantasms could then be taken out. Thus, waiting for these virtuous phantasms to mature before the battle wouldn't be a problem. Space animals had a spawning cycle. Granted, even though they will mature, they still needed to wait for a predetermined space spawning time before they truly matured and could be placed inside the warehouse. If they do not reach the specified maturity time, then they cannot be moved through the warehouse. Of course, there was an exception to this rule. Newborn young animals were exempt because they could be directly placed into the warehouse as a source of income. Seeing this result, Zhao Hai was assured that 100 eagle virtuous phantasms would be able to make a wounded rank 9 expert fall from the heavens. After Zhao Hai told Green the results, Green was very happy. They immediately moved to Fort Iron Mountain and prepared to deal with Buffy. As a precaution, Green went to Casa City and bought several strong bows. 3. Although a rank 9 expert could fly, they couldn't fly too high. With a strong bow, they could be directly shot at. However, people on the continent didn't use bows and arrows to hit a rank 9 expert because that would be tantamount to a death wish. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai recalled some magic beasts from Stony Mountain and placed them on alert within the Black Waste. Since this time around they would be dealing with a rank 9 expert, even though it was a wounded rank 9 expert. A rank 9 was still a rank 9, he shouldn't be underestimated. 2 days passed quickly and Zhao Hai's space had 100 matured eagle virtuous phantasms. After they had grown up, their appearance, which was like that of a chick when they were young, was now completely different. They looked like what Zhao Hai had heard of before, golden eagles. Grown-up virtuous phantasms' open wingspan would be almost 5 meters long and their body was nearly 2 meters tall. They had a steel hook-like mouth and cast iron talons. With beautiful eyes, they had a low and deeply hoarse cry that had an unusual penetrating power and an overwhelming strength behind it. Zhao Hai was very surprised by what the eagle virtuous phantasms were eating. When they grew up, they didn't eat the grass anymore, but rather the blue-eyed rabbits. They would eat a blue-eyed rabbit every time the space produced a rabbit, which seemed like they were playing a strange game of switch-up. Zhao Hai couldn't really understand why this happened, so he asked the space. However, the answer he got was that his level wasn't high enough. In the end, it couldn't be inquired about, which made Zhao Hai depressed. Anyways, the number of the blue-eyed rabbits in the space didn't actually decrease, even though they were eaten by the eagle virtuous phantasms. These eagles also maintained a strong aggressiveness, which was very good. Zhao Hai had let these matured eagle virtuous phantasms out of the space since he'd feared that these matured eagles might not be of any use. However, the results were very good. These virtuous phantasms were very obedient, even when they were outside the space. When they were told to attack, they would attack, and would also do it in formations. As Zhao Hai had managed these features, he'd made these virtuous phantasms go with a formation attack. Green was very satisfied with the result. Even if the strength of these virtuous phantasms was very strong, they didn't only have strength but also a large stature. Compared to the normal eagle virtuous phantasms, they were larger. This improvement was probably because of the space. Green estimated that the fighting strength of these virtuous phantasms would be equivalent to a rank 6 expert. When they fought in the air, they would be even stronger since, after all, they were born to fly. Zhao Hai hadn't only fortified Fort Iron Mountain, but had also sent a lot of undead to the periphery of the swamp to scout in order to find Buffy in the shortest possible time. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, They didn't see Buffy 2 days later. Zhao Hai immediately sent orders to those undead inside the carrion swamp to look for him. Finally, they found Buffy on a small island. Buffy was wounded. Knowing that Buffy was wounded, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He immediately ordered the undead to enter the swamp and attack Buffy. Buffy looked seriously injured and unexpectedly didn't resist. He just flew out of the swamp. Zhao Hai couldn't clearly see the situation within the carrion swamp as there was a 7-colored smog covering it, so he sent the undead into the swamp to tell him about the situation. Zhao Hai and Green now stood in Iron Fort Mountain. They looked at the sky and over towards the 7-colored smog that covered the swamp. Green took out his spirit wind sword while Marin, who stood beside them, held her magic staff. Meg took out the sealed magic iron tome 4, while Woodhead and Stonehead each held a strong bow. Zhao Hai also took out his ghost cane and called out the stone giants, which were prepared to attack any time. Of course, Zhao Hai was the busiest among all of them as he was currently taking out the 100 eagle virtuous phantasms while calling out 10 stone giants. These stone giants were ready to throw rocks into the sky in order to attack. Buffy didn't let Zhao Hai and the rest down as they'd only needed to wait for about half an hour before they saw a fluctuation inside the 7-colored smog that covered the swamp. Then a humanoid flew out from the swamp. Zhao Hai feared that Buffy might go back into the swamp. With the low visibility of the swamp, it wouldn't be an appropriate place to fight him. So as Buffy flew out of the swamp, they didn't attack immediately. Rather, they waited until Buffy was near Fort Iron Mountain before he suddenly ordered the attack. The first to move were those eagle virtuous phantasms. 100 eagles, 50 in front of him, another 50 sealing Buffy's escape path towards the swamp. With Zhao Hai's order, the sky was then filled with hoarse eagle cries. Then 2 teams of the eagles forming a half-moon formation that flew forwards and pressed towards Buffy. Buffy apparently hadn't thought that there would be a situation like this. His figure moved, then fell towards the ground. Green shouted, "Begin!" He raised his spirit wind sword and rushed towards Buffy. Buffy saw Green and immediately understood what was happening. His eyes flashed with a chill while looking at Green as he said, "So it's you, and you actually recovered. Well then, let us see. Since last time I had let you escape, this time around, we will see how you can run." Then he waved his hands and threw out several wind bladages towards Green. Chapter 169, Besieging the Deity. However, at the same time, a few boulders were thrown by the stone giants towards Buffy. Naturally, Buffy knew what this present situation was all about. He recited several incantations with a low voice and a surge of wind elements crazily flew around him. His form was like that of a leaf dancing in the wind as he drifted around randomly. Each magician had their own way of fighting. For example, an earth element magician often reinforced their body with magic to boost their defenses. Because of the protection of their earth elemental magic, these magicians had the strongest defenses of all the other magicians. As a contrast, their attack speed was quite slow. Water element magicians had their own shield revolving move. The water system didn't lack for skills and abilities and was even aggressive and varied in their uses. Later on, it was found that a water magic guard could be rotated, which increased the defensive power of the magic shield. Slowly, they developed the water system magic guard until it had the same rotational power as a whirlpool. Fire element magicians usually focused on attack since the fire element had the most destructive power when compared to the other elements. A wind element magician, among the other 4 elements of magic one, could be considered the lightest. In a battle, wind element magicians would use their wind magic to make their bodies very light, making it easier for them to avoid attacks. A magician's way of fighting had a direct or indirect relation with their magic attribute. Just like what the previous first on the continent and famous deity-level magic master, Johann II, had once said, magicians would need a lifetime to study each spell. This Johann was not your average person. He was the first magic genius on the continent 1,000 years ago. This didn't mean that his talent was very good. On the contrary, his talent was quite poor. Children could start learning magic at the age of 12, and some could even learn as early as the age of 10. Johann, however, began to learn to meditate at the age of 16. Yet such a person was called the Magic Teacher 3. He had a total of 120 disciples throughout his entire life. These 120 disciples, without exception, all became experts. 100 of them became rank 8 experts, while the other 20 became rank 9 deities. Such a teaching ability was unprecedented. Later on, precisely because of this, Johann became recognized throughout the whole continent as the magic teacher. His words became seriously studied since then. Due to that, his words that stated that a magician would need a lifetime to study a spell became his most famous saying. This was due to those disciples of his. It was because of that phrase that he had gotten such results. Buffy was a wind magician himself. Opposing the enemy with such a method wasn't entirely wrong. However, he changed his thoughts as he found that there was something wrong. Who was Buffy? He was a rank 9 expert, a person with the presence of a deity. This was a top existence on the continent. Other than when he fought against someone of the same rank, would he use the same style that a wind element magician would use to fight? That's impossible. The presence of a rank 9 expert already had its own devastating force. In order to hide against the attacks from a few stone giant, would he use his usual wind element magician's form of combat? If he said that to others, none of them would believe it. His only explanation for doing so was because he was seriously injured and wasn't in good shape. Since he couldn't even fully use his strength as a rank 9 magician, he had to use this way of fighting. Seeing this scene, Green calmed himself down and dodged the wind blade edges. Suddenly, a water dragon 4 appeared and hit several of those wind blade edges. With a loud bang, the wind blade edges and the water dragon both vanished. Simultaneously, 2 powerful arrows from bows were shot directly towards Buffy, along with a 5-meter giant light sword 5 that slashed straight down from the sky, slicing towards Buffy's head. Meg and Woodhead 6 had followed up and attacked him. Buffy was a rank 9 expert that wasn't to be trifled with. He moved and dodged several of the boulders and waved his hand, causing a light green shield to appear over his head. This shield didn't protect his back but rather just blocked the light sword that had been slashing down. He then cast 2 wind blade edges. The arrows from Stonehead and Woodhead missed their marks as they flew past his sides due to a cyclone. This cyclone surrounded his entire body and rolled dust up into the sky, hiding him. This time, Mrin recited several incantations with a low voice and several water dragons appeared outside the cyclone. They seemed like iron chains as they wrapped around the cyclone. Around the same time, several chunks of earth moved up from the ground to the sky, directly heading straight for Buffy's foot. It was Zhao Hai who had attacked this time. The Ghost Cane could now use 3 different magic elements, namely the Light System, Dark System, and Earth System. Zhao Hai didn't have much combat experience, thus, he could only stay aside and act as a support. Buffy was also worthy of being a rank 9 expert. Even though he was injured and currently besieged by several people, he appeared to be at ease and didn't look distressed. However, he'd really wanted to run, but couldn't. He was being blocked by the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms. If one compared these Eagle Virtuous Phantasms to the normal Virtuous Phantasms, then these had a higher fighting efficiency. While the common Virtuous Phantasms wouldn't leave the sides of their masters because their battle capabilities were lower, this wasn't the case for these Eagle Virtuous Phantasms. After the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms had been transformed by the space, they couldn't even be regarded as the same as the continent's virtuous phantasms. The space had even called them biochemical beasts. Due to movies and television, people on Earth usually thought of something dead or something toxic and such when they heard the word biochemistry. However, anything biological would fall under biochemistry. It could be said that humans were the main study of biological research. Some people wanted to study biology for their own use. On the other hand, sometimes they also came up with something that would be used as a tool for killing. Biochemical beasts had always been the vision that people would have liked to manufacture, a sort of strong combat beast that was capable of helping people fight. Furthermore, this beast could also absorb different genes to allow themselves to become stronger. The space could make such transformations. Once placed, the animals and plants, as well as the virtuous phantasms from the continent could be optimized. Doing these things to make biochemical beasts would be possible, but there were some shortcomings. Still, just with the space's ability to improve, the eagle virtuous phantasms had already become very strong. Buffy now had a better understanding. He thought that last time, when he had injured Green, that it would be impossible for Green to recover. Even if he recovered from the injuries, he would at most be a rank 6 expert, which was an optimistic view. However, what he saw today was completely different. Not only was Green's injury cured, but his strength had been completely restored too. This made him very surprised. Green was with Marin, who helped him at the side. This couple, which was decades old, would naturally have flawless coordination, adding in Zhao Hai, who would attack ruthlessly from time to time, and this all made Buffy feel unbearable. Like Zhao Hai had guessed, Buffy really was injured. This time around, he had quickly ran out and was quite afraid of the carrion swamp. Although he ran out quickly, he'd still been severely injured. He'd been temporarily suppressed due to that injury and couldn't fight a battle for a long period of time. It was precisely because of this reason that when he met the undead that Zhao Hai had ordered to attack within the carrion swamp, he didn't engage them and instead directly ran out of the swamp. He hadn't thought, however, that upon coming out of the swamp, Green would be there to block him. Now that he wanted to get away, it seemed difficult. As Buffy attacked, he tried to think of a way to retreat. In all honesty, Zhao Hai couldn't really help much in this battle. Even though he could use magic, his understanding of magic was still too small. He didn't know which kind of magic would be most appropriate to use. Most of the time, he could only act as a support. However, Zhao Hai was ready. Even if his knowledge of magical application was not very good, he still had the space. Although the space didn't have much attack power and couldn't help much in a fight, it still had two abilities. One was the fly swatter function, and the other was the capture function. The capture function was originally used for capturing animals for the space in order to increase production. However, since there was already too much improvement done by the space to the animals, a large number of animals had already been raised. It was now impossible for Zhao Hai to use this function to move animals within the space to increase production since he could do so with just a thought. However, this function was still kept active and could even be used outside the space. It could be used to grab people and catch animals outside the space. However, Zhao Hai hadn't used this function before. Still, he believed that this function should be easy to use. This was when it was compared to the fly swatter, which had a lot of variables. 7. It was because of this idea that Zhao Hai didn't get fully into the battle. He was being very careful in watching Buffy. When required, he would be ruthless. Green and the others had been battling with Buffy for an hour now, but they still couldn't defeat him. This made them understand what kind of strength Buffy had as a rank 9 expert. Buffy was able to hold on for such a long time, showing and proving his might. Zhao Hai, however, had observed that Buffy's face had become increasingly ugly. In the beginning, he was calm. Afterwards, he was now somewhat pale and flushed red from time to time. Zhao Hai was aiming to attack Buffy's injuries, which was why he was paying such close attention to him. Lastly, he was afraid that Buffy might go all out. As Zhao Hai had guessed, after such a long battle, Buffy had found out that his injuries would get really bad if the fight with Green and the others continued. Finally, due to his fear that this might happen, he prepared a desperate act. After having cast a series of over 100 wind bladeages, Green was finally compelled to draw back. Buffy quickly recited an incantation and waved his hand, causing a huge tornado to appear in front of him. It was a very strong tornado that sucked up a lot of dust and dirt. It even affected a few stones that were caught up in the wind, which made it more dangerous. Buffy's voice came from the back of the tornado. Crazed Wind Tornado 8. Kill. That tornado spun directly towards Green. While Green dealt with this magic spell, Buffy made a quick movement and rushed towards the carrion swamp. Chapter 170. Flower City. When Zhao Hai saw Buffy release such a wide-ranged magic spell, he quickly felt something was wrong and avoided it by entering the space. Immediately opening the screen, he saw the situation outside on the battlefield. Obviously, The red dots represented his side while that lone green dot represented Buffy. The magic that Buffy casted on the battlefield took away all of the attention, so it was harder to spot him. However, this was enough. Zhao Hai managed to find out that Buffy was planning to head back into the carrion swamp. He understood Buffy's intent. Allowing Buffy to escape and re-enter the swamp would make him difficult to find, even if they had the space and weren't afraid of the poison fog. Zhao Hai's hand pointed out at the green dot and he launched the capture function. He immediately went out of the space, wanting to see if the capture function would be successful. Upon leaving the space, a large hand appeared in the sky. This large hand was white, a gleaming white that soared directly towards Buffy. This large hand was very quick and Buffy couldn't escape the large hand, even though he wasn't slow. As it was about to catch Buffy, the large hand suddenly opened and Buffy was caught in its palm. Buffy still hadn't understood what had happened before he was suddenly grabbed. He hastened to escape. However, at this moment, a large fly swatter appeared in the sky, targeting Buffy's head. This fly swatter was fast and everyone could only see a blurred motion before the fly swatter slammed a total of 20 times onto Buffy's head. Buffy fell directly to the ground. However, it was obvious that Buffy's strength was a lot stronger than Zhao Hai's, as he wasn't dead. At this time, a light sword flew out from the space, cutting across Buffy's neck, cleanly separating his head from his body. After Buffy died, the huge tornado disappeared. Green quickly ran towards Buffy and looked down at his corpse. Taking a moment to breathe, Green said, he was indeed a rank 9 expert. If not for Master Moving enduring the final moments, he would have been able to escape. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's nothing. Anyway, he wasn't able to escape. Grandpa Green, watch me. After he said that, he picked up Buffy with his right hand and transformed him into a high-rank skeleton. It really was a magical thing, this black magic. Zhao Hai cast his soul trap technique and the head that had flown away now came flying back to Buffy's body. The disappearance of flesh followed quickly and a skeleton appeared in front of Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's intent, Green, along with the others, returned to the space. Upon entering the space immediately gave Buffy upgrades. Buffy became a zombie and now looked younger many times over compared to when he was still alive. He now looked like a middle-aged man. Zombies didn't necessarily decay or waste away when they died after a time. On the contrary, people who were turned into zombies would have their bodies strengthened. They would undergo transformations which would result in some changes. For instance, Buffy looked younger as an example of a change. After being transformed into a zombie, a tongue would be reproduced and their consciousness would become their own once again. These zombies would then be able to speak like a normal person. This was the result Zhao Hai wanted. He wanted Buffy to tell him his knowledge of the carrion swamp. If Buffy were only a skeleton, then only Zhao Hai could communicate with him. Zhao Hai would then have to reiterate everything to Green and the others, which would be troublesome. 2. After Buffy was transformed into a zombie, the space suddenly beeped, discovered new magical energy, prompting energy, strengthening the space's attack performance. Zhao Hai's attention was focused on the Ghost Cane's notes. He immediately understood what the space meant. Right now, the Ghost Cane could use spells from a new magic element, that of the wind element. Zhao Hai didn't care about this and led Green and the others back into the villa. He asked Buffy, "Buffy, tell us everything you know about the carrion swamp." Buffy bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, Master." This time around, I had gone deep into the carrion swamp, over 5,000 kilometers. 3. Everything was going well then and I only encountered some poisonous plants and flying insect magic beasts, as well as other magic beasts. I didn't encounter too many risks during this time. However, as I went deeper into the swamp, after traveling around a 10 square kilometer area 4, I found a city. Zhao Hai and Green seemed distracted for a moment. Then Green looked at Buffy and asked, "Did you just say a city?" Buffy nodded. Yes, it was a city, also a very large city. However, there was no one in the city. Not even magic beasts or undead. The entire city was full of flowers though, a strange kind of flower. Green immediately asked, "What kind of flower?" Buffy said, This flower was very strange as it was like a vine that grew up right on its own. It had thorns on its vines, and the vines were dark green in color. At the top there was a fully bloomed flower with 7 petals. Each petal had its own color. It was just like the different colors of the smog covering the carrion swamp, and they were very bright. Zhao Hai and the others looked surprised as this was the first time they had heard about it. The entire city was full of flowers. What kind of situation was that? Zhao Hai then asked. How many people could live in that city? Buffy replied. It is very big. Although it was a little smaller than Kosa City, it is about the size of an average medium-sized city. So, around 500,000 people could live in it. Furthermore, this city had its own wall, and the walls were made of stone. However, the strange flower was odd, as it could give birth to vine roots. These roots attached themselves to the stone. I tried attacking it with my wind bladage to move the flowers, but failed. The entire city was covered by this flower, which was very strange. Zhao Hai, Green, and the others were shocked. A city that could be populated by 500,000 people, on the Ark continent, wouldn't be small. Such a big city was covered by a strange flower. How large a flower could that be? Moreover, the flower's root could attach itself to the stone, which was amazing. What root of a plant could be this sharp? Most importantly, a rank 9 magician's wind bladage couldn't even cut or move the vines. In the end, what kind of flower was this? Furthermore, there was one point that Green was mostly concerned about. Buffy had said that the color of the flower's petals were the same colors as the smog covering the carrion swamp. Could there be a link between this flower and the carrion swamp? Was the flower the cause of the smog, as well as the variation of the smog's color? They really wanted to enter the carrion swamp, so these circumstances were very important for them. Zhao Hai turned to Buffy and asked, "What else is there? Tell us everything." Buffy nodded his head and said, "Originally, everything was normal. There were many undead and magic beasts in the carrion swamp, and they had their own territories. The outer periphery had low ranks, while the areas nearer to the city had the higher-ranking magic beasts and undead. During the 4 weeks that I had been exploring, I saw several rank 8s and rank 9s, but they didn't attack me. However, after I attacked using the wind bladages to cut the flower, they suddenly attacked me. Thus, I ran away, finally escaping the battle." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Green. "Grandpa Green, how do you see this?" Green nodded his head, saying, "It seems like that flower is very mysterious. If I guessed correctly, the 7-colored smog that covers the carrion swamp should be related to the flower. Otherwise, those magic beasts and undead wouldn't guard the flower. As it is, Buffy wasn't a problem. However, once he attacked the flower, issues arose. Seemingly, this flower is the key. If this is the case, then it will be troublesome." Zhao Hai frowned. "We are separated by 5,000 kilometers. From here to there. That should also be the central area of the carrion swamp. If we want to solve the threat of the carrion swamp, then we must start with that flower." Green nodded and said, "Buffy was not attacked when he explored the swamp, probably because he was quite strong. Those undead and magic beasts were rank 8 and 9 and their intelligence wasn't any lower than that of humans, so they didn't want to mess with Buffy. However, Buffy attacked the flower, which made them anxious. This shows the importance of the flower to them." "Buffy, is there anything else to be reported?" Buffy nodded and said, "There is another situation, but I'm just guessing and I'm not sure if it's accurate. I find it very strange that inside Flower City, the more I head towards the middle of the city market area, the more robust the flower vines became. The flowers covering the entire city is probably only one flower, and all the other flowers branch out from that main one." After Buffy said that, Green was even more stunned. The flowers that covered the entire city was actually one? This argument was truly terrifying. What kind of flower could grow as much as this? Even the legendary Tree City 5 of the Elves 6 wouldn't be this big, right? Green looked at Buffy and asked, "Buffy, are you really telling us the truth? When you observed the city, the flowers that surrounded it really only branched out from that one flower?" Buffy nodded and said, "This is just my hypothesis, but it seemed like it had its own consciousness. If I just touched it gently, there wouldn't be any reaction. However, if I attack using my wind bladage, it acted crazily and even spewed smog from the colored flowers. Then the vine started attacking me. That flower vine is quite fast, although its strength couldn't be compared to a rank 9. Also, it seems like it couldn't leave Flower City. Thus, when I left the city, the flowers slowly retreated. But then the magic beasts began attacking me. Green's face became ugly as he said, "It seems like the root of everything in the carrion swamp really is that flower." What is strange is why those that came out of the carrion swamp before didn't explain these things. Green knew that there were some experts that had managed to escape from the carrion swamp before. They might have even said something about all of this. However, in the recent 1,000 years, no one dared to enter the carrion swamp. As such, these things had been slowly forgotten. Chapter 171, Thinking of a Way. Zhao Hai frowned and said, "It seems like the threat of the carrion swamp is very difficult to solve. If it wasn't for him being a rank 9 expert, exploring the carrion swamp would have been a struggle. How should we handle this?" Green also frowned. "This matter is truly difficult. That flower is as strong as a rank 9 expert, adding in the fact that there are a lot of guardian magic beasts and undead defending it. Trying to solve this will be very hard." "Oh, right. Buffy, did you bring space equipment when you explored the carrion swamp this time? If you didn't, how did you eat?" Buffy replied, "I didn't bring any space equipment since exploring the carrion swamp would have been dangerous. The clan didn't allow me to bring space equipment because of that. However, eating wasn't a problem. After all, there's a lot of plants and animals in the carrion swamp, even though they're toxic. You just needed to find some that had less toxicity and think of a way to detoxify them. After all, magic can be used to detoxify." Green nodded as what Buffy said was right. Buffy was a rank 9 magician and a wind element magician. Though only light and water elements had spells that could purify, there were still many possible detoxification methods. Even the general detoxification spell of magicians could be used as a contingency. Since Buffy explored the carrion swamp without any space equipment, naturally he would look for less toxic plants and magic beasts, then detoxify them. He then wouldn't starve to death, nor would he be poisoned. Green didn't inquire into this matter anymore since the most important thing was to solve the threat of the carrion swamp. Eating wouldn't be a problem for them since Zhao Hai had the space. Even if Zhao Hai brought the slaves into the carrion swamp, there wouldn't be a food issue. The group of people in the villa frowned after hearing what Buffy said. Although Buffy had told them a lot of information, the most important piece for Zhao Hai was the flower. They had to be more sure of it. The more pressing issue was that they had found the root of the problem. However, they hadn't obtained any solutions for it. After a while, when Mren saw that the others didn't have any ideas, she stood up and said, "Well, don't think about it for now. Leave this matter to Buffy. First, bring him some paper, then let him go back out and draw a map of the terrain as he passes over it. After the map is drawn, we will have a guide we can use for when we enter the carrion swamp." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Anyway, now that we can't think of anything, let's just leave it at that. Meg, help Buffy get some paper and a pencil and let him draw the map." Meg 1 complied with his words and went to get Buffy a pencil and paper. Green followed. "Yes, for now, let's leave it at that. Master, it seems that we can order Drunk to return now and bring some plants and magic beasts back. So long as Master's space levels up, everything will be alright." Zhao Hai nodded. "Fine, I'll order Drunk to come back. We'll wait for them and see what degree the space upgrades. As long as the space does level up, everything will be easier." Green nodded his head and said, "Yes. In fact, I want to emphasize that the space does have great offensive capabilities, such as the capture function and the fly swatter. They have very strong offensive power. Even Buffy, a rank 9 expert, couldn't withstand them." Adding in the ability to use insects and mosquitoes through the other functions, and the ability of the space is quite strong. However, since we're going into the carrion swamp, we can't rely heavily on these functions. We should plan carefully. Woodhead, who hadn't spoken, suddenly said, "Grandpa Green, Master, If we let the eagle virtuous phantasms carry the ghost cane and travel through the skies of the carrion swamp, we can avoid most of these perils. Just order it to go directly to Flower City and observe the situation. If they really can't survive with their strength, then let them return. Green was stunned for a moment after hearing what Wood had said. Then he replied, "This is a good way too, Master. How do you see it?" Zhao Hai thought about it and said, "This approach is excellent. As long as Buffy can confirm the locations, we will be able to freely observe the situation. Furthermore, the space can place a transfer point since I have saved them up in case there was a greater need for it. If we can really do it like what Wood had said and go directly to Flower City, then it's possible to place a transfer point in the city itself. Then we can go in and out of there anytime." Green stood up, walked around, and said, "I think with this matter, we should head there first to observe. Anyway, sooner or later this matter will be solved. Establishing a transfer point wouldn't only help us understand the carrion swamp, but can also give us a place to hide." Zhao Hai nodded as he agreed with what Green said. Although they had the space as their hiding place, hiding there for a long time wouldn't be a good thing. However, if they couldn't hide in Stony Mountain, nor the Black Waste since a rank 9 expert could search there, they would only be able to hide inside the space. Furthermore, if their identities were exposed one day, it wouldn't be safe to stay in either Stony Mountain or the Black Waste, and they really could only disappear inside the space. However, the space couldn't last longer than a generation. Thus, they needed more places they could hide with a lot of security. There was no other place as vicious as the carrion swamp. Even a rank 9 expert wouldn't dare enter easily. Of course, this would only be the last option if they needed to hide. If they were really forced to retreat to the carrion swamp, then it only meant that they had no place on the continent. Marin frowned and said, "I'm afraid that it will be dangerous for Master to go." After all, Buffy said that the flower had a strength rivaling that of a rank 9 expert. "Green, remember when Buffy attacked you? If we didn't have the space, you wouldn't have only been seriously injured." Green nodded his head and said, "This is a problem. However, we can just let Master stay inside the space. Then we will go out and investigate this flower. That's the key to unlocking the mysteries of the carrion swamp." Zhao Hai nodded. Grandpa Green is right. Buffy did say that if he hadn't attacked the flowers, they wouldn't have assaulted him. So long as we don't take the initiative to attack those flowers, we shouldn't have anything to worry about. Green nodded his head. In any case, we shouldn't be worrying since it's not a big deal if we go out while the Master stays inside the space. We'll investigate. That flower is just a plant, so Master's space can help a lot. If this plant really is smart, then it won't be difficult for Master. Zhao Hai and Mren chuckled as they listened to Green. Green looked at them with a frown and said, "You both shouldn't laugh. I heard that if a plant has a soul, then it's more sensitive. For this matter, perhaps there will be a good solution." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, I wasn't thinking that you were wrong. I also feel that if we stay together with those plants, it would be more comfortable if they can sometimes show some emotion. I just think that these matters we had been looking into have given results that we weren't expecting." Haha. After Zhao Hai said this, everyone smiled. With regards to these issues, they really hadn't thought that such would be the results. It really was too funny. Meg came back with the paper and pencil that would be given to Buffy to draw. She looked at everyone's faces and saw that the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed. Puzzled, she asked, "Grandpa, Master, why is everyone happy?" Mrin smiled while calling her over. Then Mrin told Meg about the situation, which made Meg smile too. She said, "I think Grandpa is right too. So long as Master acts, we will be able to handle it well. We should think about what we should do once the issue with the carrion swamp is resolved." Zhao Hai smiled. "Your confidence in me is really high. If the issue of the carrion swamp was really that easy, then others would have already solved it. If it was just that, then it wouldn't be called one of the 5 great ominous locations on the continent." Green didn't care much about it. "Anyway, we have already thought of a way forward, so let's try it, Master. However, let's do it this way. We'll let the eagle virtuous phantasm carry the ghost cane, But we won't set a transfer point for now. We must first look into the situation in order to avoid wasting a transfer point. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright then, as soon as we have observed the situation, we'll do it then. Right now, I'll call back Drunk's team and order them to defend the Black Waste and Stony Mountain. They don't need to explore now anyway. If they stay in those two places, we can immediately help them if something ever comes up. Let's do it like this and first wait for them to come out of the swamp." Green shook his head and said, "This won't do. I think we should go prepare for a few days. Order Drunk to stay where they are now and allow the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm to fly over them while carrying the ghost cane. Then let Drunk directly return back inside the space. It will be much faster than waiting for them to come out of the swamp, right?" Zhao Hai patted his head as if he had forgotten this. So long as the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms flew over the carrion swamp while carrying the ghost cane, it'll be able to find Drunk's team. Why should he order them to come out of the swamp when he could do it this way? During the next few days, Zhao Hai prepared to head into the carrion swamp. Since they already knew the key to solving the threat of the carrion swamp, they should try it. Otherwise, the Black Waste wouldn't find any peace. For now, they were waiting for Buffy to finish drawing a map. Although they would be using the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm to fly over the swamp, they still needed the map. Buffy himself wasn't able to find Flower City within just a day. He didn't encounter much danger going there, but it still took him a month of exploring the carrion swamp in order to do so. Chapter 172, Into the Swamp. Nowadays, the trading cooperation between Zhao Hai and Laura had been very stable. The addition of 10 mu of farmable land in the space had allowed Zhao Hai to plant all kinds of magic vegetables, not allowing any of the land to idle. These new kinds of magic vegetables were assessed by the space as level 15, so the time for them to mature was a bit longer, around a day or so. Moreover, these crops had a 3-harvest season rotation, which made it so that Zhao Hai wouldn't need to attend to them too much. These 5 types of crops were magic vegetables, but Zhao Hai thought that they looked like the vegetables from Earth. The tubers looked like potatoes, the sweet peppers looked like green peppers, the red turnips looked like carrots, the olives looked like tomatoes, and the green lettuce looked like Celtis one. Although they looked similar, their taste was a lot better than the vegetables from Earth. This might be due to the magic elements within, but Zhao Hai didn't feel anything. Zhao Hai's ranch also wasn't idle. The 100 vacancies that had been added after the upgrade were used to raise more Eagle Virtuous Phantasms. With this many, it would soon be comparable to an air force in numbers. Zhao Hai believed that after another upgrade, the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms would probably be able to carry people, allowing them to form a proper air force. 5 days after they exterminated him, Buffy finally finished the map. Although the map was simple, for Zhao Hai and everybody else, this was very useful. Buffy had explored the place several times already. However, he hadn't flown in a straight line towards Flower City. Instead, he'd gone all around the carrion swamp for a while before arriving at Flower City. Zhao Hai asked Buffy if he deliberately did this, but was surprised when he heard Buffy's reply. He said that he hadn't intended to do so, but just wanted to go to the other end of the carrion swamp to see what was there. However, upon entering the swamp, he was completely surrounded by the smog, which made him feel disoriented. Although he felt as if he were moving in a straight path, in the end he had just been flying around in circles. Even rushing out of the swamp was hard as Buffy had gone the wrong way a lot of the time. Only at the end had he finally found the way out. With this thought, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of Drunk. Although Drunk wasn't that deep into the carrion swamp, he still feared that going back wouldn't be easy. Seemingly, the carrion swamp wasn't simple. After Buffy finished drawing the map, Zhao Hai didn't immediately move, but instead went to Casa City and bought a section of magic beast hide. This magic beast hide had been processed into leather. It was around 2 meters long and a meter wide. After tidying it up a little, they took Buffy's drawing and carefully copied it onto the piece of leather, expanding out from the small portion. Due to the agreement between the Ixa Empire II and Buddha clan, The Carrion Swamp was considered a part of the Buddha clan's territory. If you really measured the entirety of the Carrion Swamp and dictated it as a part of the Buddha clan's land, then they would have a territory larger than the entirety of the Iksu Empire. It was known by everyone on the continent that the territory of the Buddha clan was basically useless, even though it was very large. Consider the Carrion Swamp, which no one dared to enter, and then add in the Black Waste, and it just shows that the piece of the territory the Buddha clan occupied was just a desert in reality. Zhao Hai, however, didn't think of it like that. If they could really solve the threat of the Carrion Swamp, then not only would that threat be solved, but all of the problems within the Black Waste would also be solved. Solving the threat of the Carrion Swamp would make it so that no magic beasts or undead would come out from there and make trouble through the Black Waste. Also, Zhao Hai had placed a lot of undead and magic beasts of his own around the periphery of the Black Waste to seal it up. This made it so that the average person wouldn't dare enter there and cause a greater ruckus. Even if they wanted to make a lot of noise and flip the skies, no one would know. This was the result Zhao Hai wanted, as he would be changing the Carrion Swamp and Black Waste into an independent kingdom. When the day comes that they finally had enough strength, then even if their situation were to be known to all, no one would dare move against them. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai had thought of placing the map onto the piece of leather and increase the scope of it. It was so that he could have a very good look at the entirety of his territory. Zhao Hai and Green used up several days in order to complete this map. After completing the map, they were now ready to go explore the Carrion Swamp. Furthermore, they now had more than 1,000 eagle virtuous phantasms. Such a quantity wasn't small. Although a human couldn't try to top an eagle virtuous phantasm, these birds obeyed any command given by Zhao Hai. So long as Zhao Hai ordered them, their overall battle prowess would be very high. In fact, they hadn't prepared much before heading into the Carrion Swamp, since they only needed to select a few to go. They wouldn't take the slaves. Thus they didn't have to worry about food and water, as well as the toxin. What this meant was that they didn't have any worries at all. The preparations that Zhao Hai did was actually for the cooperation between Laura and them. Since they had the space, transactions with Laura wouldn't be a problem. However, they were now going inside the Carrion Swamp. If there really were a problem that they could not run from, then they had to make the necessary arrangements, else it would become very troublesome. The business cooperation between them had grown further as they traded bamboo rice, radishes, fruit oil, and blue-eyed rabbits with Laura, all of which made Zhao Hai really busy. Fortunately, with the help of the space, everything moved according to his plans. However, handing everything over to Laura was an issue. In the end, Zhao Hai used the same arrangements he'd used from when they had done transactions with the Persal clan. The method was that Zhao Hai would place the products at the foot of the mountain while Laura picked them up from there. It could now be considered very quiet around Stony Mountain, especially after the Persal clan transferred back their slaves to the Ike Plains to level the land as well as plant some crops. Although they couldn't collect much food, some of it would still end up as edible. Thus, they could avoid any significant shortages. The Persal clan had been able to restore peace in the end. In fact, although the food crisis was a serious disaster, the most important losses were the ones that had happened inside the clan. Although the Persal clan had a great heritage, their losses this time, which hadn't been made known to the public, wasn't any natural calamity that randomly happened. Rather, it was a man-made calamity. It wasn't something that Zhao Hai's best crisis had instigated, but problems caused by the merchants. If these merchants hadn't disturbed the market, then everyone in the Persal Duchy would have had an easier time dealing with the food crisis. There wouldn't be any food price fluctuations, nor would any rumors have been spread. The Persal Duchy might have only lost some money. If they weren't under such heavy pressure, then they might not have been in the mood to look for trouble against the Buddha clan. However, this matter wasn't without its advantages. Since Seven now held the highest authority in the Persal clan, it could be considered a good thing, especially for Zhao Hai. On the other hand, this wasn't good for the merchants who hadn't acted honorably during the crisis and had even caused the Persal clan to heighten their vigilance towards them. This was especially true in the case of the food commodities, along with the basic commodities. More importantly, wanting to cooperate with the Purcell clan in the future would be impossible. The tranquility that the Purcell clan was having had both advantages and disadvantages for Zhao Hai. On one hand, he would benefit from the ease in which he conducted business inside the Purcell duchy. On the other hand, with the stability of the Purcell clan, they might come and examine the situation inside the Black Waste. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about that matter. If someone really did came to the Black Waste, there would be no fear of them being able to hide from the undead in the area. This allowed Zhao Hai to easily prepare ahead of time. Zhao Hai had actually told Laura that he would be going somewhere far, but the truth was that most of the time, he was usually either at Fort Iron Mountain or at Stony Mountain. He would just make the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm carry the ghost cane over the swamp. When they stopped to rest, he could go out of the space and check around for some particular plants. For the rest of the time, Zhao Hai didn't stay too long in the Carrion Swamp. Finally, 10 days after Buffy had gone out and been extinguished by Zhao Hai, everything was ready. Zhao Hai released 5 Eagle Virtuous Phantasms which then flew towards the Carrion Swamp. However, he hadn't thought that just after the eagles entered the swamp, the space would prompt and in a tone, say, biochemical beasts exposed to toxic substances, mutating genes, assimilated toxicity, enhancing genes, added toxicity to attack. This made Zhao Hai shocked. Green was puzzled as well and asked, Master, the space had already strengthened the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms before. Just like the undead, their attacks should have already been toxified, right? Zhao Hai thought about it for a while, then shook his head afterwards. It seems they weren't. The space didn't do what it usually does to the undead, and it also hasn't strengthened the magic beasts. We should pay attention to this matter in the future. Green nodded his head and said, yes, if the space can strengthen magic beasts just like the undead, then their battle efficiency will unceasingly increase. When that time comes, we can relax. Zhao Hai smiled. The magical abilities the space currently displays is beyond my imagination. Who knows what will happen in the future? Anyway, the level of the ranch is still too low. Perhaps once we level it up, we will have more pleasant surprises to see. Green nodded, looking pleased. Yes, the farm alone has already given us a lot of surprises. I'm really anticipating what other surprises the ranch will show us. Zhao Hai also had expectations. Although he had a very good understanding of the farms and ranches in computer games, the present situation of the farm made him understand that he didn't actually know much. Only after leveling the space would it enable him to see a summary of the abilities it had. However, although he saw these summaries, they were written quite vaguely. Thus, this made Zhao Hai surprised at the beginning when the space improved the crops. Zhao Hai and Green stared at the screen inside the space. They themselves hadn't truly entered the Carrion Swamp as they were still observing what kind of environment the swamp had. Zhao Hai was unexpectedly surprised. They had all thought that the visibility inside the Carrion Swamp would be very low. However, contrary to what they understood, the visibility inside the smog wasn't low and was even somewhat equal to the visibility outside. They had a visibility of over 200 meters. Although it wasn't as clear as that of a sunny day, it was still better than what they had imagined it to be. Chapter 173, Upgrade Again. Zhao Hai and Green paid attention to the situation happening on the screen. Although the screen could only show what happened within 200 meters, for the both of them this was already very good. They really hadn't thought that the swamp would look like this. Even the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms were greatly influenced by it. However, the plants that they saw weren't taken by Zhao Hai since he believed Drunk would have already gotten those plants for him. He might as well wait to meet Drunk, then allow Drunk to come back inside the space. While the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm flew over the swamp, Zhao Hai himself didn't watch. Instead, he let the others do it. The speed of the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms weren't slow while flying. However, flying over the Carrion Swamp while surrounded by the 7-colored smog made their speed slow. Even if they wanted to speed up, it wouldn't be possible. Since the time to do transactions with Laura hadn't arrived yet, Zhao Hai and Green didn't go outside. Once a person came to observe the situation from the screen and replace them, they would go back to their own rooms and rest. The Eagle Virtuous Phantasms hadn't encountered Drunk that day, which made Zhao Hai feel very strange. Drunk had only explored over 1,000 kilometers, less than 1,500 kilometers into the swamp. Supposedly, the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm had also already covered over 1,000 kilometers and less than 1,500 kilometers, which should have meant that they'd have encountered each other already. However, they currently haven't yet, which was really surprising. Zhao Hai didn't let the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms rest on a small island in the swamp during the night, but instead let them rest inside the space. The following morning, unlike the original plan, which was to keep flying straight, the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms flew around the area as Zhao Hai was afraid they'd missed Drunk. He wanted to look and see if they could find where Drunk was. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, they weren't able to locate Drunk. The Eagle Virtuous Phantasms flew sideways for over 3 hours and they still hadn't found Drunk. Zhao Hai and Green felt that something was wrong and decided to let the eagles fly back, thinking that they could find Drunk that way. Zhao Hai and Green might have felt that something was wrong, but it was also possible that they just couldn't recognize the places that they had already seen. After all, the visibility in the swamp was still too low. They might as well wait while looking at the big screen in the space. Marin came back inside the space during the evening to prepare food for Zhao Hai and Green. During the daytime, she watched over the slaves at Fort Iron Mountain, which made her very busy. Zhao Hai didn't want Marin to be so busy, but Marin had gotten used to being active throughout her life. Thus, keeping her idle would make her feel somewhat unfamiliar. Upon entering the space, Marin found it somewhat strange that Zhao Hai and Green frowned as they sat in front of the screen. They were still watching over the situation at the swamp, which appeared to be normal. "Master, how is it? What happened?" Marin curiously asked. At the same time, Meg had also just come back from the outside. She smiled after hearing Marin ask these questions and also looked puzzledly at Zhao Hai and Green. Zhao Hai smiled. "There's not much to worry about. However, we still haven't found Drunk today. We're a little anxious since Drunk told us they weren't moving from the small island where they'd been. However, we still haven't found them today. We just feel that it's strange." Marin smiled and said, "Master, it isn't that you couldn't find Drunk, but rather that you forgot that you'd ordered him to go back to monitor Buffy. Buffy may not know them and definitely didn't look for them. That's why he flew straight ahead and without any thoughts of going back to look for them. So, we can't just relax and let the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm fly back since Drunk will definitely be found." As Marin told Zhao Hai of such things, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stamp his foot. Yes, there really was such a thing. When Buffy went into the swamp, no one told him to look for Drunk. Naturally, he just flew straight ahead in order to make the map. It seems like what Grandma Marin said was correct, that while Buffy was flying, he probably met Drunk. Green smiled as he became aware of the issue and said, "The two of us were at this for a long time. We're not as good as the old woman in terms of thinking this through." I also became aware of that only after she said it. "Tomorrow, we should let the Eagle Virtuous Phantasm fly out of the swamp so that can take a good look." The next day, Zhao Hai allowed the eagles to fly straight, yet they still couldn't find Drunk's team. However, at night, Drunk's team rested at a campsite. Although they couldn't see Drunk, Drunk had seen the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms. Drunk and his team were undead. Although they were zombies, their heights were still similar to that of a human. When they looked at something, they used their personal senses instead of their sight. Thus, the colorful smog didn't have any impact on their senses and they could feel the presence of things they examined from a large enough distance. The Eagle Virtuous Phantasms weren't the same as they still relied on their sense of sight in order to see things. Although their eagle eye one was powerful, in a place where it was covered with smog, it was still not easy to notice things. Zhao Hai was afraid to miss Drunk, so he ordered those undead in the team to line up. He then ordered them to be on alert. As soon as they saw the 5 eagles, They were to immediately tell Zhao Hai, as he really didn't want to miss them. Drunk had really gained a lot of things this time around. There were a lot of carrion swamp plants that were very unique and weren't ones that had been seen before by Zhao Hai. Upon placing all the plants that Drunk's team had collected into the space actually rose to level 15, which made Zhao Hai really surprised. After reaching level 15, they could now open up 20 mu of land too. Unfortunately, most of the plants were poisonous, but they weren't that toxic and were just plain poisonous plants. Even though the space had been upgraded by 4 levels, it still had no way of cleansing the toxicity within the plants. Zhao Hai wasn't short on money right now, so he naturally opened up the 20 mu of land. He wasn't polite as he planted the seeds that the space had awarded all over the land. From level 10 to level 15, the space had given him an award of 4 kinds of seeds. They were namely, soybeans, sponge gourd 3, bamboo shoots, and grapes. Before level 10, the space only awarded an amount of seeds that could be planted within 2 mu of land. However, after level 10, the seeds that were awarded could be planted in upwards of 5 mu of land. 4. Zhao Hai was still observing 2 kinds of crops in the spatial shop. These 2 crops were like the magic peach and had special abilities as well. One was called Bajio Shan while the other was the immortal gourd. Banana leaves were used as a material for the palm leaf fan in the Journey to the West 5. It was a type of a wind magic plant that could produce strong winds, with a 10% probability of the item having the ability to reach a distance of up to 5,000 kilometers. 6. The space had evaluated it as a level 15 special plant. In order to cultivate it, the space needed to be level 20. The immortal gourd was similar, but its main effect had a more special use. It was able to be used to make wine. The immortal gourd had an infinite space. Crops suitable for wine could be absorbed into the gourd's reed. Then it'll automatically start brewing, making it very convenient. Although it had such features, it also required the space to be level 20 as well. While the immortal gourd could absorb a lot of wine-making materials, if it was still young, it could only absorb enough to make 5 kilograms every 7 days. Half a kilogram of wine needed 50 kilograms of grain, and also a minimum of 25 kilograms of fruit, else it would be impossible. The wine was excellent as it didn't only heal minor injuries, but could also instantly restore magic power or battle chi. For both magicians or warriors, this was very important. Zhao Hai also knew that the magic peach was the same as it was an award from the space given before reaching level 10. In order to cultivate it, there was a restriction, which was to reach level 10. This was the case for the Bajio Shan and Immortal Gourd as they were special items. The seeds were given before reaching the level required to plant it, which was the case for these 2. They were given at level 15, but could only be planted at level 20. Showing that there was the restriction. 7. Zhao Hai wasn't too concerned about the Bajio Shan as its usefulness wasn't that great. It didn't have the ability to cause mass destruction. As long as the enemy had good defensive capabilities, then there wouldn't be much damage. All it could do was to blow the enemy away. 8. The immortal gourd, on the other hand, would be really useful. 9. However, the yield was very low as it would take 7 days to produce 5 kilograms. Which was really too lacking. Both of these magic plants required the space to be level 20 in order to be planted, so Zhao Hai didn't buy them yet. The toxic plants that were collected by Drunk were somewhat useful. These plants had helped upgrade the space and were also edible. Not only that, they could also be used to produce some detox potions. However, producing a detox potion would require the space to be level 30. As that was the level required to be able to open the processing plant. 10. Zhao Hai and Green didn't have enough time to manage all of this, so after they brought Drunk back into the space, Drunk was immediately placed at Fort Iron Mountain to guard it. Then the Eagle Virtuous Phantasms were ordered to fly straight into the Carrion Swamp. Chapter 174. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. While Zhao Hai explored the Carrion Swamp, Casa City wasn't too peaceful. This time around, it wasn't the Purcell clan, but rather Laura who was in trouble. Laura's business was larger than ever before as the Higanbana firm accounted for 50% of the entire commodities market within the Persal Duchy. This figure was quite alarming. Although the Persal Duchy wasn't as great as the other duchies, the commodities market of an entire duchy was still quite large. In fact, it was quite a luxuriant line of business. How much did the people eat every day? Saying that every day would be a struggle for their gold wasn't absolutely an exaggeration. If there was a block of fat there, then everyone would want a piece. But if that fat was stuck on bone, then not everyone would be able to sink their teeth into it. 2. An outsider trying to take a bite would be quite a hard feat, but that doesn't mean a family member couldn't try to eat it. This time, the schemes Laura had to fight against were by none other than the Marquis del clan. Although Laura's father was the second heir, the old patriarch was still alive. He was Laura's grandfather, and Karen''s 3 father, Su 4. The old patriarch ruled the Marquis del clan's huge business empire. He wasn't an easy person to deal with as he was a pure businessman. Everything and anyone, in his eyes, were just business commodities. For commodities, so long as the price was right, he could sell them. This old patriarch of the Marquis del clan had very good business sense, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary men. His methods were extreme, and since the time he had taken over the Marquis del clan, the clan's business had become a lot larger. Although the Marquis del clan's business was doing great, to have half the shares of the commodities market within a duchy, like what Laura had, wasn't something the clan was able to do. In comparison to the income of the other heirs, Laura's income was quite high. This situation wasn't something the old patriarch would meddle with. To be honest, the old patriarch's thoughts about his second son weren't really positive. This was due to Karen's attitude towards doing business. In the opinion of the old patriarch, if you were born in the Marquis del clan and you didn't want to do business, then what were you going to do? If Karen wanted to learn magic, then he should excel in it. However, Karen hadn't. His life was not for cultivating magic, but rather, for researching magic. If Karen really liked to cultivate magic, then even if he didn't do business, as long as he became a powerful magician, then it would be of great help for the Marquis del clan. However, he'd only chosen to study magic. His strength was also only just that of a peak rank 7 magician. A rank 7 magician was a great presence in the eyes of the commoners. However, for a clan such as the Marquis del clan, a rank 7 magician was inadequate. Since the clan didn't pay any attention to Karen, and along with Karen's attitude towards doing business, even though he was the second heir, he had already lost the possibility of inheriting and becoming the next clan patriarch. 5. Therefore, he was banished to the small northern area, the Persal Duchy. The location of the Persal Duchy in the Ixu Empire wasn't good. It was in the north where it bordered with the Beast Folk. Although the Beast Folk haven't caused any major problems lately, the Persal clan would always have to be on guard in order to avoid any major disasters from happening, year in and year out. If those beast folk created trouble, then there wouldn't be much money to be made from doing business with the Persal Duchy, as the duchy was not very developed. This made it a somewhat remote and small area of the Ixu Empire. However, even if it was a remote area, the people living there still needed daily necessities, and Laura, being a genius in business, had already spread the Taoan commodities throughout the Persal Duchy and had even begun to export them throughout the Ixu Empire. Laura certainly didn't cooperate with others, as all of this business was handled by herself, especially in the distribution and sales of the Taoan commodities. With regards to the daily necessity stores, Laura promoted a live advertisement, stating that even if she were willing to cooperate with others, she had already made an agreement with Zhao Hai. Their agreement was that if she ever let others sell Taoan brand commodities, then Zhao Hai would cease to provide her with the products. It was precisely because of the Taoan brand commodities that there was such success, so naturally, it made a lot of people envious. Putting others aside, even the heirs of the Marquis del clan wanted to fight against her. The fight between the heirs of the Marquis del clan in other aspects wasn't too serious. However, the ability of an heir to do business was very important. This was also important when selecting the rightful heir of the Marquis del clan. Vying for the position of the next clan head were Besides Karen, the 7 provincial heirs, these heirs would obstruct and maneuver against each other until they had indisputably beaten each other. This was a normal occurrence within the clan. Karen's father understood the situation as he was already quite old. However, he wasn't ready to give up his position even though he allowed his heirs to run their own businesses. Every action of these heirs couldn't be hidden from him. Karen was the exception. Karen and Laura were in the Purcell Duchy, and the influence of the Marquis-Del clan hadn't reached there yet. It could be said that Laura going out and establishing her own firm in the Purcell Duchy didn't conform to what the Marquis-Del clan wanted. However, she had never asked for anything from the clan to assist her. It was precisely because of this that the Marquis-Del clan's influence over Karen was minimal. Moreover, Laura didn't need to fear the clan this time around. She had helped the Purcell clan, so Evan was indebted to her. The Purcell clan would show kindness to Laura, and there wouldn't be any matter that would negatively affect them inside the boundaries of the Purcell Duchy. One must also know that Laura was backed by the producer of the Taoan commodities, a black magician. That was something a lot of people were afraid of. However, the most attractive thing were the benefits. To get benefits, people were willing to do everything they could, just like how it was when Zhao Hai was on Earth. To gain benefits, people would dare to do anything. Seemingly, this was a law that was relative to both planets, but on the Ark continent, they could easily do it unlawfully. Such people would naturally do anything in their power in order to gain benefits. Others wouldn't dare to struggle when it involved someone of the Marquis-Del clan. However, the members and heirs of the Marquis-Del clan wouldn't be as polite. This time around, the old patriarch of the Marquis-Del clan hadn't sent anyone. To be honest, even after Laura had made such a large scene, the old patriarch wasn't going to give them any attention. However, this was not the case for the heirs since they were now engaged in a battle for the right to obtain the clan head's position. If they could get the Taoan commodities, then it would give them a great boost. The heir that looked for Laura was not Karen's brother, the first heir Sedwin VI, but rather the 5th heir of the Marquis-Del clan, Carlo VII. Of course, Carlo didn't come personally, but instead sent his own steward, Alitia VIII. Carlo grew up with Alitia as his servant. Later on, when Carlo established his own force, Alitia was promoted to his steward because of his competency. Alitia, however, wasn't one of the clan's main stewards, but only an elder steward as he was in charge of assessing contributions. Although the Marquis-Del clan had 8 heirs, there were only 3 powerful competitors. First was Karen's brother, who was the first in position heir, Senwin. Next was Carlo, and the third was Jamie IX. The most vigorous of them was Jamie since he was highly favored by the Marquis-Del clan's patriarch, Su. However, Karen's brother, Senwin, was the one who had the greatest support inside the clan. This was due to the handling of his business, which was the oldest one among the heirs. Thus, he had a lot of influence with powerful people. Carlo was the weakest of the 3 as he didn't have the patriarch's favor, nor massive supporters like Senwin. However, he was the person who had the best behavior as he handled matters splendidly in all sorts of social occasions. He had even maintained a very good relationship with the nobles and was approved by the clan's servants. Compared to Karen's position, Carlo's status was a lot higher. Sending Alitia to see Karen was, in fact, giving Karen a lot of face. Before Alitia arrived in Casa City, Laura already knew about it and had asked Karen and Quinjon to meet her in the study room. She then said, "Grandpa Quinjon, father, this visit of Alitia's this time looks like it won't be a good thing. How do you see it?" Karen said thoughtfully. "How can he so easily come and see us?" Laura looked at Karen, speechless, so she turned her head to Quinjon. Quinjon saw Laura's look and calmly said, During that accident of yours, Laura, it could have happened due to some people of the clan who might have tried to reach out to us here. Since your route was a secret, there must have been a breach of confidentiality from the family. In the beginning, we had sent people to investigate and the evidence points to Sir Senwin. But now, I think it unlikely since Sir Senwin wouldn't need to do such a thing. Furthermore, during that time, we hadn't amounted to anything when compared to now. Up until now, We haven't aroused his interest, so I concluded that someone else had done this and was planning to pin everything on Sir Senwin. The people who might have done this would be either Carlo or Jamie, as they have always been thinking of ways to attack Sir Senwin. And now, Carlo has sent someone. I feel that this isn't looking good. Laura nodded and said, of course this isn't a good thing. However, I don't know their motives for coming here yet. Is it for our firm? Or is it the Taoan products? Quinjon replied, I'm afraid it won't be due to our firm. If he really dares to grab our firm's gains, then he would lose the right and qualifications to compete for the next head of the clan. As I see it, it will definitely be for the Taoan products. This is especially likely since right now, in the conflict between the three, he has the most inferior standing. Thus, he will want to use the Taoan products in order to expand his influence. Chapter 175, Lydia. Laura frowned and said, I had already thought of this situation beforehand, but I never thought that this would happen so fast. We've only just improved our situation by a little bit and they are already coming. I think we need to talk to Mr. about this. Quinjon nodded. We definitely should tell Mr. about this, but we should wait and see what Lydia does and what he has to say. Afterwards, we can then tell Mr. After all, we cannot let just any minor issue bother Mr. Let's talk about this 2 days later then, Laura said. About the issue of the clan's response, since we haven't expanded our business that much, and have only just settled here in the Purcell Duchy, we should try and open 1 to 2 stores in the other big cities. I'm sure it won't affect their businesses and I don't even think they would still remember us. Quinjon sighed and said, the Taoan products are really too appealing. Although we allow our stores to sell the products without limits here in the Purcell Duchy, we will have to limit the sales in the other big cities. However, for a popular brand such as Taoan, just having such products be known that it exists will make it very clear to everyone what it means to sell it in their own stores. As such, everyone will definitely try to take a hold of it. Laura coldly snorted. They only think of us now that the Taoan products have become famous. Back then, we weren't even given attention. Right now, even if we're willing to submit to them, it might result in Mr. deciding to stop the cooperation. HMPH. Well, let's see what these fellows intend to do. Karen listened to the two as they talked, but he wasn't interested in such a discussion. Still, he was a bit interested in Lydia. As Quinjon said, he may be here due to Laura's business. Karen was also somewhat angry. Karen was a nice guy, that's true. However, if they moved against his daughter, then he wouldn't be polite. He just couldn't possibly endure it, especially since he knew about everything that happened here in the Purcell Duchy, such as Laura's struggles where, bit by bit, she raised the reputation of her firm. All of these efforts were done to make the firm great. If they really wanted to move it, then it would be the same as moving against Laura. How could Karen let it happen? Karen sullenly said, Laura, if anything happens, don't forget to tell me. Although I'm not really into business, after many years I have gotten to know some magicians that have become dear friends of mine. They will definitely help us if things get busy. Karen spoke somewhat contrary to what Laura was used to. The Karen she knew generally wouldn't be this aggressive. Doing otherwise today made her feel a bit unfamiliar with it. Laura replied, Don't worry, father. If anything comes up I will definitely inform you. Karen nodded, stood up, and turned to leave. Laura didn't stop him. She had never thought that Karen would help her this much. Although Karen was a magician, after all these years, he knew not only magicians but a lot of pharmacists and alchemists. In the eyes of a normal person, these alchemists and pharmacists were crazy. They liked to study a mess of things. Due to this, their lives were very difficult. However, from time to time, Karen helped them. Even if this could be considered as making contacts, it wasn't that useful as the Empire didn't give them much importance. Only people like Karen and other lunatics would contact these lunatics. This implied that Karen was a lunatic himself. Laura looked at Karen's back and said, Grandpa Quinjon, father seems a little bit odd today. Quinjon smiled and said, It's fine. He is just feeling a little sad. He feels that he can't help you. After all, a father wouldn't want to see their children suffer and be embarrassed. Anyway, Forget about this and think about Lydia. If he really does propose something related to the Taoan products, what are we going to do? Laura coldly snorted again. I don't fear them. It's not like they can rob the Taoan products from us. HMPH. We're here in the Persal Duchy's territory. We don't need to be afraid of them. We're going to fight. Quinjon smiled. I'm also not afraid of them, and they really can't take away the Taoan products. However, you should know that those people from the clan aren't anything good. If we don't agree, I fear that they will move against us by using some underhanded method. We should do some preparations ahead of time. Laura's eyes gleamed as she nodded. If they do use those little tricks, it won't be a problem. If they dare to play tricks on us, then I will teach them a lesson. Let's see if they dare act recklessly. Quinjon slightly smiled. We should do it so that the clan knows our current strength. Later, once the young lady talks to the clan about conditions, we'll have even more persuasive power. Laura nodded. She knew her current situation. Since she was already 18 years old, like in other clans, girls at that age should have already been married. However, she still wasn't married up till now. This didn't have anything to do with her mother. If her mother were still alive, she would have already arranged for her marriage. To be honest, Laura felt good about her current situation. She had always reasoned out that they should focus on business in order to avoid marriage. Also, of those noble clan heirs that had been introduced to her, none caught her eye. Those aristocratic clan heirs were either proud like an arrogant cock, as hypocritical as a fox, or as gloomy as snakes, or they were dandies, which she didn't like. It was precisely because of this that Laura did her best to learn everything about business. This was so that the clan wouldn't force her into marriage. For the Marquis del clan, a marriage would have to be made with another large noble clan, otherwise, they wouldn't be good enough for them. Regarding Laura's business management, she was doing her best to perform strongly. Although her businesses were now stable, she didn't relax a bit. She clearly understood that these businesses would be her bargaining chip against her own clan. However, in order to cope with the arrival of Elatia, Laura made advanced preparations and allowed the stewards of the stores to prepare their eye drops so that they would be a little honest. 1. Laura had a good discussion with them, and on the third day, Elatia arrived at Casa City. Naturally, he reported first to Laura. Laura's house in Cosa City wasn't small and was a distance away from their stores. Her residence was in an area of Casa City that was expensive and was the area where the rich lived. If you didn't have an identity, then it would simply be impossible to live there. Since Carlo had a high status in the Marquis del clan, Elitia's status, being his steward, wouldn't be low either. However, Laura couldn't just meet with him. No matter what, Elatia was still a servant of the Marquis del clan. It should always be that the servants go to meet the masters. In the past, Laura had some contacts with Elatia. Elatia was a tall and lean person who usually worked very carefully and did things low-key. Laura, Karen, and Quinjon were sitting in the parlor room. A servant led Elatia to them. Just like from Laura's memory, Elatia was tall and lean and looked to be in his 60s. His face was weathered and his attitude was very respectful. He entered the room and immediately made his greetings to Karen. This little Elatia greets the second young master and have seen Miss Laura and Steward Quinjon. In the Marquis del clan, the heirs were to be called young masters since Master Su was still alive. Elatia was a man of the Marquis del clan, so he knew what to call them. Karen looked at Elatia, nodded, and said, "No need to be polite. I wonder how fifth younger brother is. It has been a long time since I last saw him." Elatia quickly replied, "The fifth young master is fine. He is just too busy. That is why he could not come and meet the second young master." As such, the fifth young master apologizes to the second young master for it. Karen nodded his head. Fifth younger brother is so kind. He still remembers his disappointing brother. I am very happy to hear that. Anyway, since you know I am not into such matters, tell Laura what you have to say. He then stood up and walked out. Elatia was apparently very understanding, so he wasn't surprised by how Karen acted. He bowed to Karen and said, "I see off the second young master." Karen nodded his head and walked out of the parlor room. As Karen left the parlor room, Laura smiled and said, "Steward Elatia, you don't have to remain standing. Please sit down. You've worked very hard today." Lydia gently sat down in a chair. "Thank you, Miss Laura, for being concerned over this one's inexpensive little life." Rushing down the road was not very hard. Laura nodded and replied to Lydia, "This business of fifth uncle presumably isn't bad. With the abilities of uncle, business should be a piece of cake, right?" Lydia smiled. "The young master's business is very good. Only, recently he has been very busy. Otherwise he would have personally visited." The young master also told this little one to give a gift to the second master and Miss Laura. "It is in the carriage." Laura nodded her head. "Uncle is too kind." "Grandpa Quinjon, please order some people to move the gifts into the storehouse. Also, please prepare a convenient place for Steward Alitia." He had been traveling for 2 days, taking great difficulty to head out here to the Purcell Duchy. Alitia saluted Laura and said, "This little one thanks Miss Laura." Laura nodded. "You've worked hard along the way, so go rest for 2 days. If you have anything to say, please do so after those 2 days if it isn't urgent." "That will do for now." Lydia quickly stood up and said, "This little one has nothing urgent to say and will take his leave." He finished his ceremonies to Laura and walked out. Laura really didn't expect Lydia to really back down. Now, she was doubting if Lydia's gourd was selling medicine too. Soon, Quinjon came back. Laura looked at Quinjon and asked, "Grandpa Quinjon, how did it go?" Quinjon said, "It seems like they were really prepared this time. Aside from our present, there are 2 more carriages. Evidently, they also contain gifts. However, I don't know to whom they will be sending these gifts." Laura frowned and said, "For now, we'll wait. During these 2 days, they will surely